Okay, hello everyone. It's been a hot minute. Much longer than I would have liked it to be. Um, Let me get... I see the Pepe Jam Jam. Let me get my chat in the right spot. Holy fuck, my taskbar is so unorganized. Okay, let me do this real quick. Good old Twitcheroni. Gonna have to fuck with the audio levels here at first just because I lowered my mic volume. Okay, perfect. The only other thing is, it seemed like I dropped frames in the intro. Not a lot, but enough to be annoyed. But I'll just keep an eye on it. Okay, let me open up the game here first. And then we will worry about other stuff after. So we are on chapter 3 of 8. Into here. This might be very loud, so prepare yourself. Please pick a language. English. Thank you. Oh, this is loud. It's, you know what? You have to deal with it for a second. See. Okay. This should be... Problem is, look, let me just bump my mic a little bit. Put it back to where it was. I'll figure this out later. This should be much better now. Okay. We'll worry about the rest of this later. Yeah, I turned my voice down. I'll just turn it back up for today, and I'll fix this off stream. Okay. So first things first, I guess I should go over my consolidated theory that I had going on, considering all the shit that happened. All the shit that happened in chapter 2. So let me get my little text document here. I guess we'll go over this first. Hey, how's it going? So we'll get the text document open here. I'll read you my new theory. I don't even know how much of this I can consider a theory, because it's mostly just like shooting shit into the dark and hoping something sticks. So, let me delete the first portion here, which is stuff that I forgot to delete. And let me find it here. Okay. You can see now. Awesome. So I've been keeping a running theme of updating my theory. So we're going to update it again. This is stuff from chapter 1, so you don't really need to worry about it. Guess you can read it now if you want. You can pause the video or something. But we're going to talk about chapter 2. So I had a lot of shit written. This went way longer than I wanted it to. So first we'll go over... So these were things that I wanted to address from chapter 1, talking about this stuff here in particular. So, Rena's Curse didn't really get elaborated on. So I was sort of confused about this in general, thinking about it. Because obviously there's more to Rena's past than we know right now, if she was showing like that weird like demon possession in the first chapter. Yeah, I know, I made a joke somewhere in there. We'll get to that. But Rena's Curse wasn't really elaborated on, and I was a little bit disappointed in that regard, that there wasn't more. Now, I should have put here, or of the three families. Because it did say any of the three families, not just specifically Sonozaki. So I was confused about that. Why she has the curse. Or I should say why she has the demon, not so much the curse, because we know that the curse isn't really a thing. And I also shouldn't have used the word curse here. It's just possession. Possession 2, whatever. Okay, I'll continue. Demon possession doesn't bestow omniscient knowledge. This is a theory we had from above. It might not make much sense now if you're jumping in, but I had a theory that like people who are getting possessed had like knowledge of everything going on. It doesn't seem like it. It's more so that they own whoever the possession is gets memories of whoever the person is they're possessing. And at the time, we didn't know how the fuck Mion could have known that we went to lunch with Oishi. However, in hindsight now, it makes sense because Shion works at the store, her uncle owns a store. Mion very well could have been at the store for all we know. I don't think she was, considering the shit going on. But it's very understandable how she could have known. So I said, there's not a curse in the sense of it being supernatural, like a weird curse is bestowing someone and they're being like cursed to death. Although the demon thing that's going on could be supernatural in nature. All the acts are carried out by human hands. However, those humans could be possessed. So, how much of it is supernatural, how much of it is human, you take your pick. Now, this is where the shrimp brain came in a little bit. I said, Mion is most definitely involved under current knowledge, regardless of the murders that may differ in each timeline. She's at some level involved with the previous deaths. She may not have killed anyone, but by her own words, she had either been directly or indirectly related to all of them. Rina's involvement, however, is more mysterious. She seemed to totally oppose me on this whole chapter, and didn't have the demon within flare up at all, as she did in the first. So there's like some weird shit going on there. And Mion said she doesn't believe in the curse. She and her clan are literally the ones making it as deterrents. We could read this here. This is the summary of the events, hopefully condensed. Introduced to Shion, twin sister of Mion. Learn more about the backstory of the village, as well as the Sonozaki group. Hinamizawa was originally Onigafuchi village. Fairy tale stated that demons one day rose from Onigafuchi, the swamp. I didn't really specify that here, but... And after a massacre of devouring villagers, the demons and villagers came to live together in peace due to Oyashiro. Although Oyashiro's existence is hand-waved by Mion, that interbreeding, and thus the villagers were said to be half human, half demon. It's not confirmed whether or not the demon blood is that of literal demons or that of Westerners, who are apparently referred to as demons/devils by native Japanese. The blood of the demons is said to run the thickest in the three families, those being the Sonozakis, Furudes, and Kimiyoshis. The villagers of Onigafuchi village have been heavily discriminated against due to this legend about them, with others going to extreme lengths to avoid or cut anyone who is from Onigafuchi out of their lives. Thus, Mion's grandma, as the old head of the Sonozakis, made a village rule where all would unite and return violence on those of Hinamizawa twofold as a method to keep them safe. Watanagashi is actually a rite of gut spilling, where one would be tortured, entrails ripped out, among us XD, other numerous horrible things. Takano claims that the demon blood of the villagers flare up around every decade, restoring an urge to eat human flesh, and that the Onikakushi is done to sate their hunger. Mion, on the other hand, states that the sacrifice and killings are done as a deterrence for crime in the village, and that the rite of Watanagashi, as in gut spilling, happens still in modern times in a bomb shelter out in the forest away from prying eyes. Discrimination of those in Hinamizawa returned after Mion's grandfather had apparently sold human flesh in cans as rations, netting a huge fortune, which then revitalized Hinamizawa, thus explaining the political capital the Sonozaki family currently possesses. Now, I did put a note here, Mion's grandpa claimed that the meat he sold wasn't human, but inconclusive, we can't really prove it one way or the other. Mion has carried out the rite of Watanagashi in the name of peace, XD, make that make sense, after discrimination begun to flare up again, and that it is her duty as the next heir to the Sonozakis. This feat is rather rare. Now, I totally skipped a line here, because I should have put... We'll break this here. Okay, here. Here we go. So... Mion and Shin being alive at all is rather rare. I don't know why this is here, actually. This shouldn't be in this part. I'm gonna put this down here. I don't know why it's... Mion and Xion still being alive is rather rare at all. The three families apparently detest twins, and they're often killed shortly after birth. However, Mion and Xion still live. Mion, however, gets much more of the preferential treatment. Mion states that leading as the head of the Sonozakis makes one become a demon, and that all leaders of the clan have a large demon emblazoned on their body, insinuated that she has a large tattoo on her back. So now what we're going to do is, this was addressing some of the stuff that was kind of straightforward. Now, down here is when stuff gets crazy, when I'll give out my theories, which will either make me sound like a wacko, or make me sound like a fucking Nostradamus in a few hours. So, in my eyes, I still stand by my initial statements from Chapter 1 that there probably is literally demons. I don't know if this necessarily means that, like, they're walking around, like this is, like, fucking Daedra in Skyrim, or if these few people in the village have split personalities that show themselves as demons. But my ongoing theory is that the demons seem to reside inside someone's body as, like, a vessel, or I should say as a passenger inside a vessel, and they only come up due to strong emotions. Now, this last part could be wrong, but it seems that this is what causes the demons to come through, whether it's by anger, whether it's by sadness, whatever it might be. We know that Mion said at the start, or I guess at the end, but about events at the start, that if Keiichi gave her the doll at the start of the game, then the demon might not have flared up initially, and all the shit could have been prevented. And then we know in the first chapter, multiple times that Mion and Rina's weird switch, I don't even know what to call it, their weird switches happened is when there's been, like, really strong emotions going on, whether they're angry, whether they're sad, like, you know, something like that. So that's my current thing going on. Now this next part, it's a very big question mark, okay? Because this could be totally wrong. I said, I do think, however, there might be another type of possession going on, or perhaps it's just when the demon has not fully taken control and is only welling up. Seen when Mion and Rina get those ring-looking things in their eyes. The full control of the demon seems to be the beet red eyes as seen in Mion and some of the other villagers in both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. That's kind of my take on it. I don't know how true that is or not. I can't really know, so don't confirm it, but it's something along those lines. Now, let us check. What else do we got here? Mion claims that the Watanagashi and Onikakushi was meant for deterrence. However, it seems that Mion and the Sonozakis, or whoever else is involved, have lowered the bar extremely low for what constitutes being killed. This includes those who forsake the village or sully it, as Takano said, by coming to or leaving the village or messing with its tradition, or really anyone who might be considered an enemy of the village. Now, I said, I'm thinking, this was me trying to make, when I said make that make sense up here, this was me trying to make that make sense. I'm thinking that Mion, when she says deterrence, is thinking of it more proactively. Take, for example, killing all of us who entered the ritual storehouse. Mion said that there are many in the village who take it seriously. However, to our knowledge, nothing had happened to that point, but we couldn't really know because of how fast Mion acted, but I digress. But Mion proactively stepped in and killed before a crime happened. Should say crime happened. That may disturb the peace, could be committed. This isn't really good writing, but whatever. Gets the point across. Basically, she stepped in and killed the people who entered the storehouse before the crime happened, before one of the villagers was forced to act, because that way peace would be maintained. Now, I said it seems kind of backward and counterintuitive. Like, why would you not just wait until something happens in the first place and then act afterwards instead of doing, like, this weird preemptive bullshit and potentially creating a problem that's much bigger than it ever needed to be? Like, for instance, this is sort of like playing devil's advocate, but let's say that, like, the villagers were really mad at all four of us for going in. Why would you not worry about punishing those who commit an act rather than preemptively trying to kill those who might commit an act or who might be the target of an act? Seems just, like, very, very odd. Takano and Tomitake have both died or gone missing in the first two chapters. I'm assuming this is going to continue with this. Tomitake's death was almost the exact same circumstances. Takano's body wasn't found in Chapter 1. We can assume it was somewhat similar. Likely due to them going into the ritual storehouse, regardless of whether or not Keiichi or Xion are present. My other, I guess, theory, which I guess we'll see, this could be wrong. It seems that, like, this event is going to happen in every single timeline, so Now, this is the big stuff. So this is like partly theory, partly questions, partly like stuff I don't know, which is a majority from this chapter. So, this is one of the big ones that really bothers me, and it could be something really minor, but it says Tomotage and Shion both heard a sound they claim was like a child jumping on floorboards while we were in the ritual storehouse. Tomotage was outside and still heard it. However, Keiichi did not, and Takano assumingly didn't hear it either as she made no comment. What is common between Takano and Keiichi that would make them not hear it? Or rather, what makes Shion and Tomotage unique that they did hear it? Because if I remember when we were playing, I made a meme when the sound came through because she was like, "Can you hear that?" And it was like a fucking bell ring. And it was like, Omega Lol, is Santa here? Like, so, question, we'll leave that, we don't know. Rika at the time of her death had a syringe in her possession, likely the one that contained the suicide drug used on Tomotage. This wasn't confirmed by the game, this is all my conjecture. Why would Rika have it? Was it planted on her by Mion? By somebody else? And this is sort of an aside. Why does Rika know so much? She seems to know events that she should not have given her current knowledge. She's like a clairvoyant or something. This could be kind of big or minor, not really sure. Mion at one point flared up in demon form while looking for Satoko and Rika. Well, actually, so this is when we were looking. They were already dead at this point, just as a forewarning. While looking for Satoko and Rika, claimed that Satoko may be targeted by Oyashiro, as multiple victims, parents and brother, have been targeted by Oyashiro's curse. Considering the demon would know Mion's actions, and we know Mion's relation to the cases, why would it make this statement? What would Satoko have done? Does Oyashiro exist despite Mion's hand-waving away his existence? Something to think about. Now this is where stuff gets crazy. This is sort of just like we don't really know a lot. This one is like pretty important to me, but this is where stuff gets crazy. So there's corpses walking in town, and they are in near perfect condition, despite their methods of death. Takano apparently died on the day of the festival setup, yet we saw her both that day and much closer the following when we snuck into the ritual storehouse where she seemed totally fine. Mion as well came back to Keiichi's place after running from the police, but apparently fell down trying to get to the secret passage in the well and fell to her death when she ran after stun getting Keiichi. Following the previous statement, 1. Why are the corpses in perfect condition if they are truly dead? Mion would have had many bone fractures, external damage from her fall. She showed no injury at all. Takano as well was apparently strangled, yet showed no marks of strangulation anywhere when we were up close to her. And also, why do none of them show any signs of decay? I mean, it's kind of gross, but if they're corpses, even 24 hours post-mortem, we're going to start seeing some shit. You're not just going to be able to walk around with a little bit of makeup and look normal. Like, shit's going to be bad. Now, there was one addition here, which I know I have it somewhere down here. Okay. I should put this up here, because it makes more sense. Okay. As an even further extension to the previous point, there must be some weird stuff going on with these people who are apparently dead. Example, how the fuck did Mion even get into the hospital room from under the bed? Did she sneak in at night and stay hiding? And if that's the case, why didn't she just kill Keiichi at night? Why was the body... now, this is the big part here. Star this. Because we know this is Mion, the one that was in the hospital, for sure, for sure. Why was the body under the bed injured and bloodied, but the one that attacked us at our home days later wasn't? It's pretty big. I should say days prior. It wasn't actually days later. It was like before, because we had to be attacked to be in the hospital. But maybe Keiichi was just tripping mad balls from psychoactives. This is where I was saying, like, you know, maybe he had been injected the whole time and he was actually losing his shit, so he was like envisioning stuff. In a similar way Tomotage had been. Perhaps all the stuff after was an illusion, as Keiichi said. It's impossible to make heads or tails of the situation. I'm gonna pose a theory here to why it doesn't explain why Takano was in perfect condition, but it does give a potential theory as to why the Mion that killed us was in perfect condition. And that'll be the next point. Random addition, I think at times Mion still may be posing as Shion, or vice versa. Note this part. Or vice versa. We know in this chapter that Mion was posing as Shion, phone calling Keiichi at night. Meanwhile, the real Shion had been captured by Mion for a majority of the duration. To my knowledge, Mion was also posing as Shion during the bento box incident. I vaguely remember us walking Shion back home, but this was to Mion's house / the Sonozaki main house, and we recall, Shion doesn't live at the main house, she lives out of town, and this was before Keiichi knew that Shion didn't live in town. I also vaguely remember a scene at Angel Mart, well after Shion said to Keiichi that she was different from Mion, although we didn't believe it at the time, where Keiichi called Shion, I should say, Mion, and she didn't correct him as she normally did. Perhaps Mion was posing as Shion at this time at work as well. Potentially, Shion could have been committing acts under Mion's name. Rina made it quite clear that at any given time, Shion could pose as Mion, and Mion could pose as Shion. In this very chapter, we saw at least proof for Mion posing as Shion during the weird Mion x MC love interest phase at the start, as well as with the phone calls. I think there might be some secret switcheroo going on. We know, or at least I think, that at the very end it was Mion. But if they are capable of swapping in and out... Oh my god, my dog is going crazy. Can you hear him? You can't. Oh my god, I thought I had stopped because he's going crazy. One sec, I gotta see what he's going crazy for. I have no clue what he's doing. He's going crazy. He will stop sooner or later. Okay. We know, or at least I think, that at the very end it was Mion, but if they're capable of swapping in and out with each other without anybody being the wiser, there are a lot of questions that arise. For instance, was the Mion that stabbed Keiichi actually Shion, as this Mion, air quote, had no external injuries when she came to meet Keiichi, despite having just a few days prior fallen to her death? Assuming this was the actual Mion, as I said, there would be visual damage. And this part is even confirmed when Mion kills Keiichi at the end. Her body is mangled from the fall. So why is the one in the driveway in pristine condition, while the absolute for certain Mion's corpse in the hospital was mangled? Not sure? Something's fishy. Now, this is my explanation for why the corpses are walking. It's probably going to be extremely wrong, because I actually don't think there's any way this could be right. But, you know, we'll give her a go. I have 3 theories for the corpses walking. I also might have a 4th one here, because I think I wrote this before I ever wrote any of these big spiels about it, so I'll throw in any extra. Number 1, when the demons gain full control of the body, as seen with Mion at the end of Chapter 2, the demon dwelling inside gains full control of the body they're inhabiting. The soul of the human who once existed in that body dies and the soul's gone. Only the demon is present, meaning the demon is inhabiting a walking corpse. Now, this theory is the only thing that I don't think this is right, just because we know Takano is, I think, an outsider. So why would she have demon blood? She talks like an outsider, at least, so it wouldn't really make sense why she was walking around. If you actually want I'll read these, but I'll give you my more updated theory that I think is more correct, which I'll write down here. Number 2, the demons are capable of shape-shifting, / there are some weird doppelganger shapeshifter shit going on. Kind of reaching at straws, but seems to be the only thing I could think as to why someone may not have any visual signs of death. You know, this is explaining the same shit we already talked about. Boring, yet perhaps there's just something supernatural outside of the realm of anything I could know at this point. Okay, we're going to put an extra point here. This is actually my current explanation. I think that it's very possible that, I don't know what Takano's family tree looks like. She could have a sister that's posing as her in the exact same way that Shion could be posing as Mion. I'm not necessarily sure if there is corpses walking. The only one we know for sure that was a corpse walking, that we can guarantee, I don't know if we can guarantee it actually, was Mion at the end. That's about the only thing that we can, like, guaranteed for sure say. So I'm just gonna say, uh, oh my god, wait, I just thought of something. Holy fuck, wait. Okay, I just thought of this. So, my other theory, which I would put this as the most likely currently, because I'm a fucking huge shrimp, but it says there's a possibility that Shion is posing as Mion, and perhaps Takano has a sister or someone who looks extremely similar to her that is posing as her. This is the only non-supernatural explanation possible. It doesn't really explain the dead Mion at the end killing Keiichi. As a side note, however, we have to remember both Shion and Mion died in very similar circumstances. Obviously not similar location, but similar circumstances. Mion died falling down the well passage. Shion died apparently falling out of her apartment building. So, if Shion was the one that was committing those acts to Keiichi at the very end, could we say that, is there a potential that that was Shion? Did she fall to her death? Because we know she did. Did she maybe not die? That's the only thing that's sort of weird. Like, we don't really know what's going on with Oishi. Like, we don't know how he's confirming it. Like, when he says that Mion is dead and they did the autopsy of her, okay, well, like, if you had the autopsy of her body, like, how do you not know where her body is right now? Like, I don't really get that part. I'd have to go back and watch it now because I don't really remember the details. But same thing with Shion here. Like, if he says that Shion is dead, there's just some tomfuckery going on, okay? And then this is where I just said, perhaps I did throw this caveat here at the end, but okay, this is the last point, and then we'll finally get on to actual new content instead of covering old theories. So basically, it's either something supernatural, some switcheroo stuff going on, or there are actual corpses walking. This is potential, or rather there aren't. Keiichi was tripping major balls, perhaps he never left the torture table, and all the events afterwards were imagined, including him being told by Oishi that Mion and Takano were found dead. At this point, however, very hard to believe, because if this is true, like if we're saying that, okay, well at the end Keiichi was hallucinating, okay, the problem is that if we say that, we don't know what parts of the game are even true at that point, if he was hallucinating. Because if he's been hallucinating the whole end of Chapter 2, could we not just say, oh, well, what was Keiichi maybe hallucinating all of Chapter 1? Maybe he was secretly in the torture chamber for all of Chapter... It's like, okay, well, now we're at the point where we can't even say anything about anything. So we have to assume that the events that were presented were real, even if they do later end up being fake. It's kind of the only info we can work on. So, and here, this is the parting statement. Hopefully Mion's not super guilty. I'm a fucking simp. Let's save this. Let me cover this up for you guys. Okay. So I'm trying to think here. We're probably looking somewhere in the 6 to 8 hour length for the stream, including the time that's already been streamed. So 7.5 more hours approximately. It's probably what we're looking at. I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well. I was gonna stream yesterday, but had some issues with the stream come up that I was trying to fix stuff, and I never ended up streaming. Plus, I fixed my sleep schedule last night, so stream today, decently long. Hopefully, This is a two-parter again, where we stream half of it today, half of it tomorrow. I don't care if tomorrow ends up being a long stream. You know, we stream fucking 14 hours for the end of chapter 2, so. Okay. Let's, I think I have everything else set up correctly. I'm gonna switch this to the hide window. Just this way so I can stop pulling up the fucking menu every time I do this. And, let's go. Wait, no baby laugh this time? Curse killing chapter. I love how the writer here shit talks me. The difficulty's the worst. You probably won't even be able to make conjectures. Buddy, you severely underestimate my wandering mind. You are wrong. Man, curse, or coincidence. How are the conjectures inside you solidifying? I look forward to whether those conjectures will waver or become a cornerstone in this scenario. The difficulty is the worst. You will probably not even be able to make conjectures. Please, bitch. You are cracked. No, there's the baby laugh. Okay. The snake in the well was happy. Well, for it did not care what was outside the well. The snake in the well was happy, for it had naught to do with what happened outside the well. And you were happy too, for you did not know what happened. Okay, dude! Okay, I'm screenshotting this for later. There is no way that is not Omega foreshadowing, okay? There is some weird shit with that fucking quote, okay? We'll be putting that one down later. Ah! It was a very humid day. Not even a slight breeze was blowing. It had been an unpleasant summer. One that wasn't only hot, but swelteringly so. There were various articles of clothing hung out to dry in the messy apartment windows, but the lack of wind evoked an impression far removed from coolness. In fact, it only felt more oppressive. There were crooked houses and apartment buildings lining the narrow, twisting road. In addition, there were planters and flower pots whose contents were beginning to wilt, as well as bicycles and motorcycles on the sides of the road, making it even more cramped, more oppressive, and all the more sweltering. Nobody who was in this place at the time was visiting it voluntarily. But in spite of what everyone might expect, a single motorcycle came rolling in. The lone motorcycle, which couldn't be called neat, even as flattery, pulled up to a two-story apartment complex and stopped there. A man, fairly old and wrinkled, stepped off. When the housewife hanging out the laundry noticed him, she called out, "Well, hello there. It's quite a hot day today again, isn't it?" Huh, you got that right. I feel like I'm gonna boil out here. Oh, right, landlord. Uh-oh, I've seen this one before. I didn't think that would be the first thing you said today. Sorry. The fluorescent lights, right? I completely forgot. No, not that. Don't you smell it? What, this person just rip ass? There's a terrible smell about. Been smelling it since this morning, Monkadelli. Wait, what's this? It reeks. Did the sewers get backed up again? Do something about it, landlord. I've had to keep my nose plugged all day long. You'd still look plenty lovely plugging your nose, my dear. Cringe. There was an unhygienic drainage channel running behind the apartment. The lattice from which it flowed was stuffed with branches and fallen leaves, and when filth got caught up in them, it created an awful stench in the summertime. Did you tell the municipal office about it? The drain will end up buried at this rate. Well, yikes. It's completely blocked. It'll start back up if you poke it with a stick. The man crossed the fence over the drainage channel and picked up a filthy drying pole sitting nearby. He must have planned to stick it into the drain and clear it out. Wait, landlord, stop that. If you mix it all strange, if you do that, it'll smell terrible. It smells if it's clogged, and it smells if it's mixed. Which should I choose? He shoved the drying pole into the filth in the lattice. I don't know, whenever you're playing like a horror/mystery game, and you hear bad smell, I think dead body. Just as a forewarning. Of course, it did nothing to help the accumulation of waste. Ugh, it's a dead cat. This is the health center's job. Cats and dogs smell awful when they die. A bamboo pole is not going to do much good. Garbage bags, old clothes, they throw all kinds of stuff in there. Is that a duck I see? Well, of course it stinks. The nerve of some people. The drainage channel was already unsanitary. What was a little more garbage at this point? The stream of such imprudent people was never ending, and now this channel had turned into a garbage dump. When he poked a pile of old clothes floating in the sewage, a black cloud of smoke floated out in the water. The two of them grimaced at this terribly bizarre and repulsive sight. Black smoke? Black cloud of smoke. So right-click should hide the menu. Yes, it does. Nice. We got maggots, eh? Someone must have thrown kitchen waste in. What? Landlord? What's that? What? Just more garbage. Landlord, that's... Huh? Eh? Eek! Dead body? Get your T-tours out. Oh, hello. Good work today. Ah, what a terrible stench. Hey, someone cover this thing with a tarp. On the second floor of the house as it's in full view. Identity of the deceased? Unknown. Sex? Female. Age? Estimated to be late 20s or early 30s. Okay, so it's none of our friend group. Time of death? About 2 to 3 days ago. She was probably abandoned after death. Naked too. Figuring out who she is will be rough. Contact the community division and ask if anyone's gone missing. They probably weighed her down so she'd sink. Then the weights came off and she floated to the top. Similar to what they do with the swamp, you don't say. OST scared the shit out of me there for a second. It got really loud. Also, I hope the game's not too loud. No, it seems fine. Okay, just making sure. But why in a drainage sewer of all things? Would have been better under an overpass or in the mountains, you know? So this must be Takano. This is my guess, is it's Takano. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not either way too loud or whatever. Oops, and it would have been outside our jurisdiction, right? But it looks like they never wanted to hide the corpse at all. Did they do it so she would be found as a warning or something? This slice in her stomach definitely wasn't from a fish eating her. She was cut open and her insides were dragged out. Huh. Wonder who that could be. Sorry, I'm gonna raise my mic up a little bit. Apologize for the handling noise. They really made a show out of killing her. Doesn't the Chinese mafia do these sort of traditional punishments? Ask Shige in Section 4 if he's had any trouble with Yakuza. On it, sir. Still, what a terrible way to go. Hey, don't her innards poking out like that look sort of like the salad soba you can get in Kyoto? Maybe he stuck chopsticks in, noodles would pop out, see? Ugh. Please, give me a break. Ha ha ha. Her intestines were pulled out, and her ears and nose cut off. Sorry, I take my notes as we go, you know? I'm assuming we'll come back to this later, but, you know, fuck it, I'll write details down now. I'm a fucking stenographer out here. Okay. That's definitely not how I want to go. Her fingers are in a bad state too. There are long nails stuck in all of them on both hands. Well, there you go. What kind of torture was this anyways? So this kind of all but confirms that she was a victim of what Tatarigoroshi. Pepe hands me on. Not again. Okay. When they cry. No, don't cry. Do I have to click? Guys, class back in session. The most relaxing time during the school day? Lunch, for sure. Everyone brought their desks side by side like always, and we ate together.
Ara!
No, I didn't turn the voices off! I thought I did. Get out of here! We don't want you here. Oh my, Mion! If I may say, your lunch looks quite appetizing today. There's so many different things. It's wonderful. Satoko and Rika looked at Mion's lunch, shouting gladly. Also, get this fucking text speed up quicker. Let's have a look. Whoa! I just packed in some leftovers from last night. All the others were having a drinking party at my house yesterday. I managed to nab some of what they didn't eat. So that's why they all look like snacks you could have with sake. They're but leftovers, mere scraps of food, but when arranged in a bento box so cleanly, they look impressive. It looks like part of a full-course meal at a high-class restaurant. People seem to decide if they like things mainly based on their first impression. So I thought maybe the taste of a bento would be proportional to how pretty it was when you opened it. You may seem unrefined, Mion, but you are positively splendid at arranging food like this. Her room is nice and tidy too. Mia's a lot more organized and polite than everyone thinks. It's all the same once it's in your stomach. I thought Mion would say something like that, but to think she had this kind of taste? Oops. You can't judge a book by its cover. Mion was careful in everything she did. She never misstepped, faltered, or messed up. I see. She is our club president after all. Yours is nothing to scoff at either, Rena. Your crab kamaboko flower is very pretty. You know, Rena, your lunch always has, like, an art to it. Like it has rabbit-shaped apple slices and carrot flowers and stuff. Rena's bento wasn't all about taste. It was like, like she always puts her heart into it or something. It wasn't just good, it made your insides all nice and warm. Thanks. It's not quite as good as me's, but I wanted to make it really cute. How? Cooking isn't about skill, it's about love. There's definitely some skill to it, okay? And let's not fucking beat around the bush here, okay? If I go in the kitchen, doesn't matter how much I love you, I'm fucking mucking that shit up and it's not gonna be good. Just, in that sense, I don't even come up to your feet. Love, huh? Yeah. Just from looking at her bento, I could definitely feel that Rena put her heart and soul into making it. That's what her bento was like. The taste isn't all that counts for a bento. How it looks also matters. I suppose we must learn from this too. Huh. So let's see. Satoko and Rika's up-and-coming bento. Whoa! Ta-da. Whoa-ho-ho. Yesterday our neighbor shared some meat with us, so we ended up grilling it for our bento. These ones too. They had such an impact. They were bursting at the seams with grilled meat. At a glance, it was too impactful for a girl's bento. But when you thought about eating with all your friends, it brought more than enough color to the table. Wow. At first, it looks like the kind of crude bento that a jock would eat. Hell yeah. There are so many different things in here, like boiled spinach and soy sauce, and stewed hijiki. Okay, one sec. I'm turning the music down a little bit. It is too loud for me. Rika, you're really good at this kind of unaffected cooking, huh? Yep, I think Rika will make a great wife when she grows up. I have a tight hold on my future husband. Husband for Rika, huh? At first, that sounded appealing. It did, but I felt like a married life with her would be anything but normal. But really, everyone was amazing. They were all so young, and that they're all capable of cooking for themselves. I could sort of cook whenever I went camping with my family, but making lunch every day was a level I definitely couldn't reach. I could only really cook in my spare time. When I thought about it like that, it really made everyone stand out more. Frankly, I respected them. I feel like maybe this doesn't only apply to other people. Come to think of it, this morning, when I was eating breakfast half asleep, I think my mom was saying something really important. With a hysterical groan, I suddenly stood up, startling everyone at once. What's wrong? Wrong. Guy's about to absolutely shit himself. You'll make us choke if you shout like that so suddenly, you know. There's rice coming out of your nose, Satoko. I'd forgotten. All the stuff about cooking for yourself, it applied to me too. What, did he not make a lunch? This is a flashback. Keiichi, your mom and dad need to go to Tokyo again for business. Yeah? Oh, sleepy. Your dad's mentor fell ill right before an event he was taking part in. It's a very important event, and they need someone to fill in. Well, Dad does what he has to do for his job. Choo-choo. So your dad and I, you see, we need to go to Tokyo as fast as we can to help with the event. We might have to stay there for a few days, depending on what happens. Well, that sounds annoying. Yawn. Or gone, we won't be here, so you'll need to make your own meals yourself. Are you okay with that, Keiichi? I'll be fine. Humans can do anything when they're desperate. Is that so? That's a relief. You can at least cook rice, right? And you can make miso soup as well? Then you can just buy some side dishes and you'll have a meal. A meal? Yeah. I can cook rice with my camping kit. Never used a rice cooker before. Read the manual, bro. I've only ever made instant miso soup that you make in a pot of boiling water, too. Well, I'll think of something. Choo choo choo. If you can cook for yourself, you don't need much money, do you? No eating out, it's too expensive. You're at that age where you should learn about cooking and personal finances now, after all. Yeah, I'll get by. No, I won't! What was I thinking? I was half asleep and I made such a crazy, empty promises. Just like manga characters always do at times like these, I bent over backwards and scratched furiously at my head. Huh? Keiichi, your parents sure have it rough. Anyway, you need to keep things in order while they're gone. Anyway, food. My parents aren't here. I have to make it all myself, you know? This is a huge emergency. Should you not simply give up and cook for yourself? Keiichi, did you not make a fabulous curry dish for the curry party previously? Huh. Listen here. My mom taught me how to cook that curry when we camped, and it's the best I can do. I can't eat curry 3 meals a day. I mean, it's just junk food in the first place, and this is where the teacher's gonna swoop in like a fucking hawk. There's no nutritional balance whatsoever, and it's just completely... stupid. Shh. Mion and Satoko put their hands over my mouth. Yeah. A moment later, the door rattled open, and Chie, a known curry maniac, suddenly poked her head in. Did I just hear somebody bad-mouthing curry? No, we didn't say anything. Everyone's faces went totally white, and they all shook their heads in denial. Her eyes rolled over the classroom. Her glare wasn't just a teacher's ordinary stare. Is that so? Must have been the wind. You gotta be careful, man. The wind's pretty dangerous. Chie gave one more look around the classroom, then closed the door and went back to the teacher's lounge. I may have been shouting, but for her to hear it from all the way across the hall in the teacher's lounge, the teacher is terrifying. Hey, my girl, she's back, and she's hopefully not a murderer yet. God, life is good. Fast forward 7 hours from now. You can disparage other foods all you want, but you might want to stay away from curry, at least as long as you live in Hinamizawa. Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I said, but still, I can't have curry for every meal. And cup ramen is good because you only eat it once in a while. If you ate it for every meal, you'd get bored of it pretty quickly. Tell that to every college student. Rice and miso soup and a good side dish. Yeah, that's what a Japanese table should look like. Why can't you just try to cook for yourself? Rice you make yourself is really good. This old man thinks it's more pain than good. But experiencing it every once in a while might be nice. That's right. Life is all about experiences, right? When you cut your fingers or burn yourself, it's so sad. So very sad. With everyone encouraging me like this, I started to feel like maybe I could do it if I tried, too. Though approximately one person didn't sound like she was encouraging me. Yeah. Cooking is a skill I'll have to learn at some point, since I want to live on my own one day. Maybe learning now wouldn't be so bad. Pretty uneasy about it, but... You're right. If I don't understand how to cook a few things around here, then I won't be in good shape the next time our club does a cooking showdown. Oh ho ho, you are correct. She talks so weird. She talks very formal. She doesn't use contractions very often. That's fine. That clever trick of yours in the last curry contest won't work every time after all. Okay, wait. So... I'm trying to place at what time this is taking place at. I'm trying to think here. So if we're assuming that everything up to the curry event... Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if it's not... I won't... It's fine, we won't worry about this. What are you so relaxed for? You relied entirely on Rika back then, didn't you? What did you cook at that time exactly? You put a bag of salt in Rina's curry, a bag of salt in Mion's rice, and you flipped over my pot. See, this is the thing that I wonder here, though, is... When we started a certain event, I don't know how much of the prior has happened. So for instance, like if we're talking about us at the curry competition, That was like a few days, I think. A few days into the fucking, into chapter 2. At that time, we had already fucking released the demon within Mion. So now the question is, like, how much of this is real? Like, is my guy still going to see Shion at, like, the fucking thing? Like, I don't know how much has happened so far. I relapsed into my grudge over the last Curry showdown. For now, I calmed my unquellable anger by pinching. I almost read that as punching Satoko's ears. Ow! My attack was because that's what they were doing for club. I may not look like it, but I can do a little bit of cooking. Can you now? Even when you couldn't peel one carrot during the showdown and had to get Rika to do it? Don't be so daft. Daft Punk feels bad, man. People get better every day, you know. If you think I'll always be crummy at cooking, then you're quite mistaken. Right, Rika? I have to watch, or else I get worried about the pot and the flame. Sometimes you forget to turn the gas off, too. Everyone bursts into laughter. This shouldn't be an issue with cooking. Even I would never do that. I don't need to hear that from someone who eats nothing but cup ramen. But Satoko can cook pretty well for herself, you know? Rina, it's fine. You don't need to force yourself to cover up for her like that. No, I'm not trying to cover for her or anything. It's just that Rika's cooking is by far the best of all of us, so hers doesn't stand out. Satoko has mastered the basics too, right? At the very least, I can cook rice and miso soup. Well, she can't quite tell the difference between cauliflower and broccoli, though. I don't know how the fuck you even mess that up. They don't even look the same. They're both the same once you boil them. Satoko erupted into anger, making two fists and swinging them above her head. Like, the colors are... Like, are you colorblind? Everyone laughed a lot after that. The others don't matter. I can't stand being laughed at by you, Keiichi. Yeah, perhaps I do lag behind everyone else in terms of cooking skill, but at least I'm confident I'd never lose to you, Satoko. Not to you, at least. What was that? You have the gall to say you're confident? That's what's daft here. Feels bad, man. I might not seem like a good cook, but I take turns with Rika, you know. I can cook just fine for myself, thank you. I see. Good for you for being able to cook. I'll buy some candy for you as a present later. I patted Satoko on the head while I made fun of her. Satoko seemed to know I was making fun of her too, since her face went bright red very quickly, and steam started to pour out like she was a kettle. I'm a little kettle, short and stout. You don't believe me, do you? Anyway. I cook far better than you can, Keiichi. I see. And if you can, tell me the difference between cauliflower and broccoli. I'll believe you. Come on, let's hear it. The green one's broccoli. How do you fuck this up? Cauliflower is blue, red, green. Come on now. What color is broccoli? Blue, red, green? It's not a television. Come on, say it. Say it. Don't say it, Satoko. If you say it, I'm turning the stream off. Satoko can cook just fine without knowing what color broccoli is. White. Good for you, dude. He is such a fucking asshole. Holy shit. Stupid Keiichi. Oh, it was nothing to cry hysterically about. I'm not reading that part because I don't agree. I stroked her head as hard as I could. Ruffle, ruffle, ruffle. Have ridges. If you're gonna act so smug, then you can surely show us something better than Satoko, remarked Mion, giving me a slightly mean smile. Actually, well, I had no confidence at all in my cooking, but the situation carried me along, and I decided to deliver an impressive declaration. Just you wait. Tonight, I'll make the best darn meal you've ever seen. I'll even make a little too much and pack it for lunch tomorrow. You'll be so surprised you'll fall over. Sounds like fun. I can't wait for lunchtime tomorrow. Rika petted me on the head. Her words of "can't wait" sounded so transparent. Rina's excited too. I promise I won't laugh no matter what you make. Alright, so maybe I'll go all out on my bento tomorrow too. Then let's do this. Let's have a bento showdown tomorrow. As a club activity, of course. And we'll throw in a punishment game too. My, what an ingenious idea that is. How's that, Keiichi? I'll give you one chance to back down. Satoko wiped her tears and snarled at me, as if this was her chance to turn things around. Maybe this is bad. I feel like maybe the conversation is getting pretty out of hand. Oh, if I apologize, now's my chance? What came out of my, Keiichi Maebara's mouth, was a statement so reckless it even frightened me. Yeah, you're on. My bento tomorrow will knock you right out of your shoes. Whoa! Everyone raised their voices in surprise at my bold, confident reply. Now I've done it. What have I done? I'm so irresponsible. So, Mion, what sort of fantastic punishment game will we have to play if we lose? Satoko grinned fearlessly, as if to say that it was already decided I'd be playing said fantastic punishment game. Cuckoo. Let's see. Okay, how about this? Whoever loses tomorrow's bento showdown, during lunch break tomorrow, has to go up to Chie as she's eating in the teacher's lounge and say bad things about curry. Me? That's... How terrifying. Everyone went pale and gasped at how truly terrifying the punishment game was. Chie is such a maniac about curry that she'd risk her life for it. And to go up to her and start saying bad things about curry, what kind of fate would await us? Just trying to imagine it was scary. And as everybody looked blankly amazed at the terrifying punishment game, Rika spoke. Tomorrow's contest will be decided by skill. Rina, and Mion, and Satoko, everyone nodded deeply in agreement. Although Keiichi's problem might be his own dinner tonight, rather than tomorrow's bento. Oh, how disappointing that you can't witness an amazing dinner I'm gonna make tonight. I'll let you have a glimpse of it in my bento tomorrow, so look forward to it. That is quite a lot of grandstanding. You do know what will happen if you come to us with something terrible, right? Cuckoo. I can't just wait. Or I just can't wait. How much trouble you'll be in with Chie tomorrow, Satoko. Yeah, I can't wait either. To see you, Keiichi, groveling before her and begging for forgiveness. Saying it all with tears streaming down your face. Yeah, I can see it now. What was that? Yank. Stretch. Both of us on the verge of tears, pulling on each other's cheeks. Stretch. Weird champions. Trying to muster all your desperation by placing yourself in a predicament. Okay, that's so nasty. That isn't manly or anything of the sort. It's called being reckless. You can't even cook well. Stretch. Huh. Rina believes in you. I'm looking forward to your wonderful bento. I'm looking forward very much to seeing Keiichi tomorrow as well. Their expectant gazes were painful. I was just trying to tease Satoko a little. How did it come to this? Yeah. You'd better look forward to it. How am I able to say such reckless things? Being so unreasonable. What the heck is gonna happen to my dinner? And the bento showdown tomorrow? No, more importantly, if they make me say bad things about curry to Chie's face, what'll happen to me? The extreme contrast between my outward bravado and my internal screaming continued as the hot and humid June afternoon dragged on. That entire day, up until school was over, the whole time, my meal tonight and my bento tomorrow were the only things on my mind. Now that I thought about it, it made Mom seem amazing for planning 3 meals every day of the year. True. Round of applause for moms. I've complained about having the same meal in a row once in a while, but now I know how rude that was. More importantly, what am I going to do about the punishment game tomorrow? And besides that, what am I going to eat tonight? Boo-hoo. Keiichi? Keiichi? Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about stuff. About what to make tonight, or about the bento showdown tomorrow. She hit the mark, and I couldn't find anything to say. And my facial expression made obvious the fact that she had hit the mark. For tomorrow's showdown, I think that if you do your best to make a bento, you'll be fine. There's nothing superior to a bento you really tried hard to make, all by yourself. You tried... Did I say that? I think I did. Tomorrow's showdown is one thing, but what about dinner tonight? I might suddenly get food poisoning. I couldn't make any more bluffs. I exaggeratedly drooped my shoulders and heaved a sigh from the bottom of my gut. Rina laughed in a shrill way when she saw me do this. Do that. Keiichi, you don't have any confidence in your cooking at all, do you? So I've been found out. Ugh. If it looks like you can't do it no matter how hard you try, you can always give Rina a call. Really? But only if you try really hard first, okay? You can't rely on others without first struggling yourself. Rina seemed naive, but sometimes she was instructive. She didn't just spoil people unconditionally. Rina always seemed like an adult at these moments. If I absolutely can't do it, I'll call you. Though the chances are extremely high. Go for it, yay. You are grandstanding so much to Satoko that you have to try your best. Hey, about Satoko, how good is she at cooking? She's at least better than you. That was so direct. It hit me pretty hard. You were making fun of her a lot too. Maybe you should have to struggle just a little, huh? Rina, you're pretty mean. Rina isn't all cute. Now I'd provoke Satoko that much. I couldn't just make some crummy bento. I can't believe how loose-lipped I am. You know what they say. Loose lips sink ships. Okay, bye. Good luck. On the cooking. Show everyone that you can do it if you really try. Yeah. I waved my hand absently in response. Leaving me with words of encouragement and a few pieces of super beginner advice, Rina disappeared past the trees. Nice. Now I get to see my guy absolutely dummy his lunch. Okay. Fine, I'm desperate. So what? I may not know the ABCs of navigation, and I have neither a sea chart nor a compass, but still, one idiot is taking on the ocean of the great cooking age alone. And his name is Keiichi Maebara. My guy loves to say his full name, I don't know why. Let's go, time to cook. My enthusiasm is peerless. Energy and recklessness was all it took, I could take over the world. However, there are plenty of things in the world that can't be achieved with resolution alone, and cooking was probably the top contender. Therefore, even if it was hastily prepared knowledge, I wanted something to help me. I made up my mind, fished through the kitchen cabinets. I was on the hunt for a cookbook. My mom should have had a few of them. For a complete amateur like me, the first thing I needed was information. Just like he who would cross the ocean needed a compass, for me, a cookbook was absolutely indispensable. Oh, here's one. It was worn out. Oh, sorry, it's worn out. Wrinkled cover made it feel somehow reliable. Okay, as long as I've got this, it's easier to give it a shot than to think about it, right? Anyone can concoct the taste of a gourmet chef as long as they have a cookbook. Cookbooks are great. And as such optimistic thoughts filled my chest, I flipped through the pages. However, whoa. It played with technical terminology like toys. I just couldn't see how to actually make things. You knew it all along, Keiichi. If anyone could make delicious food just by reading a book, then there would be no such job as a gourmet chef in the first place. First off, it calls for 3 teaspoons, but which spoon is that? It keeps saying to use however much you like. How much exactly are you— Dude, this is me whenever I'm cooking something, because I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. You gotta tell me exact amounts. I don't want, just eyeball it, just figure it out, you'll get it. No, dude, tell me, 300 milliliters, 500 grams, give me the fucking numbers. What do the numbers mean, Mason? Stop using such obscure expressions. Strain out the water in a colander, add salt and pepper to taste. What the heck is a colander? I do know what a colander is though, so I'm at least better than this fucking chump. And strain it out. Like stretching? You can't stretch water droplets like meat. And besides, how much salt and pepper is that supposed to be anyway? Aren't there any beginner-friendly guides in here? It won't do you any good to yell. Cool off, Keiichi. Think calmly. Calmly. For now, I'll leave the side dish until after. The rice is more important. How to cook the rice, or have to cook the rice, or I can't start. I know a little about how to cook rice. I didn't cook it with my camping kit when camping all the time for nothing. I'll wash the rice. It should be enough water. Which switch is it? Is it this button? Oh, the lamp turned on. Yeah, fully automatic rice cookers are one of the 3 sacred treasures after all. Now pleased by the rice cooker set, I pulled myself together and decided to take on the miso soup next. The miso soup I made at day camp was all the instant kind after all. Well, it'd be fine if I just melted the miso into hot water, no doubt. I'll boil the water, put in the miso. Huh? How much should I put in? Let's see here. Use the proper amount according to the number of people and your taste. Enough with the vague expressions. God, dude. This is speaking to me right now. I'm so bad at cooking, this is so true. Fine, then I'll put in the proper amount. I crushed the bag of miso in my fist. Okay, you put way too much. Was this really okay? Maybe this was a little too hearty. They do say miso soup is the best when it tastes strong. Come to think of it, my mom's miso soup is miso soup is a little thin. Maybe I'll like it better with this much in it. I said it aloud as if trying to convince myself, then convinced by my own words, I nodded to myself. Alright, the rice and miso soup were probably fine. Next, a side dish. But what should I make? Something I could make that would add color to the meal. That's it. Why don't I stir-fry some vegetables? You can eat vegetables raw too, and they won't die just from a little bit of fire. I was so cute then, not realizing that the level of my thoughts had fallen from. What would look great in a meal too? What would be easy to make? There were quite a few vegetables in the refrigerator. What kind of vegetables go in a stir-fry? Bean sprouts, cabbage, chives, onions. Can you put cucumbers and lettuce in? Okay, dude. My cooking knowledge is definitely better than this guy's. For now, I grabbed a nearby cutting board, cut them into chunks, and tossed them into a wok. It's gotten pretty exciting. Is the true worth of men's cooking? I have read that, it's so weird. Is the true worth of men's cooking? Hey, this is actually getting kind of fun. All of a sudden, there was a pile of vegetables in the wok. Alright, next is the salad oil. Glug 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 onto salad oil. It'd be more exciting if I filled it to the brim. Don't. Whoops, a bit leaked out. Well, no point in worrying about something so minor. It's great, Keiichibara's cooking is exciting. Okay, let's turn on the heat. And now you have oil all over your fucking stove, and you're gonna burn your fucking house down. Yeah. Whoosh. The salad oil filling the wok to the brim caught fire, and the flames reached up to the sky. Amazing! Maybe I could be an Iron Chef too. What if I'm really good at cooking with fire? Those words were spoken by delusion. I was saying something outrageously careless, but when the words came out, they sort of convinced me. Yes, I am an Iron Chef. Ow, hot, hot, hot. Right as the crazy pillar of flame started to burn the ceiling, I finally realized that the fabulous cooking disaster, or the fabulous cooking before my eyes, had accumulated into an actually life-threatening disaster. Wait, what? Could I have been doing something insane? Force of the flame grew stronger and stronger. Wait, what? Yeah! What in the world are you doing? You must stop the flame this instant! Kerthwag. Somebody forcefully struck me in the back of the head. When I turned around to see what was going on, to my surprise, I saw Satoko and Rika there. Huh? Satoko? Rika? As I stood in wonder at their unexpected entrance, Satoko shoved me out of the way and turned off the gas. Then Rika got a towel, soaked it in water, spread it out, and placed it over the pot. She continued to soak more towels and put a second, then a third. Once a whole bunch were piled on, the fire finally stopped. All of it had happened in a few moments. Having avoided a huge fire by a hair's breadth, the three of us gasped for air. Wait, what are you doing in my house? You're trespassing on private property. Yes, well, Keiichi, you've been caught red-handed in the act of arson. It was just about to turn into a huge building fire, wasn't it? It would be very, very sad if Keiichi was homeless after this. And after pretending to be an Iron Chef, I finally began to take in the situation. Snow was really about to set the house on fire. Is that not obvious? Just look at it. The ceiling is all sooty, is it not? Chimneys are the only thing that should be sooty. Satoko was seriously mad at me. Maybe they saved my life. According to what they said. I was so absorbed in my fiery cooking that I hadn't noticed when Satoko and Rika rang the doorbell. But they could tell someone was home, so they came in to check. Thank goodness they did. If Satoko and I hadn't come, the fire engines would have been going wee-oo right now. Keiichi, do you understand Jesus Christ, do you understand now how serious this was? At some point, I had sat down on my knees as I listened obediently. I'm sorry. You two saved my life. We thought we would come and see what a fabulous dinner you made, but as we thought, it's a mess. At this rate, we won't even need to look at your bento. God, you're mean. So you and Rika came all this way just to see what I'd make for dinner? Us being mean saved your house and your life. Is that not something to take to heart? Yes, I'm sorry. Yikes. At this point, having shown them such a disaster, I couldn't exactly make any more bluffs. I completely surrendered. And yet, you tried really hard on the curry. Where did the Keiichi from back then go? Jeez. I had all our underclassmen help me then, and just borrowed entire pots from the other teams. I didn't really cook anything. Okay, I need to check something here, because this is gonna bother me. I need to see at what time the curry incident happened in comparison with everything else. I don't know if it was the very first thing that we did that day. No, it wasn't. It was literally after we had already done... After the toy store thing had already happened. So if we're assuming the events to this point are the same, then Mion's already evil again. Keiichi, you cheated. Jeez, you might have been doing what our club usually does, but that was terrible. Pouring salt into the other team's pots seemed far more terrible to me. But Satoko was in control right now, so I couldn't respond. I obediently hang my head to her. By the way, Keiichi, this terrible pot, this wasn't supposed to be miso soup, was it? Satoko stared at the pot, totally full of miso with an awful expression. Ah, so I really did get the amount wrong. Judging by the look on Satoko's face, whatever was in the pot couldn't be called miso anymore. Forget the miso soup. The rice should be cooked just fine. Rice cookers these days are pretty convenient. Should be just about done. Meep. It's not cooked. See, the inside is still all watery. Huh? What? But I switched it on and a little light came on. Keiichi, the button you pushed was a timer button, okay? It's set for breakfast, so it won't turn on until tomorrow morning. So then what? In the end, I don't have a side dish, or miso soup, or even rice. I couldn't make anything myself. Oh, serves you right. So, if you finally realize your place, come, admit it. Say it. I, Keiichi Maebara, am all bark and a much crummier cook than Satoko Hojo. I'm a terrible person and a crummier cook than Satoko. I beg for your forgiveness. I fainted in agony. Rika pat my head, satisfied at the sight, and Satoko laughed loudly in triumph. I've completely lost. In the end, I talked big, but couldn't make a single dish adequately. At this rate, I'll go without dinner. Tomorrow morning, no breakfast, and no bento for lunch either. I don't know how many days it would be before my parents returned, but at this rate, without a doubt, I'll starve to death. Meep. Of course, I'll have no bento tomorrow either. Meep. I'm sure to get the punishment game tomorrow. Rika kept on patting my head with a smile on her face that couldn't possibly get any bigger. Satoko, completely appalled at how unsightly I looked, heaved a heavy sigh. Adult men are just so pathetic, aren't they? Feels weird, man. Come on, please move yourself out of the way. As I sobbed like a girl, Satoko, displeased, brushed me aside, dumped the remains of the miso soup into the sink tidy, and began to rinse out the pot. Don't worry about it, Satoko. I can at least clean up after my own mess. I couldn't have Satoko clean up the cooking utensils I'd made a mess of. But when I tried to stop her, Rika pulled on my clothes. Keiichi, you can just be silent and watch. She grinned as she said it. Be quiet and watch. What are you saying, Rika? She meant just what she said. Keiichi, be quiet and leave this to me. Satoko turned around and declared, seeming bothered, as if to say that amateurs should keep their hands off. Her annoyed expression was a little scary. Leave what to you? Satoko didn't answer. Instead, she'd spun back around and began to rifle through the pots and the refrigerator. Hey, wait, don't mess with them too much. If you turn the place inside out, my mom might get mad at me later. Will you just be quiet already? Men aren't supposed to enter the kitchen. Is this like a reverse squad W? What the fuck? Actually, a reverse squad W. What the fuck? She just squad W'd herself. Rika. Aye, aye, sir. Satoko snapped her fingers, and Rika got on her tiptoes, grabbed me by the back of my neck, and started dragging me away. Leaving Satoko alone in the kitchen, Rika dragged me back into the living room. Hey, stop, Rika. Let me go already. If we leave it to Satoko, the kitchen will be a disaster. Satoko came to see how she beat you today. Satoko came to see how she beat you today. What? It's her revenge. Revenge? Come to think of it, her face looked kind of grim. Eventually, from the kitchen, there was the sound of a faucet being twisted and a stove dial being turned. I began to hear the nostalgic sounds that made me envision dinner time, the refrigerator opening and closing, ingredients being cut on the chopping board. What did that mean? Was she cooking? Keiichi made fun of her quite a lot. Satoko wanted to show you that she can cook proper meals too. Just listening to it like this, there haven't been any sounds of blood spilling or bursting or explosions. At this point at least, she had proven she was a more skillful cook than me. In the cooking showdown with Satoko Hojo versus Keiichi Maebara, it looked like victory had already been decided. I recalled Satoko's slightly annoyed expression from before. I was making fun of Satoko too much today, wasn't I? She holding a grudge? We were just provoking each other with our usual back and forth, but I also think I maybe overdid it. At the very least, I shouldn't have made fun of Satoko, who could cook for herself when I'd never cooked other than for recreation before. Satoko isn't holding very much of a grudge, but she came all the way to my house and pushed her way in. She's got to be mad. I mean, you can be mad without holding a grudge, dog. I quietly took a peek into the kitchen. She definitely looked different than the usual bird-brained Satoko. Her eyes were sharp and her movements were brisk, to the point where it was a little scary. Then she must have noticed me, because she turned around and shot me an annoyed glare. I cringed in fear and hastily pulled my head back out. She's mad. She's totally mad. How will she take revenge on me? That's just Satoko being serious, because she doesn't want to fail. She isn't angry or anything. How can you say she isn't angry? I've never seen Satoko be this frightening. Keiichi, I can hear that, you know? Sorry. I jumped to Satoko's angry outburst and faced toward the kitchen. I felt exactly like a kid who had done something bad and gotten called to the teacher's lounge. Where do you keep the miso? The refrigerator is so big that I don't see any of it anywhere. I'm sorry, the miso, it's on the middle shelf in the fridge at the back left in the lower rack. What is this? You need to close the miso package after you finish with it. It's getting the inside of the refrigerator dirty, isn't it? I'm sorry. Before I can look for something to wipe it with, Satoko wiped it off with a wet dish towel. I swear, how are men so bad at cleaning up after themselves? I shudder to think that you'll become an adult like this. I couldn't backtalk Satoko today. The only thing I could do was obediently lower my head and apologize. As Satoko nitpicked and I apologized, a good smell began to fill the kitchen. One second here. This is how you prepare the miso for the soup. You scoop a little out with the ladle and break it up with the chopsticks. It's important to add a little at a time and keep tasting it. Dumping the entire thing into the pot is absolutely outrageous. I'm sorry, I never paid attention in home ec class. You're pathetic, I swear. Men! Grumble, grumble. I cowered at her annoyed sounding muttering. But looking at her like this, she seemed quite good at cooking. It had just been overshadowed by Rina's and Rika's artistic abilities. Satoko's skills were clearly enough to get passing marks. Oh, I right-clicked. I was like, what's going on? Hey, if you have time to zone out like that, then you can go set the table. Rika and I will be eating too, so set 3 places. On it. I hastily took a 3 people's worth... I hastily took a 3 people's worth of dishes and such from the cabinets and headed to the dining room. When I returned there, I could hear laughter from a variety show on the television. Rika was sprawled out on the couch watching television and relaxing. When she noticed me putting the dishes out on the table, she came scampering up. Dinner time is soon. Dinner at Keiichi's house. Rika, you're in a good mood. It's a pretty big difference from Satoko. Satoko isn't in a bad mood at all. She's enjoying herself more than she has in a long time. Enjoying herself. Seriously. She's like how she was when her knee was with her. Really has been a long time since I've seen Satoko look like she's having so much fun. Nini? The heck is a Nini? Is it a sound a cat makes? Nini means brother. Satoko's older brother. Yeah, the guy that died. Unforge. Satoko's older brother. He's named Satoshi. Haven't you heard his name before? Satoshi. Satoshi Hojo. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. At least he didn't go to our school. New OST? No. Satoshi, huh? Satoko's older brother. It's the first time I've heard of him. She had a brother, huh? I didn't know that. She does have one. Saying that, Rika grinned even more brightly and went Nipa again. When Satoko was with Satoshi, she always looked like she was having fun. Just like this. It's been a really long time since I've seen Satoko enjoying herself this much. However I looked at it, she seemed to be in a bad mood. But her good friend Rika was saying that it was actually the opposite. Is she really enjoying herself? She must be remembering the time she spent with her Nini. I should say brother. It's nostalgic. Nostalgic. Huh. And does he live apart from Satoko? Maybe Satoko's older brother Satoshi is actually a lot older than her. He must have gone off on his own and was living by himself far away. Satoko seems like she got well with this Satoshi person. She did. Two of them got along very well. She spread her arms wide to demonstrate the width of how well they got along. According to Rika, Satoko supported her docile, slightly unreliable older brother through nagging. That was their relationship. I see. That certainly applied to the current situation. We had me, unreliable, unable to cook even a single dish properly, and Satoko, who redid it while scolding me. Could Satoko have been getting a glimpse of her brother, who now lived far away, through me? Now it's funny, because they brought this up in the first chapter, a little bit, when they said that, the main character was acting similar to Satoshi. Seems like in more ways than one. So she would always nitpick whatever Satoshi did, but she firmly supported him and they got along well. Today, she was the one. She suggested we should go to Keiichi's house. She said there's no way the unreliable Keiichi could possibly make dinner. We need to go make it for him. Then she didn't come here to get revenge, or to get even, or anything like that. She couldn't leave you alone. Even now, Satoko was a proper little sister. I was an only child. I didn't know how it felt to have siblings. Of course, I've never had a little sister like Satoko, but I felt it in this moment. I was an older brother, obediently and helplessly being looked after by her. Without any teasing or messing around. I'm gonna give thanks for her trouble. That's what I honestly thought. Keiichi, do you know where on earth the ladle is? Ah, sorry. The ladle should be somewhere in the drawer on your right. I ran into the kitchen, got the ladle out of the drawer, and offered it to Satoko. It's all done. Have you put the bowls and things out? Yeah, everything's a-okay. Let's have our meal. Rika, it's time for dinner. I heard Rika's effervescent voice coming from the dining room. Satoko turned off the gas flame on the stove and lifted up the pot of miso soup. Can you bring the rice cooker, Keiichi? Be careful not to flip it over, alright? Right, I'll be careful. You can carry rice cookers just fine without being warned about it. I thought about replying like that, but I decided not to. No mean words or witty retorts today. Rice with steam billowing from it and miso soup, as well as a handful of side dishes. On the table was a truly firm, family-oriented dinner. It wasn't weird at all or extravagant. It was a daily meal, the sort a housewife would make. It was very nonchalant and brimming with liveliness. Let us eat. Thank you for the food. At Satoko's command, Rika and I both thanked her in a loud voice. I made light of you, Satoko. You beat me soundly. She got the fucking fang here. What's going on? Do you have a better opinion of me now? I may still not be as good as Rika or Rina, but I can cook far better than the helpless Keiichi. Yeah, I know better now. After I honestly admitted my defeat, Stoko's expression finally softened, and she laughed with her normally loud and cheerful voice. The rice cooked really well. Though she used the rice cooker, it tasted a little different from the rice my mom made. Maybe she used a different amount of water for it. Even so, I could feel Satoko's personality from the rice, which made it taste better than usual. The miso soup was a little on the thick side, but it was still delicious. The side dishes, while not exactly flashy, tasted great as well. It was also appetizing. I couldn't stop eating. Side dishes are well done too. Satoko, you're not a bad cook at all. I gave my honest impression without a hint of sarcasm. Satoko seemed to have been expecting some, because when I praised her so honestly, she got flustered instead. Your praise honors me, but it's nothing so grand. The side dishes are just things I bought at the store and heated up. This and this, all I did was open the can. I can only really make rice and miso soup myself, Satoko said, embarrassed, her face a bit flushed. There was none of her normal verbal abuse or sarcasm in there either. I can't make anything except rice and miso soup. When you get ready-made side dishes and put them on the table, it turns into something fairly splendid. My mom uses ready-made side dishes and canned goods too. It's nothing to be so embarrassed about. It's a fantastic dinner. I gave her honest praise. I've never met Satoko's brother, but Satoshi would probably praise her in the same way. Holy fuck, I'm having a stroke today. Well, I suppose it's enough now that you've come to realize that I can hold my own in the kitchen. Would you like seconds? There's plenty of miso soup still left. Huh? Did that brat just awkwardly change the subject? When I realized my response had been on the mark, it made me a little happy. When we eat rice like this, it's fun. Like we're eating with Satoshi. Rika mentioned Satoko's older brother's name again. Satoko's chopsticks paused, and she looked up at the ceiling. How nostalgic. I wonder what he could be doing right now. She had a faraway smile, as if yearning for a friend who had moved far away. From how it looked, I got the impression she hadn't seen Satoshi in quite some time. Satoko realized I was giving her a blank stare. I do apologize. Satoshi was my brother. I'm not saying fucking Nini. My older brother. Okay. I see. Nini must have been a nickname only Satoko used for him. It was funny to see her hastily deny it. I was rather surprised a person with such few living skills had the ability to run away. Well, I'm sure he'll pack up shop at some point and return out of the blue. So he ran away. There was another story to what Satoko had said so cheerfully. The reason for Satoshi not living with her was a little serious. Everyone had been talking about it in such an upbeat way, so I continued to talk about him. Should I not have broached the subject at all? I hastily took a look at Satoko's face after thinking that, but there was no trace of the gloomy expression I'd been worrying about. Well, he's not old enough to be dreaming of living on his own. Nini won't be able to do it for long anyway. He has no endurance. Toshi may not look like it, but he's a very persevering person. He's a lot more persevering than you think. Rika, you always take Nini's side right away. You're a little too nice to him. Toko's just too harsh. You should treat him more kindly when he comes back. He's fucking dead, man. That guy is fucking dead. Totoko and Rika's views regarding Nini, aka Satoshi, were parallel to each other, but I could easily tell that both of them really liked him. They were so optimistic too. Even though he had run away from them, it was like they were going to see him again next week. Satoko and Rika both liked Satoshi even now, and waited for him, believing he would surely return. I've never met him, but I know for sure that Satoshi was a really good guy. I thought Satoko would be deeply hurt by her brother running away, but she had already overcome that. She was still being the energetic little sister, always full of vim and vigor, as if to say that her brother could come back at any time he liked. I thought that Satoko didn't think through anything, and just frolicked and played practical jokes every day, and that was it. But she was really... yeah. Question mark? Why are you petting my head? I roughly rubbed a hand through Satoko's hair. I misunderstood you, Satoko. I didn't know you were this level-headed. Satoko seemed to think I was making fun of her, and tried to bat away my hand. But then she saw that there wasn't even a trace of malice on my face, and obediently granted me her head. Yeah, dude, the language, the barrier, the translation. Careful. Yep, Satoko's level-headed. She sure is. I've been level-headed from the start. I was just playing pranks on you because you always do it to me. There was her usual provocation, but I decided not to buy into it today. You're right, you were just doing it to go along with me. But you really were so level-headed. Good for you. Is that actually a compliment? Kinda seems like you're making fun of me. I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. I'm seriously complimenting you. Because if I was making fun of you, Rika would be petting your head too. That's right, isn't it? When Rika makes fun of people, she usually pets their head. These canned sardines are delicious. Yep, her attitude was clear as day, but it was annoyingly cute, so both Satoko and I suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter lightened up the table. The table itself is so dull and simple that, I never even thought that people could be laughing like this around it. And then, I finally came to realize something really obvious. Dinner is better if you're laughing while you're eating, huh? Of course it is. Laughing makes it taste better. How rude. The food is good because I'm a good cook, obviously. The harmonious moment, this happy circle, was completely different than spending time with my family, but still somehow nostalgic. Satoko, do you want to see Satoshi? I didn't say Nini. Call him my brother, please. Hey wait, you've been saying Nini this, Nini that this whole time. I grinned wryly and decided just to call him brother like she told me to. Satoko, do you want to see your brother? Rika stopped eating, then looked back and forth between my face and Satoko's. Satoko was smiling. She looked like she was trying to choose her words. Just from that, Satoko conveyed her feelings. Honestly, she wished he would come home right now, but she wasn't that weak. Satoshi should just do what he wanted until he was satisfied. I thought that said could. In return, she'd let him have the scalding of his lifetime. And then she'd have dinner with him and lay out his futon for him. Well, of course I want to see him again. It's been almost a year. Been that long already. Rika smiled thinly, her eyes appearing to look far away. He's fucking dead, man. I'm sorry. Well, Nini can do whatever he wants. It would lighten my load if he came back with more muscles and knowing how to do housework, of course. See? He said Nini again. You said it. I did not. I would never call... Okay, I'm not... Things rapidly returned to the usual lively atmosphere of lunchtime at school. But nothing changed about Satoko's feelings towards her brother. She was living so bravely and so strongly. Hey Satoshi, your sister's trying so hard to watch the place while you're gone, isn't she? Give it a rest and come back soon, got it? Yeah, his fucking corpse will come walking back soon. Here we go. This is where it gets scary. This is what we're waiting for. Satoko, it's time to clean up, or else we'll get sleepy. It was when we were all watching TV while enjoying some tea after dinner. Rika let out a big yawn and then spoke. Satoko and I both then looked at the clock and noticed how late it had got. No, perhaps we both realized it already. We just didn't want this warm moment to end. Maybe we didn't want to say anything. This will not do. I still haven't washed the dishes yet. Don't worry about it. I can do that much at least. You made a great dinner, so I can't let you do the dishes too. Are you sure you'll be alright? When people who are not used to it try and wash them, the soap can make the dishes slip out of their hands, you know. Geez, she turned into a perfect nagging little sister. It was charming and awkward. Emotions like that were all mixed up inside me. He gave her a vague, dry smile. Keiichi can at least wash the dishes. If you break one and hurt yourself, I'll give you pettings at school tomorrow. Rika yawned again, so wide you could see her molars. Yikes. Is it really alright? Keiichi's pretty unreliable despite how he looks. Give me a break. Looks like Keiichi's approval ratings have plummeted in Satoko's mind. Don't worry, I'll clean those dishes up, no problem. So don't worry about it and go home. Actually, at this hour, I can't let you two go home by yourselves. I'll take you there. Let me find the keys for my bike. Once you've taken us home, Keiichi will be the one going home by himself. He'll be in big trouble if you get lost on the road at night and end up in Takatsudo. There's no houses or lights out there at all. I was trying to worry about them going home, but I didn't think they'd be worried about me getting lost. Am I really that unreliable? She really is being critical, but yeah, this feeling I have, it's not bad. So I ended up not needing to escort them. I saw off Satoko and Rika to the gate. Thanks a lot for today. Thanks to you, I got a good cultural dinner. If Satoko hadn't come, Keiichi would be growling and yowling right now. Truly. It's really good that we came. They really saved me. I gave them another bow, filled with gratitude. Oh yeah, I put the rice and side dishes into a container, so use that for your bento tomorrow. And for breakfast, you can eat some bread and jam. Strawberry jam and peanut butter were in your refrigerator, on the middle shelf to the right. Cocoa powder too was in the upper right door of the cupboard. I know all that. You don't have to go into detail. I was about to say that, but I decided to humbly listen to her. It was then that I finally realized that Satoko, who had appeared to be in a bad mood, was in fact in a great one, just like Rika had said. And that though she nagged a lot, she was very kind. And that Aya was dropping massive fucking frames. What is happening? I hate Twitch. Fuck this dog-ass website. Okay, I'm gonna wait for a minute. I gotta wait for the frames to settle. Okay, think they're stopping? Okay, looks like we're good. And good night. Make sure to brush your teeth before you go to bed. You have to do it for at least 5 minutes. I got it, Satoko. I'll brush my teeth and make breakfast for tomorrow. And be sure not to forget the bento. You need to wake up earlier than usual, or you won't be able to get your breakfast or bento ready. Got it? If you like, I can give you a call a little early to wake you up instead of using your alarm clock. You don't have to go that far. I'll set my alarm clock to wake me up a little early. Thanks for being so concerned. Satoko looked like she had more fault-finding to do, but she stopped, leaving me with a good night, got on her bike, and disappeared down the nighttime road. Rika went to do the same, but then remembered something and came back. What's wrong, Rika? Did you forget something? Keiichi, you get 100 points for today. Clap, clap, clap. Rika suddenly complimented me. She clapped her small hands. What was she on about? I didn't do anything worthy of praise, did I? I nearly burned down the house after all. Satoko probably felt like her Nini had come home. I think she was having a lot of fun. Once in a while, I want you to go along with Satoko's scolding in the future. Are you telling me to be like an older brother that she can scold instead of Satoshi? The Satoshi person. He has such a great little sister, so what was he unhappy about? If I were Satoshi, I would never have run away from home. Satoshi had his own circumstances, I'm sure. I didn't know what he was unhappy with, but whatever the reason, it was no excuse for abandoning Satoko. I hope he comes back soon. I probably can't play the role of her actual brother forever, you know? It's okay. You were just like Satoshi today. Please do it again sometime. If that's what would make Satoko happy, I'd take on this easy role whenever I needed to. Rika, Satoko stopped her bike under a distant exterior light and called out to her friend, who wasn't coming no matter how long she waited. Okay, I have to go. Good night. Yeah, night. I can't replace Satoshi, but Keiichi could do it. That's one less piece of baggage I need to shoulder. Leaving me with that, Rika sped off on her bike. She rode up next to Satoko, and the two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Satoshi, seriously, come back soon, got it? If you come home really late, punch her right in the nose. Let's try our best until that day comes, Satoko. Even if I could no longer hear the sounds of their bicycles, I stood there for a while, seeing them off. Holy fuck, what a long first chapter! Okay, I'm gonna let my dog out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. This fucking dog takes forever to go out, man. He has to sniff every fucking tree branch and fucking leaf and everything in the yard. Holy fuck. Oh. I know one thing for sure. Stoko could fend off an entire army division by holing up in this mountain. I know all about it. Stoko was appointed to the special forces of that one country, where she served as an instructor training on traps. Stop saying weird things. Somebody help me. How did it come to this? What traps did we fall for? And how did we fall for them? Mion was caught in a profusely thin pitfall she couldn't escape from, and only her head was poking above the ground. Rina's head was completely covered by a tin bucket. She was squirming around in a vain attempt to remove it. Either of these... Jesus Christ, I'm having this... I can't read today. Either of these really were funny, but that's where it ended. At least they had their feet on the ground. Okay, well, what about you? Think you can get out of that? Hurry up and get up. Hurry up and get out so you can save this old man. You're the one who should be breaking out and saving me, Mion. What do you expect me to do in this freaking bamboo mat? I was wrapped up in a bamboo mat and hanging 2 meters above the ground. What was this trap and how did I fall into it? Huh? It was Satoko. This all started when they suggested that I was unfamiliar with nature, having grown up in the city, and proposed a little exploration on the mountain. But Rina really doesn't really know how it is back there either. Rina might get lost. The mountain out back, huh? I played there a lot when I was little, but I haven't gone there for years. If you get lost out there, things can get pretty dangerous. You can leave the mountain to us. The whole thing is our playground. Isn't that right, Rika? Oh, I see. How reassuring. We'll defer to you two this time, and have you be our tour guides. Wait, Keiichi. The summer vacation guidebook says not to play on the mountain because you'll get lost. It isn't summer vacation yet, so it's alright. We know the path, so there's no need to worry. The mountain has always been our playground, our backyard. We know all the secret paths and shortcuts. Yes, both Satoko and Rika knew the path like the back of their hands. Thanks to them, we had our fill of fresh air, gorgeous views, and Mother Nature, the likes of which you could never see in the village. But things got strange partway through. Oh yes, everyone, I have something to say. From here on, you must follow exactly where I go. Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden? It would be safer to do as Satoko says. Oh my. Hey me, look at this. What is it? Should I pull it? Should I? Suddenly, squeak, crash. When Rina pulled the kite string, a bundle of bamboo spears fastened to a tree branch all came raining down with a clatter right next to where Rina was standing. What? What is this? What? What? That brings back memories. Satoko made this trap in the second semester of 2nd grade. That was a close one. The tips of the spears are covered in dog poop. So if one of them hurts you, the wound will start to fester. What is the matter with this girl? When did this turn into some guerrilla battlefield? Yo, it looks like we're in fucking Nam. We got punchy sticks out here. According to Satoko and Rika, earlier in elementary school, Satoko had been on a trap making craze and set them up along every inch of the mountain. Keiichi, maybe they didn't tell us not to go on the mountain because we'd get lost, but because it was dangerous. I didn't mean to click there. Mion and I both nodded wholeheartedly at Rina's hypothesis. Come now, we're hurrying on ahead. It's like my mom's home, what the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna finish this tip. I'm eating my dinner. I'm gonna watch a video here while I eat. Come now, we're hurrying on ahead. If we don't return soon, it'll get dark. If it gets dark, it may even become dangerous for me. You're the one who brought us to this crazy mountain. Why was an average, healthy Japanese boy like me being forced to deal with life-threatening booby traps? And then, the very moment Satoko and Rika got just out of sight was when the three of us all got caught in nice little traps together. Someone get me out! I have to go to the bathroom. Never mind that. Somebody get this bucket. Is Rina, like, dunce? Take the fucking bucket off. Wait, Rina, don't struggle around so much. I can see your... Okay. Smash, crash. Smash, smash, crash, bash. Of course you can see that. You may be in a bucket, but you can definitely... Okay. Bucket Rina was using me as a sandbag, and me almost crying. Can't get out of the pitfall. How sad, how sad. Geez, didn't I already tell you all? You weren't supposed to leave my side. I finally had an epiphany. Satoko had been so bent on taking everyone out to the mountain because she wanted to brag all about the traps she'd set up here over the years. You could have stopped just at showing them to us. I didn't need to experience how it felt firsthand. Rika pets our three heads in sequence in an incredibly satisfied mood. Holy crap. Okay. Let me mute this. Eat my dinner. We're gonna watch a Nexpo video. Because I have it saved and I think this is a good time to watch it. Okay, right here. Boom. Hopefully this isn't super loud. I'm gonna mute my... Okay, why did the video play? Let me switch to display capture. I'm gonna mute my mic while I eat here so you don't have to hear me, but I'll unmute if I have anything to say.
On January 31st, 1993, the wife and daughter of a Texas man named David Lewis would return home to discover him nowhere to be found. Soon after and across the country, an unidentified man would be spotted walking down the side of a highway before being killed in a hit and run. It would take over 11 years for these stories to converge. The disappearance, as you might expect, was sudden and abnormal, but shined light into the possibility that David Glenn Lewis just might have been hiding something.
Fans are going wild, and the show is about to begin. Welcome, everybody, to Bud Bowl 5.
Whoa, Mom, this place is rocking!
It was 1993. Super Bowl weekend, to be exact. With preparations in place and a lively Dallas, Texas, awaiting an influx of sports fans, festivities were abundant for one of the largest sports events of the year. On the 28th of January, David's wife and daughter, Karen and Lauren, embarked on a 400-mile trip from their home in Amarillo to Dallas for a weekend of shopping in the city. The reason why David stayed behind is unclear. Some have stated that he wanted to record the game to a VHS, and since their VCR lacked a function to begin a recording at a set date, he had to be there in person to start it. Others, like his wife, have made tangential statements alluding to the possibility that he had to work, since he was a lawyer. From the span of January 28th to the 31st, what took place back at the Lewis home is unclear. By January 31st, though, Karen's testimony aided investigators in piecing together those missing events. That evening, the game was scheduled to begin at 5:30 p.m. Central. A few hours after this, around 11:15 p.m., Karen and Lauren would arrive back at the home to discover David nowhere to be found. His car was missing. There was clean laundry in the dryer. His wedding ring and watch were intact on the counter. There were 2 freshly made turkey sandwiches in the fridge. and the VCR had recorded even after the match was over. At first glance, the circumstances here wouldn't exactly raise red flags, since there appeared to be no evidence of foul play. And so Karen assumed that he'd merely been working late or watching the game somewhere, and would return soon. David Glenn Lewis never returned home again. One day later,
I mean,
his
dude,
wife would
if he was
officially
out-
report him missing.
he was out going to watch the game. Why the fuck would he lose his wedding ring and his thing? He was either fucking around with someone else, or there's something serious happening.
At around 10:30 p.m. on the night of February 1st, a motorist on State Route 24 in Yakima, Washington, encountered what they believed to be a man walking on the side of the road. Since it was so late, his actions were cause for concern, since it wasn't exactly common to find people hitchhiking in the dead of night. While it was hard to tell, they believed that the man was dressed in military-style clothing and work boots. Following this odd encounter, they found a safe spot to make a U-turn so they could loop back around and check up on him. When they finally managed to get back, they discovered his body, but it was lifeless on the side of the road. A Chevy Camaro was also allegedly spotted fleeing the scene when they approached him. However, attempts at catching the plate information were unsuccessful. After this discovery, they rushed to file a report, and police arrived on the scene shortly after. Investigations into the body found that there were no drugs or alcohol in his system, and there was unfortunately no form of identification, leaving him stuck as an unidentified John Doe. The Camaro that was spotted was one of the only working leads, and since the shoulders on State Route 24 weren't exactly pronounced, the hit and run that took place was eventually deemed accidental, leaving the case to remain stagnant. Conversely, back in Amarillo, the investigation into David Lewis was just ramping up. The very next day, his red Ford SUV was spotted outside of the Potter County Courts building, a mere 10 miles from the local airport. Inside the glove box, investigators were able to find his credit cards, driver's license, and checkbook in spots that Karen claims he usually keeps them. Soon after this discovery, Karen Lewis expressed even greater concern since it was incredibly out of the ordinary for him to just up and vanish without any of his possessions or identification. It began to seem that there was a piece to the puzzle that investigators were missing. Something that had potentially placed David in the crosshairs of an adversary. In one of her testimonies, Karen claimed that a few weeks prior to his disappearance, her husband told her that he believed that he was in danger, but wouldn't provide any information as to what the immediate threat was. This eventually led David's family to express the belief that it could have been linked to his work as an attorney. He had allegedly been wrapped up in a high-stakes lawsuit against his former law firm, Ham, Irwin, Graham & Cox, with the wealthy client suing them for conflict of interest. A week after he went missing, David was scheduled to fly to Dallas for a deposition, determined to reveal the firm's misdeeds no matter the cost. It was noted by his father that shortly before he vanished, he claimed that he was, quote, going to tell the truth, whoever it hurts. These leads, unfortunately, also materialized nothing. A few months later, a discovery was made involving David Lewis and plane tickets that he'd purchased the weekend he went missing. Two of them. One from Dallas to Amarillo, Texas, purchased on January 31st, and a second from Los Angeles to Dallas, purchased on the 1st of February. This effectively places Lewis at the DFW airport on the 31st and at LAX the very next day. It's widely believed that he had pre-purchased his return flights while at each location, although the actual flight dates and if he used the tickets are unclear. This leaves us with 3 lingering questions though. Where was David Lewis going? How did he get to where he was without any sort of trail? And why did he purchase return tickets back home? To answer the second question, we have to consider the time period that his flights were purchased. Since it predates the 9/11 tragedy, airline rules in the US were much more lax than they are today. Back then, one could purchase a ticket using a completely different name since a valid ID wasn't required to board the flight. Of course, this is far from how things are today, so this doesn't work anymore, but most are set on the belief that this is what Lewis had done on his flights out of town. Regarding the why, well, that's still unclear. Some have postulated that he was trying to get away from that aforementioned threat, covering up his tracks along the way. It's believed that, for him, it wasn't as imperative to fly under the radar, so to speak, while returning home. But that is, if he ever planned to. By June of that year, leads remained sparse as circumstantial details trickled in. It seemed like piecing together what and where David Lewis did and went was paramount to harvesting any sort of answer on his current whereabouts and motivations. A Del Rio, Texas news publisher by the name of the Del Rio News Herald published an allocated timeline up to that point in the investigation, and while it doesn't exactly provide any definitives, it does exemplify the fact that Lewis's weekend was far from ordinary. According to the write-up, starting on Thursday, January 28th, Lewis had left his workplace at noon, claiming he was sick. The next day, a friend spotted him rushing through the Southwest Airlines terminal at the local airport with no luggage. On Saturday, $5,000 was deposited into Lewis's bank account, with a neighbor spotting his red SUV at home. By Sunday morning, he was spotted at the court building, taking a photo of his car in the parking lot. And by Monday morning, a Dallas cab driver drove a man matching the description of Lewis from a hotel to the Dallas airport. The driver claims that, quote, the passenger seemed nervous and fumbled through a wad of $100 bills to pay the fare. Now, if we assume that all of these claims are accurate, then they hint at the possibility of Lewis paying for his plane tickets with cash to further avoid being tracked. Considering the fact that he left all of his personal possessions, including his credit card and ID at home, this, of course, makes sense. What stands out here, however, is the $5,000 that was placed into his account. Unless he was allocating a substantial chunk of that for some other obligation, I don't think a few taxi rides and plane trips would come anywhere close to reaching that monetary milestone. The only explanation that could account for a sum of this magnitude would be some sort of direct deposit from his employer being wired into his account. Considering the fact that he was a longtime lawyer, it wouldn't be far-fetched to assume that this would be the reason. But if that were the case, why would it, at all, be notable?
Okay, I'm done eating.
If this were his typical pay, then it would be
Let's
simple
finish
to
this. There's a few
discount
minutes
it
left.
as just that. Work compensation. Just food for thought. Jumping to his Dallas, Texas encounter on February 1st, I'd like to highlight something. If he were taking a taxi from a hotel to the Dallas airport, then we have to assume that he spent the night in Dallas after arriving there the previous day. Thinking back on the chain of events, though,
I just wanna know how the fuck
presents
this
a
guy got to
unique
Washington.
inconsistency. Looking back, we can recall that Lewis allegedly wanted to record the Super Bowl, and there were freshly made sandwiches in the fridge. If David were to have been spotted that morning taking a picture of his vehicle at the court building, then his only method of getting back home would have been taking a taxi or getting someone to pick him up. For someone with so many extraordinary variables surrounding his disappearance, something as simple as wanting to record a football game is immensely unexceptional. The typical long play VHS tape records approximately 4 hours of footage, and the average football game is around 3 hours and 12 minutes long. If
Super
we're
Bowl is
assuming
longer,
that the VCR didn't have any sort of auto-record feature, then it makes the events surrounding this that much more puzzling. Why go through the effort of dropping your car off that morning only to make it back home, going about your day, and even making sandwiches like everything's alright? Why up and vanish after 5:30, leaving behind everything you have? This is, of course, assuming that the VCR did not have an auto-record function. Unfortunately, confirmation for and against this minute detail have never been released, and because of that, it's unclear whether he left that morning when he was spotted, or later that night. That sentiment largely encompassed the Lewis case investigators. It seemed that the pieces were falling in line, however substantial answers and leads to the body were mostly non-existent. Because of this, and after 11 months, the search unfortunately concluded, leaving this case to sit untouched until anything further came of it. It would take over 10 years before the events that
Wait,
took place in
that's how
Yakima
long it
and
took them to
Amarillo
link it?
would converge. In 2004, a Washington state detective named Peter Ditter was reading a series by
Nice
the name
bow tie.
of Without a Trace. After becoming fascinated with the topic of missing persons, he embarked on a personal journey to identify any that he could. After looking into a few and their characteristics, he eventually stumbled upon coverage of the situation that played out that night in Washington. He cross-checked the photo from the crime scene with various contenders and realized that the person looked incredibly similar to David Glenn Lewis of Amarillo. The only catch was that Lewis was known to have worn glasses, while the unidentified body wasn't wearing any when he was found. Upon further investigation into the characteristics and items that were found on John Doe's body, however, a pair of glasses were among them, effectively sealing the deal that this man was, in fact, David Glenn Lewis.
I mean, it's 2004. DNA exists at this time, so do a DNA test.
But of course, this discovery would only raise more questions than answers. What obligations would David Lewis have in Yakima, Washington, of all places? Why was he spotted in military-styled clothing and work boots, attire that Karens come forward to claim are extremely unusual for him? If he had all this cash, why couldn't he grab a rental car or a taxi? We can't claim that he had drugs or alcohol in his system since those tests came back negative. So why exactly was he spotted walking down the side of a Washington highway at 10:30 at night? Well, that's where everyone's stuck. Some have postulated that it could have been tied to the case he was working on against his former employer, and others have settled on the possibility that it could have been linked to a mental breakdown. If you ask me, I believe it was tied to sudden paranoia brought upon himself through that threat he alluded to with his wife. What that threat is could be tied to his work, or could be something completely out of the picture. Considering the fact that he ended up in Yakima, Washington of all places, lends to the potential that he might have been more secretive than he made out to be. But that's the thing.
That's just a theory.
That's merely speculation.
A game theory.
Something that this investigation is no stranger to.
Huh. That was extremely unsatisfying. Okay. Let's get this bitch back on the roll. Okay. This first chapter was long as fuck. Okay, so let's hope this next one's a little bit quicker. Okay. Anyway. Lunchtime has finally arrived. Mion gleefully announced the beginning of lunch. Oh ho ho, lunchtime at last. Someone here will have to play the punishment game, yes? The Punishment this time, it's a little scary, so... Sorry, but Rena went all out making her bento. In Rena's case, I don't think she'd lose even if she wasn't taking it seriously. We tried our hardest too. Satoko and Rika made separate lunches today. Usually you have the same bento, but that won't do for the showdown today, will it? Yeah, it's all quite right. It's quite alright. Rika and I made sure to make separate ones. Wow, Satoko and Rika both tried really hard. How exciting. What's a little surprising is that Kei was able to make a bento. Good job, Kei. It looks like you really can do it if you try. I scratched my head and gave her a dry smile. My bento today had been made entirely by Satoko last night. It had none of my personality. Excuse me. So there wasn't anything there that they could praise me for. What does Keiichi's bento look like? I can't wait to see. Don't expect too much. It's just the leftover rice and side dishes from last night. Leftovers are the foundation of bentos. Now we'll know your dinner last night too. We'll kill two birds with one stone. Was it really better to hide the fact that Satoko came over and made dinner last night? Well, of course it was. If I revealed that I didn't make my own bento, I'd be sure to end up playing the punishment game. Today's punishment game was to stand right in front of the curry maniac Chie and say bad things about curry. It wasn't too different from telling someone to jump out of a 100-story window. It was exactly the same as telling somebody to die. But me, how will we decide who wins and loses the bento showdown? Keiichi made his own too, so maybe we should call it a draw for today? We could do that. The punishment game yesterday was sort of a whip to encourage Keiichi to cook for himself after all. And Keiichi made his own too, so it's a draw. My simple bento with last night's leftovers could never have stood up to everyone else's bento that they made to win. I finally understood Satoko and Rika's concern for me, I didn't mean to skip that, as they tried to end the showdown peaceably. Peacefully? However, the club president Mion Sonozaki would not be convinced by something like that. I wonder why you're all so optimistic. Leaving one of our showdowns in such a gray area is out of the question. Now that we've clashed, we must settle the score. Reconciling with a draw? You think we're just kidding around? I knew you'd say that. There's no way you'd end it this way with your battle lust. This was bad. At this rate, I was sure to be the sole loser. But, well, I didn't make this bento after all. Maybe I need to resign myself to my inevitable loss. Okay, me, how are we going to decide who wins? Won't be fair if we grade each other's. Let's do an open judgment. Okay, everyone, assemble. Mion commanded everyone, who had just started eating, using her club president voice. Come and judge our 5 bentos. Write your favorite 3 on a piece of paper and submit it. Understand? Everyone in the class was used to being dragged into Mi's club's activities. Yeah, came the energetic voices from here and there. Everyone already knew that the showdown this time involved an utterly fatal punishment game, and they were all very interested in what would happen to whoever lost. Of course, they wanted the thrill of seeing something terrifying. Okay, everyone ready? Then I'll go first, alright? Ta-da! In exaggerated fashion, Mion pulled the lid off her multi-tiered, ornate bento box. Multiple cheers of joy erupted at the brilliant sight. That's amazing. It's just like New Year's food. It can't be. It has to be a lie. She must have switched the contents with a catered bento. Such purely Japanese cooking. Mion Sonozaki couldn't possibly make this. Nope, this is easy for me if she gets serious. She almost never gets serious though. Just who do you think this old man is? Given enough time and ingredients, I could even reproduce the Manchu Han Imperial Feast. The entire classroom gulped audibly, and everyone wrote down a score on the notepaper in their hands simultaneously. It made sense. Just the visual impact would give her a perfect score. Alright, let's see Rena's next. Rena's really good at cooking too. Rena's bento is always like the flower arrangement. Haha, thanks everyone. I'll reveal my bento now. Rena's bento was a beautiful mix of the 2 colors of eggs and minced meat, and it too was a bento staple, the Soboro bento. She had been thorough with the side dishes as well, and they were abundant in number. She had spent more time than usual on it, but it was unassuming and truly nonchalant. one couldn't ignore the household warmth in it that Mion's bento lacked. If I may say, you've done it again. This should get quite a high score. I should have known. It may look rigid, but there isn't anything to deduct points from. Amazing as always. Once again, every one of the judges wrote a score on their notepaper at the same time. There seemed to be some who were revising their opinions when they compared it to Mion's score too. The whole classroom seemed split between Mion and Rina, and on everyone's face it was clear that they all wanted to be tasting them rather than scoring them. Who will be next? Yes. I will now reveal mine. Come to think of it, Satoko and Rika ate with me last night at my house. It was impressive they still made a bento. Both their bentos were clearly lacking compared to Mion's artfulness and Rina's perfection. However, because of that, you could sense from them how hard they worked. The toppings were a little on the rough side, but you could still feel that they tried their hardest. It made you feel a little biased that you'd give them more points. A few people struck by just that. Jesus Christ. A few people struck by just that once again revised their opinions and wrote in scores on their notepaper. Satoko, Rika, you both made really good bentos today. They might not measure up to Rina or Mion's craftsmanship. When you think about that, they're pretty amazing. Satoko and Rika glanced at each other and grinned happily. This is a secret, okay? What? When Satoko told me, I broke off from the others and secretly looked for my classmates' bento boxes. There, Tomita and Okamura's bento boxes. I took a quick peek inside and, half of the contents were missing. Not bad. In the end, Satoko and Rika hadn't made bento today. A bold move. They got Tomita and Okamura to share their bentos with them. Hey Tomita, Okamura, how'd they buy you out? What are you saying, Maybara? When did we get bought out and for what? That's right. It's not like we traded them our duty watering the garden for half our bentos. Curse you, Satoko. What an impudent trick. Satoko grinned, showing her fang-like canines, then laughed in triumph. Oh, this was only something I learned from you, Keiichi. Yes. How naive. Buying them out with watering duty alone. They're men. If you're gonna buy them out, you need to use something a lot spicier than that. For example, like giving them 3 tickets to walk Satoko and Rika around like dogs all day. But okay, whatever. Whoa, that might be enough to get me to do anything. As I was lost in my wild fantasies, Mion clapped me on the shoulder and called me back to reality. Damn, it was just getting good. Alright, next up is Kei's bento. We're all hoping for... I didn't mean to skip that. We're all hoping for something pretty great because of your declaration yesterday. But how did it really turn out? Keiichi can do it if he needs to. Rina was really excited for today. They're all looking forward to it, but it's really just leftovers from dinner last night. I didn't even make it either. How was I supposed to stand up to Mion and Rina and the others? That's it. Feast your eyes on this. Ha! I tore the lid off my bento box. There weren't very many cheers. Well, I guess there wouldn't be. Ahaha, Keiichi, you tried your hardest too. Rina can tell how hard you worked. Rina, don't feel like you need to compliment me. How did this happen? Was Keiichi actually a hard worker after all? Well, I mean, I want to acknowledge how hard you tried, but for this showdown, it doesn't matter. Mion's cold, mean laugh. It was like it spoke for everyone's opinion, just like that. Keiichi did really well considering it was his first challenge, you know? I think maybe everyone should rate his a little higher. But for the showdown, it doesn't matter. Alright, Kei. If you have any last words before we tally up the results, I'll listen to them now. What do you mean by last words? I mean that you might be hoping for a few extra points if you appeal somehow to the crowd. After all, for today's showdown, you just need to avoid coming in last. If you do well enough, then maybe you'll be able to worm out of the punishment game. You're implying that Keiichi's bento is going to take last place, aren't you? No, this old man wasn't trying to say anyone's bento came in last or anything. Mion cackled repulsively. In contrast, Satoko's smile was growing somehow awkward. Oh, right. The bento was filled with last night's side dishes. That means it was basically a bento that Satoko made. Well, if it was last night's side dishes, it was just bought meals, dude. Because she told you that she bought them. So they wouldn't actually be anything at all. You dumbass. And Mion outright said it would come in last place. Me, aren't you being a little mean? Poor Keiichi. Rina. Kei knew he couldn't lose today's bento showdown beforehand. Didn't he? He did all that grandstanding yesterday. Well aware of that. I don't think there's any reason to go easy on him. Do you? Right, Satoko? Yeah, you are right. And he came here with this mess. It makes me laugh. Wait, Satoko, you can't laugh at him. But that bento is just so ridiculous, I can't help but laugh. These side dishes look like they were bought from a shop. As I said, it's really disillusioning. Look, this one was just taken out of a can, wasn't it? This cucumber here isn't cut cleanly, like the knife didn't go all the way through. Okay, you never used a knife, did you? Your lack of experience is apparent. No, this goes beyond a simple lack of experience. This presentation is fairly monotonous as well. It's almost a shock to see such a lack of taste. It was my first experience putting food into a bento box, so of course it's not going to look too good. Okay. There's a bigger problem than how you put it into the box. Tomita, Okamura, explain please. Tomita and Okamura were chosen from our many underclassmen. Tomita quickly adjusted his glasses and took a step forward. The fatal flaw in Maebara's bento is the coloration. As you know, there are 3 primary colors forming the basis of all colors. So if you want a well-balanced color scheme, then excluding white and black, you need those 3 colors. And nevertheless, if you remove the white and black from Maebara's bento, all that would be left is dark green. Dark green. No one would want to eat if you describe it like that. I'd forgotten. Tomita and Okamura had been bought out by Rika and Satoko, so they were trying their hardest to let them win and make me lose, weren't they? What strong wills they have. It was charming, if only because they were working so hard despite having been bought out. The side dishes have no spirit in them either. They're all prepackaged or canned food. In other words, out of the 3 necessary requirements for a bento, love, spirit, and taste, we can assert that Maebara's bento is lacking 2 of these. The classroom, convinced by the elucidation of the mystery they were thoroughly baffled with, raised mysterious groans of admiration. Cuckoo. No heart, no spirit. It's decided then. Keiichi Maebara. It may sound cold, but if you realize how much fun cooking is because of all this, Keiichi, isn't that enough? In any case, everything is fine as long as I'm not doing the punishment game. Rina was giving a dry ee-hee-hee smile as well. Oh, it's been settled, Keiichi. You're gonna be the one doing the punishment game. She laughed in such a vile manner, but didn't look like she meant it. That is exceptionally hard to explain given the point that we're in the game. Murder mystery, we'll put it at that. I guess that's the best I can say. One second. I just realized our guild's been going hard. I gotta read this. Somewhat similar, not exactly. More of an intricate mystery than Danganronpa, but kind of similar. One second, I'm just reading something. What the fuck is happening in my guild chat? Dude, I mean, I appreciate the compliment. I don't think I have a pog voice, but thank you. It's kind of like Danganronpa, but not. It's hard to explain because this game is it's set in 8 chapters, And so far, every chapter has ended with the main character dying. And each chapter has taken place during like the same period of time, but with like slightly different events. It's kind of like Steins Gate in a weird way. Not exactly, but... Holy fuck, dude, what is happening in my guild? I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, let me... I knew Satoko was speaking ill of a bento that she'd practically made herself in front of the whole classroom, and I could tell how painful that laughter was. Okamura said before that this bento lacked spirit. But among all the bento laid out here today, there wasn't a single one with as much spirit as this one. This meal, okay, this guy is like simping hard for someone 10 years younger than him. He needs to chill. He's about to catch a case. This meal that she made for me yesterday in such a good mood, though it looked like she was in a bad one, I won't let it end with this slander. Well then, last place, Keiichi. Please admit your honest defeat already. Did you wait just a moment? When I began to speak in a low voice, the expressions of all the members of the club changed. Milan clicked her tongue. This man was baring his fangs at the last moment again. My bento was defeated because it lacked spirit. That's how you explained it. Am I wrong? Okamura, who had suddenly been placed in the spotlight, looked flustered for a moment, but immediately he stammered in reply that I was right. How do you measure spirit? By difficulty? By effort? By sweat or tears? By its manifestation? Then how would you rate these burns that are still on my hands? Oh my god, I forgot because he burned his fucking hands, almost burning his house down. Wow, Keiichi, those are oil burns. Great, the burn marks from when I almost caused a fire yesterday looked like I was having a ton of trouble cooking. I could clearly tell that the classroom was forced to acknowledge the effort I put into it. I see. To turn your failures at cooking due to lack of skill into scars of hard work instead, as I thought. I can't falter around this man. That's right, I lack skill. I'm so bad at cooking that my grandstanding yesterday was pitiful. But I didn't run away. I fought, and I delivered these results. Is that not spirit? What do you think? Rena wants to acknowledge it. Nobody can keep on going if their defiant spirit doesn't get valued. Okay, the tables are turning. Squad W. With Tomita and Okamura, brought out by the objects of their unrequited affection, weren't about to lose either. They shifted to the counterattack, clearly exceeding the price they were paid. I see. I understand your feelings, Maybar. The only thing that I'll say about this game so far that I haven't liked, which is maybe... I don't like that every second half of every chapter, or like last 2/3, is like this intense like murder mystery of people fucking dying. And then the first third of every new chapter is just like, haha, slice of life. And then it just kicks into like crazy shit happening. I don't know. However, if spirit was all that mattered in cooking, the world wouldn't need chefs. That's right. If a chef brought you burned steak and said they put their spirit into it and tried hard, would you pay them? You wouldn't, would you? It's the same thing. That's right. That is how it goes. The male students took Tomita and Okamura's side. They did have a point. What about consideration? Even if you did get a totally black steak, if I knew how much the mother who made it struggled, I would eat it. I would eat it all. This time, the female students, look at this guy. I don't even know how to describe to you the first half of each of these, or the first like third of each of these games. It's like random slice of life stuff, and then all of a sudden someone's gonna get fucking like murdered halfway through. This time, the female students in the class took my side. Good, now we're even. Besides, a bento is a refinement of one's love given form. It only means something when the other person feels that way. Does your bento make us feel that way, Maebara? No, it doesn't make me feel that way. You're mean. The girls in the class began to boo loudly at this remark. Now even Okamura was panicking. Order. Will the spectators please refrain from making remarks? Your Honor, in order to prove how much of my spirit has gone into this bento, I call Miss Ryugu Rina, an authority in the culinary arts, to the stand. Rina thinks this bento has spirit in it. It might be rather artless in places, but I think that cooking isn't just about outward appearances. This guy literally bought... Well, technically, whatever. The girls in this class again gave cries of support as they all applauded. In response, all the men in the class began to boo. Look at a war of the sexes going on. Your Honor, the opinions of Maebara and Ryugu are extremely sentimental and aren't in following with common sense. They are unsuitable to use as evidence. Order. The prosecution's objection is sustained. Go ahead. Ahem. Let's replace the bento in question with a birthday present, for example. Let's say on my birthday, I, Tomita, received a hand-knitted sweater. Oh god, is this gonna be the SpongeBob episode? You get the tear sweater. And he, Okamura, received a bookstore gift certificate for 10,000 yen. That felt strangely real. Was it actually just an example? A little bit too close to home. Common sense dictates which of them has the spirit. It is, of course, the hand-knitted sweater. If we went back to the bento, this would be handmade side dishes. And the gift certificate, which is nothing more than money, allows you to buy things. In other words, it's the same as simple, meaningless canned goods. The boys and girls all begin to argue amongst them. He sounds like he's arguing for my side right here. They're all talking about what they received as presents in the past. Damn, Tomita, he changed the subject to something that could easily grab everyone's attention. Not bad. I'll lose the initiative at this rate. Objection. This matter regards the spirit put into the bento. It is entirely different from birthday presents, as they are each unique situations. Overruled. Will the prosecution please continue? Now then, what's important here is the fact the spirit of the giver and spirit of the receiver are totally different. Between the handmade sweater, that looks a little bit askew, and the 10,000 yen bookstore gift certificate placed here before your eyes, which would you say is the better choice? I mean, do you want the hot take or the not hot take? Because they're the same answer. Give me the 10,000 yen. The gift certificate, right? It's 10,000 yen. 10,000. It's like 100 CAD. Can you calculate how many comic books you could buy with that? You could instantly complete a full collection if it was around 10 volumes long. Dozens of happy, humorous manga. The bliss of your soothed heart can't be compared to the sweater. The boys unanimously praised that with applause. Materialistic brats. But all guys that age are like that. Even I would choose the gift certificate over the sweater in that case. Hey wait, weren't you guys the ones who said it was about love, spirit, and taste right at the start? Since when did taste trump all? That's the stance they were taking now. I believe this has demonstrated that the spirit of the giver and the spirit of the receiver have no causal relationship. Okay, this guy about to fucking pull out the scientific method? Yes, no matter how much Maebara struggled to make his bento. It fucking sucks! Mere sophistry, Tomita. It has plenty of spirit. Whether that gets through or not is the receiver's problem. That's right! Boo. Taste is most important. Enemy of women. What was that? Now the courtroom is in chaos, but I can't allow myself to lose. And not only to avoid the punishment game, but also to protect Satoko's honor. Now then, do the defendants have a response to give? Slowly and strongly, I nod and step up to them. Dude, they said this word the last time, and I still don't remember how to say it. It's like dais or something. I've never seen this word before.
Dais.
Dais, there you go. They could just say podium, but Tomita, Okamura, do you two really think you can beat me with mere words? The prosecution just said that we should value the gift without basing it on the spirit of the giver, correct? At some point, I began speaking formally. Yeah, that's right. No matter how much you labored to make that bento, that labor should not factor into our grading. Then, I have a question for the prosecution. If I, Maebara, were to take the bento I made for today and place it beside one bought from the store, would both of these be given the same score? The prosecution hesitated to speak. Got you. That's right. A convenience store bento doesn't even come close to a homemade one. No matter how badly made it is, it has far more spirit than the bento that you just bought would ever have. You see, that spirit is being graded, meaning the spirit of the cook put into the bento has already reached the recipients. Admit it. This is like the most dumb Phoenix Wright case I've ever seen. With those impactful words drawn in the air behind me, I pointed my finger. The girls, led by Rena, broke into applause. Some of the boys were admitting it too. I'll admit it. You admitted it. You admitted it, right? Let's move on. Let's move to why a convenience store bento has no spirit in it. What exactly is the spirit in a bento in the first place? Objection. Maybar is trying to deceive the court by using abstract expressions. Objection overruled. This sounds interesting, so listen until he's done. Got them. Now I'll show you two the difference between us. Your Honor, I'd like to call Miss Rika Furude to the stand as a witness. Even for Rika, that must have seemed like a bolt from the blue. There's no doubt that she never dreamed the point of my spear would be aimed at her. But Rika, you said it before. For this showdown, it doesn't matter. Rika Furude, your bento today was very well made. It looked delicious. Yeah, Satoko and Rika's bentos have been made of half of Tomida's and Okamura's. The prosecutor's faces turned pale, but they were too late. Reno, would you bring Okamura's bento over here? Huh? Okay, sure. Your Honor, my bento has no relevance to the case. Dude. Whatever. Overruled. Your Honor, I submit Okamura's bento box as evidence. Look at it. Look at what's inside. There's only half in there. It's not about whether there's half. Please, look a little more closely. See? They're exactly the same. Your Honor, you've seen it. Miss Rika Furude's bento is stolen from Okamura's. There is no way such a thing could have spirit in it. No, but that's just coincidence. It's already obvious. Spirit, it's a game of catch between the giver and the receiver. The bento box, then, is the ball. Bento was something Okamura was given from mother to son. That means Okamura is the only one who can feel the spirit from this bento box. Now that it's been disturbed and been stolen, it no longer has that spirit. This is the most, intense conversation over a fucking lunch that anybody's ever had. Huh? What? Is that true? Rika, is that true? I see how it is. Mion the judge folded her arms and began to hum. Couldn't even take a guess as to what Mion was laughing about. Frankly, I didn't know whether I would win or lose. Okay, before announcing my judgment, I'll start from the top. Shh. The entire classroom quieted. First, from an objective standpoint, there is no doubt that the bento of the accused, Keiichi Maebara, must be seen as poorly made. This is something that the grading results clearly display. But, as Kei said, cooking is not all about taste. The spirit put into it should be considered subtle seasoning. For grading, though, that would only amount to a few points. It's so subtle that it's not enough to alter the results. Now then, I'd like to mention the original reason for today's bento showdown. What was the reason for it? That's right. We started to see whether the accused, Keiichi Maebara, could cook for himself and to measure the result. Yeah, that's right. Keiichi did make his own bento. That stung my conscience a bit. Because he didn't, actually. But for the showdown, it didn't matter. So the whole basis behind the showdown was to cook a meal for yourself. In other words, whether or not the meal was homemade. Rika neglecting to do that is a much bigger problem than how good her bento is. In other words, is she disqualified? Rika let out a nipa, looking as though she had prepared herself for this outcome. Don't take it personally, Rika. At our club, things like that don't matter. Keiichi did well. Like I thought. You tried your hardest until the very end. This is so odd considering they know that they were the ones that made my dude's lunch. So they're just humiliating themselves. I don't get it. Rika demanded I lower my head, then she petted. With that over, this case is closed. Today, last place goes to Rika. Nice, well let's see what happens. I don't know when, I'm trying to think of when the festival was, because murder always happens on the night of the festival. And considering that this chapter is starting further than where the previous two did along, it means that the festival should be like very soon, like in not very long. That miraculous turnaround. And last place went to Rika, the one everyone had least expected. The whole classroom went wild. I'm amazed you managed to avoid coming in last place with such a terrible bento. Stoko looked at me hatefully, but spoke in a vague kind of voice. Yeah, look, let me mute the game for a second here. So far, with the first 2 chapters of the game, there's this, like, festival that happens. Usually it's, like, a few chapters in. Each of these are called chapters. Each of them has sub-chapters. It's been around, like, 11 to 12 for each of the first 2. Usually somewhere around chapter 5-ish, the festival happens. And on the night of the festival, somebody dies, and then the mystery starts. But the thing is, the way the mystery unfolds is slightly different between each of the 3 overarching chapters so far. So in chapter 1, the perpetrators, at least that the game made you think it was Rina and Mion. In the second chapter, it was Mion. Or maybe not. It's hard to say. We'd have to get into more details about all the crazy shit. Like, I can show you the document I have written down for this shit. It's, like, ridiculous. Like, this is all shit related to the first 2 chapters, because there's, like, a really weird mystery going on. But basically, basically somebody dies on the night of the festival every time. That's basically the thing, and then the mystery kind of unravels from there. However, a lot of the events between each of the chapters are pretty similar. So, like, some of the events that have happened in this chapter didn't happen in the previous 2, like this incident that's happening right now. However, like, the festival always happens every chapter. I guess a way I can explain this, have you seen Steins Gate? Because I can explain this in much simpler terms, I guess, if you have. If you've seen or read it. Okay, fuck, never mind. Basically, in each chapter, there's certain points that are like convergence points, it seems. Basically, each of these chapters are like separate timelines, and where roughly the same events occur. However, the fine events in between are somewhat different. However, there's like convergence points that happen on each timeline. So far, there's only really been one major convergence point, which is that somebody dies on the night of the festival every time. So, like, right now, some of the events that we're going through didn't happen in the first 2 chapters. Something that happened in chapter 2 maybe didn't happen here. But the overarching, like, big thing of someone dying at the festival seems to always happen. However, after that point, some of the things are different. It's hard to explain, but if you stick around, it'll kind of make sense, especially once we get to the festival. They kind of do, yeah. Sometimes they matter a lot. So in the second chapter, there was a minor event, or at least what seemed like a minor event at the start, that ended up massively changing the amount of things that happened. So the small event happened at the very beginning of chapter 2. Nobody thought anything about it because it seemed pretty innocuous, like nothing really mattered. And then we find out much later on from Mion, the green-haired girl who I'm a shrimp for. She said that that event was what kicked everything off because she ended up killing this yellow-haired girl, the blue-haired girl that they showed before, and, like, 2 other people, including her own sister. Which didn't happen in chapter 1, and probably won't happen here either. It's hard to say, because I don't know how this one's going to end. But, I'll give you kind of a rundown of what's happening at the end of this chapter. I don't think this chapter will be much longer. There's no way I'd come in last. There's nothing in this bento that would deserve last place. But it's all poorly made side dishes and canned goods, and has no style. And also, to my knowledge, so far, it seems like each of the first 4 chapters, obviously I'm only on 3 right now, but it seems like each of the chapters is kind of focused around one of the main group of characters. So this episode seems to be focused around this yellow-haired girl, Satoko. The previous chapter was focused around the green-haired girl, Mion, who is the best girl, just so you know. And then the first one was on Rina, the orange-haired girl, and I'm guessing that the next one will be on Rika, who was the blue-haired girl we just saw. Satoko was speaking more and more poorly of herself as time went on, so I roughly grabbed her head and began to stroke it. I told you, spirit's important. This bento isn't all about appearance, it's got all kinds of flavors in it. But spirit isn't the only thing. It tastes totally weird, and what about it is weird? I thought it was great. It was absolutely great. That's why I packed it. If dinner last night had been bad, then I would never have brought it to school. I would have come here with some bread and a milk carton. But, just shut up already. Holy God, squad W. I caressed her head, swinging it from side to side. At some point, Rina had come up behind us. She was giggling to herself. That was the face of someone who had known everything from the beginning. When did you realize I hadn't made it? When you showed us your burns, I guess? I mean, there's nothing in your bento that you needed oil for. Rina, don't you think you're misunderstanding something? I didn't do anything. Huh? Satoko, you weren't the one who made this bento? Did Keiichi make it by himself after all? Okay, then I guess he did. Rina smiled roguishly and turned from Satoko to me. When you cut cucumbers, you hold the knife like this and go like this. As for the colors, you can express all sorts of things if you place vegetables in the right way. This lecture was clearly not meant for me. You've gotten a lot better since the last time you showed us. I see you've been studying. If you keep this up, I bet you'll be able to make it better and better in dishes in no time. Read that a bit wrong, but she continued saying words clearly meant for Satoko while facing me instead. Satoko was wearing an ambiguous look. Couldn't even nod her head at her. Anyway, no matter what anyone says, I like the way my bento is today. I'm not going to share it with anyone else either. I'll eat the whole thing by myself. Wow, how greedy. Rina wants to try some too. As we were going back and forth, Satoko rubbed her eyes as though she was drowsy, then announced to Mion and everyone else, "Excuse me, the truth is, I got Tomita to give me some of his bento." Stupid! Hojo, what are you saying? If she'd kept it a secret, then at least she would have been saved. Tomita looked at her with an expression filled with regret and surprise. Huh? Is that true? Really? Oh my. Mion spun her finger around, then pointed to the hallway, sentencing Satoko to the punishment game as well. Satoko left the classroom behind her, completely prepared, as though she was going along, holy fuck, I keep adding words, as though she was going with Rika on an errand. I can't let Rika go alone. I'll accompany her to the very depths of hell. You don't need to go that far. My word, Keiichi really is terrible too. Humiliating only Rika like that. He is truly a rotten person. I can just return Satoko's kindness with malice. Hey, Satoko really is silly. Rika spoke so that only I could hear, grinning happily. Now then, let's be off, Rika. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members. Satoko seemed awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest, like she always was when she lost. Damn, Rika's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. I was the same, so I'm going with him for the punishment game. Huh? Even UK? What's going on? Uh-huh. Good luck. With the punishment game, I mean. I'll get the first aid kit ready. Call an ambulance in advance, will you? And maybe a hearse, just in case. Leaving a bewildered Mion and a happily smiling Rina behind in the classroom, I went into the hallway. What are you doing? You finally won for once. I had no idea you had such an odd taste for these punishment games. Did you go so far as to volunteer yourself for one? Guess so. It's a little much for a hobby, eh? I swear, I think you're underestimating this one. We're one thing, but grave harm might actually befall you, Keiichi. I hope you're ready to have 1 or 2 ribs broken. That sounds like it would hurt. I don't like getting hurt. Keiichi, you just stand there and nod along, okay? Rika and I will smooth it over. I swear. I can't believe I have to look after you even during a punishment game. Seriously. I already knew that her pouty behavior was a sign that she was actually in a really good mood, so it made me want to smile. Hey, I do want to eat some vegetable stir-fry. Satoko, can you make that? What? Well, there's nothing I can't do if I put my mind to it. She can make it very well. I really like Satoko's stir-fry. She was uneasy at first, but once she got assurance from Rika, she turned back and looked at me with once more confident eyes. It's settled then. Let's go shopping for stuff after school today. I don't really have any idea what to buy after all. That is true, isn't it? I think it's still too early for you to go shopping at the supermarket, Keiichi. It'd make me anxious if I wasn't watching. And Satoko makes me anxious that she'll buy the wrong thing if I'm not watching. Rika. Jesus Christ. The conversation continued as we walked until we arrived before the door to the teacher's lounge. Okay, let's get this punishment game over with and discuss the menu for tonight. Rika gleefully grabbed onto my arm. In turn, I pulled Satoko to me, grabbing her shoulder with my other hand. We'll all be together in death. I won't let anyone die alone. Yikes. We're all together. I won't let anybody die alone. What an indiscreet thing to say. I want no part in something so disturbing. She may have sounded annoyed, but she was so happy, it was going to make me blush. Alright, just beyond this door is the world after death. However, we shall return. All of us will. Yes, everyone will. Then, let us sally forth. What the fuck? She speaks so weird. I don't get it. Slam. We open the doorway to the world of death. And like she did every day, just as the sun rose in the eastern sky, Chie was eating curry for lunch. It was store-bought, but she made a point of eating a different brand every day. Oh my, Meibara, Furude, and Hojo. Something the matter? She appeared to be in the middle of a moment of supreme bliss, her mouth full of her beloved curry, as we were to pick a fight with her. What a crime this punishment game would be. However, it was what we had to do, for that was the rule of our club. The three of us held each other's shoulders tightly once more. Alright, let's do this. Ready? What do you mean, ready? Keiichi, you're gonna stay quiet. Rika and I will handle everything. Entrust your life to me for now. Go for it. What are you all doing? We could see 2 or 3 question marks popping up above the teacher's head. Alright, Satoko. This is the only time I'll trust you with my life. Because I'll be shutting my eyes tightly and only thinking about what we'll be having for dinner. I'm leaving it to you. Satoko inhaled deeply. And so, hey you over there. You stuck-up curry snob. You're single because you smell like garlic. What the fuck? Okay. So fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. I guess we lived. In the end, my selfish request was readily granted. As Satoko muttered complaints under her breath, quite merrily, I didn't mean to skip that, she came with me to the store. Rika didn't come with us. She said she had a thing she wanted to do or something. I believed her when she told me, but I really thought about it. But when I really thought about it, I started to think maybe she was being considerate towards Satoko in her own way. Without Rika here, Satoko was prouder and more loquacious than ever. Holy fuck, dude, I can tell that they used some Google Translate thesaurus shit. I've never seen this word either.
Loquacious.
Loquacious. Do you understand? Supermarkets will put things on sale when it gets near closing time. For example, you can't have a stir fry without some pork. And if we wait a little longer, it'll be marked half off. They can't sell meat or fish once it's not fresh anymore, so they'll make it all cheaper in a last-ditch effort not to have anything left over. Of course, every veteran housewife is familiar with this concept. And when we get close to happy hour like we are now, I wasn't really listening to her, but she was telling me all this quite proudly. Every time I seemed surprised at something, or made an affirmative grunt in place of conversation, Satoko would say, "You don't know anything, do you, Keiichi?" and smile very happily in spite of her complaints. Okay, I'm gonna give a hot take here, okay? I feel like Rika and Satoko's characters have been kind of abandoned in terms of the game so far. They've had the least scenes of definitely of the main cast. And it makes me feel hard to like them anywhere close to as much as Mion and Rina. She led me by the hand to all sorts of stalls, one after the other. And plus Satoko is kind of just a bitch for the first 2 chapters, okay? She was in such a supreme mood that just being with her cheered me up. Merely being pulled in Satoko's pace was a lot of fun. Hey, why don't we just go with this economy size pack? Oh, there's a real good looking one with cheese in it over here. Keiichi, you have no financial sense. Look at this. It's over our budget. We don't have enough money. Satoko pushed a handful of receipts in my face. Why can't Satoko do these kinds of mental calculations when she's at school? Drat. Should we buy a load of these normal ones, or buy fewer of the better stuff with the cheese in it? This is quite troubling. Calm down. For boys at your age, it's wiser to choose quantity over quality. Satoko, you're being too strict. A man's heart desires both quality and quantity. Why can't you understand that? No matter the size of a man's heart, his wallet won't be any bigger, I swear. Hey, stop clinging to the glass so stubbornly. After enjoying ourselves in such an exchange, we started to hear energetic voices coming from over by the butcher we visited earlier. I could see a handful of housewives flooding the place. Oh no, if we don't hurry, all the half-off pork will be gone. Ow, don't pull me. Don't pull on my neck. How are you actually getting pulled around by like an 8-year-old? Stoko really seemed like she was having fun. She looked like a kid who had grabbed her family's hands while running towards an amusement park attraction. In the end, the bag of pork we obtained was so normal that it almost hurt, but I knew that it would taste absolutely delicious. Outside at some point, the cicadas had been replaced by the Higurashi's chorus. The air was so clear, and it felt so good. Our silhouettes stretching out on the ground made for a really wonderful picture. We had filled our bicycle baskets to the brim with our shopping bags. They only contained ingredients and various other foodstuffs. Even so, every last thing packed in them sort of looked really happy, and made me feel really happy in turn. Going shopping for dinner seems pretty sensible too. Oh! It makes you really enjoy your meals. Can't wait to eat. It's part of cooking for yourself as well. Dinner starts while you're shopping for it. I'm so excited for this. Vegetable stir-fry isn't even in my mom's cookbook. Never get to eat it unless we go out to a Chinese place, so I'm really looking forward to it today. That is indeed a pity, and today I will present to you an especially tasty dish. Normally right about now was the time I would start messing with her, but I didn't. Yeah, I bet you'll end up making something really great. I'm really looking forward to it. She stammered for a second. Stoko had been prepared for me to start making fun of her right then too, and when it didn't come, she was surprised. Or maybe she stammered for some other reason, I don't know. But I immediately knew she wasn't feeling anything bad. Yeah, I'll deliver an extraordinarily delectable dish. You better look forward to it. As Satoko and I rode back on our bikes, I had a thought. Was I this sort of person? Until now, I would have lashed back at Satoko right away if she did something to me. Yeah, that was the kind of relationship we had. We would poke at each other a little, then kick up a storm while nitpicking at one another. At some point that had changed. We weren't playing our usual tit for tat. I didn't provoke her, so we didn't fight. That went for Satoko too. Satoko, who I thought I knew, hadn't been like this until now. Our relationship was changing little by little. That's what it felt like. But it wasn't something I had to worry about. It was like our relationship had become a little happier, a little bit more charming. I wonder why we changed like this. Was she lonely and projecting her older brother Satoshi, who hadn't returned home, onto me? Rika told me about that yesterday. That was probably exactly it. So as my actions drew closer to Satoshi's, Satoko was returning to how she'd been when she was living happily with her brother. In other words, this Satoko was the real Satoko. Satoko had been able to see her brother again, and had finally gone back to normal. Now that I'd been playing the role of her brother, I discovered that she really could smile so sweetly. But I wasn't Satoshi Hojo. I was Keiichi Maibara, a totally different person. I couldn't become her brother. I could come close, but I could never really get there. It was vaguely, somehow, a little sad. I was wearing Satoshi's mantle, and that would have to come off one day. And that would doubtlessly put to an end to this meager, nostalgic, peaceful time of Satoko's. A limited tranquility. Tranquility that would end one day. Putting it in those terms, it really was sad. I shook my head firmly, and drove off those pointless thoughts. What's the matter, Keiichi? Sorry, it's nothing. If it's nothing, then please don't act all strange like that. It makes me worry that you might have eaten something rotten. Right. Sorry, Satoko. Nagging like always, but she still seemed really happy. That mood of hers drew me in, putting a smile on my own face. Hey, Keiichi, why don't we quit thinking about this having to end one day? If it will, then just think about it when that happens. There was one thing, however, that I could say for sure. As long as I smiled like this, Satoko's smile wouldn't wane. So as long as I stay this way, this tranquility wouldn't end. Satoshi would come back one day too. He won't. He's fucking dead. That might happen a lot further away than I'd like, but until that day, what's wrong with me being a replacement for him? Saying that I'm not her real brother, so I can't become Satoshi, that was just an excuse. If I just didn't run away, Satoko would stay, happy, and live a fun life of annoyed nitpicking. I don't know what happened to Satoshi, or what made him abandon Satoko and run away. But just seeing Satoko in such a good mood made me think I could persevere as long as I needed to. So this is what I thought. I wouldn't become Satoshi, I'd become a replacement brother. Kind of a weird champ, but... This is it. This is the kind of stir-fry I was waiting for. It's great. It's absolutely great. The salt and pepper in the broth? Man, I could eat an entire pot of this. Stop that, Keiichi. You're spilling food everywhere. The food isn't going to run away. You don't need to eat it so fast. No, it will run away. The best and freshest flavors are running away from the moment the meal is completed. If you were to make 100 delicious things, then I would have a duty to taste every one of them. It's just good manners to do so. Yeah, it sort of feels weird, man, here. Your feelings are more than enough, so calm down and enjoy your food. You're right, I'm sorry. No insults here. I meekly scratched my head, then put down my chopsticks and laughed along with her like it was funny. I ended up doing most of the eating. Satoko was barely taking a bite. She seemed satisfied just by watching me enjoy the food so much. Whenever I filled my mouth with more of her delicious meal, Satoko looked glad. That let me enjoy the food even more. In this way, she kept smiling happily the whole time. Looking at her made me happy as well. Time passed softly and gently. Before, I would have gone back and forth hurling insults with Satoko. In other words, we would have gotten into a fight right away. I'd never known I could feel such peace of mind by talking to her honestly like this. I was a little bit happy about having discovered this new side of Satoko. For example, I was eating food that Satoko had made. There wasn't an inch of me that thought it was suspicious. Before, however, Satoko would have definitely put some sort of trap into this. I think I ate too much. I'm gonna take a dump. Man, that's just how you talk to people. Hey Keiichi, it's bad manners to say such words during a meal. Then what should I say? I'm going to the bathroom, the toilet, the lavatory. Satoko looked down, her face bright red, and pointed down the hallway as if to say just go already. My old habits seemed to have come back, but yeah, this wasn't all that bad either. No weird schemes. Everything is just natural, and while having such utterly unguarded thoughts, I went into the bathroom. My foot caught something string-like. Huh? Nice, you got put in a fucking trap, dude. Unbelievable. A kettle, a wash tub, Satoko! She got me. I can't believe her. She always does this when I let my guard down. I can't relax for a minute around her. Still, it was kind of funny. I didn't really feel like getting angry. Satoko, laughing uproariously, came over. See? I knew you'd fall for it sooner or later. You little. I let my guard down for 1 second, and this is what I get? I picked up the wash tub that had crashed into my head and went to go hit Satoko with it. Then I doubled over with laughter. That was been welling up. Okay, so for once, I think this is a translation error. I don't think I'm retarded. And then I doubled over with the laughter that was been welling up within me. So I couldn't manage it. That has been. I wish things could go on forever like this. It's not like I was having the most fun since coming to Hinamizawa or anything, but it was probably the first time that I'd spent my day so simply and comfortably. It really wasn't worth much. It was only a few hours after all. As an only child, it was my first taste of having a sibling. Just washing dishes with her felt really nice. Side by side we washed, with the experienced Satoko doing most of the work as I threw in the appropriate words to add to the conversation. The scene was so commonplace, and yet so mild and warm. Normally I would agree with you, but her brother went missing before my dude was ever in town, so she'd have to be a clairvoyant of some kind. Maybe I had felt this kind of warmth before too in the past. I think I've stood next to the sink with my mother like this when I was little. It made me nostalgic when I remembered it. It was the same sort of slow, easy time. It was tranquil. Such a quiet tranquility that the fact I wasn't uneasy about anything itself almost made me uneasy. Hey wait, Keiichi. You feel uneasy about something just from spending time so leisurely? There's nothing at all to feel uneasy about. I mean, why would I be punished for enjoying a gentle life? I'd do anything to keep these days going, and I would never do anything bad no matter what. I'd work hard for it, and endure much for it. So God. Oh my god, that scared me. I thought that was my phone. It's not much of a dream to want this kind of thing to keep on going, but can't you grant it? Oh, is that not the telephone? Who could it be at this hour? Oh, you're right. I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it. I hurried to stand up, then ran to the phone. Who could it be at a time like this? I did feel a little like the phone had interrupted my happy moment. But I still wanted to brag about how happy the time I was spending made me, no matter who it was on the other side. Hello? This is Maybara speaking. Hello? Keiichi, it's your mother. Oh, hey Mom. What is it? It's pretty late. That was a little cold of me, and she was only calling because she was worried about her son. I couldn't help but give a dry smile. Sounds like you're doing just fine for yourself. I was worried that you couldn't make dinner and went to bed hungry. Nah, it worked out. Did you make dinner properly? What did you have tonight? Huh, it was vegetable stir-fry, rice, and miso soup. Bought stuff for it at the supermarket, plus a whole bunch of side dishes just for fun. Oh yeah, listen to this. I got the pork during the sale and got a half off. The things a housewife knows, right? And also, all of that was thanks to Satoko, and not something I should be proud about. But still, couldn't help but want to boast about the dinner tonight. Seemed like Mom got the hint that I was in a really good mood. I see. I'm so relieved that you're doing just fine. Oh yeah, another thing. Your dad and I finished up with our job. The music stopped. Something bad's about to happen. We think we'll be back tomorrow afternoon or evening. Oh, I see. You did well for 2 nights. We've been pulling all-nighters, too. It was a lot of work, but we managed to fill the gap in your dad's mentors event. Cool. That's good. Well done. Why did my parents coming home seem so disappointing? I knew a little bit of the reason, of course. The tranquility I never wanted to end was about to end so readily, and it was a little painful. After being asked what kind of souvenir I wanted from Tokyo, and replying that anything edible would be great, I put down the receiver, and Satoko appeared, having finished cleaning up her trap. At first, Satoko was in a very good mood, but when she saw me put down the receiver with an uncertain expression, her own clouded over a bit. It seemed like she'd gotten the gist. Sorry, I don't have my thing open. Thank you for the follow. It seemed like she'd gotten the gist of what my phone conversation had been about. Was that your parents, Keiichi? Yeah. Mom says they'll be back tomorrow. Oh, that's good then. I won't have to go to the trouble of making you dinner tomorrow. Now you can enjoy your meals with just your family. No, that's not it. When I think about the dull, plain dinner table coming back tomorrow, it's a little lonely. You sure do live in luxury. A family sitting around the dinner table is the most fun way to enjoy a meal of all. True, considering that we know both her parents are dead, and her brother is dead, probably. Her brother Satoshi, running away from home, came to mind immediately. But there was no gloom in the way she said it. It was only for 2 days, but they were very enjoyable dinners. Well then, next time I'll go to your house to visit. Huh? Stoko momentarily made a happy smile, but then a second later it changed to an expression of surprise. My house is small and it's dirty, and the kitchen isn't as good as this one. Well, I don't mind, but if you don't want to, then I won't. Toko shook her head firmly, her whole body expressing denial. I gotta get you to teach me a whole bunch more stuff, too. I finally managed to figure out how to use the rice cooker and how to cook miso soup, after all. That's right, isn't it? Perhaps we should use this opportunity to have you learn more about cooking. It was so like Satoko to take this chance to proclaim that this was all for my sake. But there was no way to conceal her own enthusiasm. It was true that this gentle time would come to an end when my parents got back. There was no need to lament that, though. I could easily put in the effort to continue our mild moments like this. Like yesterday, Satoko told me she didn't need to be escorted home, but Rika wasn't with her tonight. She would be going home by herself. Everyone knew everyone else's face here in Hinamizawa. So it wasn't like it was dangerous to go out at night, but it still wasn't good to send a girl on her way all alone. At the very least, that's what I thought as Satoko's older brother, weird champ. I'll take you as far as the school at least. There's more lights over in that direction anyway. It's really fine, alright? If someone bad shows up, I will take them down with one finger. There was no point in pressing her any more on the subject, so I took a handful of Satoko's hair and rubbed her head vigorously. Come on, Satoko, don't complain so much. Oh yikes, your brother will bring you part of the way there. That's what I was about to say when I suddenly got embarrassed and my voice trailed off. I'm not saying this. Brother could only be the nickname Satoko gave to her older brother, and nothing else. I was about to use it pretty lightly, so I started to feel apologetic and a little ashamed. Brother? Oh god. What does Satoko just say? Well, Keiichi. Just seems like an older brother. That's what I said. It's not quite right, but you seem kind of alike, so I just... Oh, the cringe. Satoko laughed awkwardly and turned red in the face. Of course, I was embarrassed when I saw her, too, because the fact I was trying to act like her brother had gotten across. A warm feeling spread out from my chest. It was completely different from romantic feelings, thank God. I was hoping that it wasn't something indecent. Because Mion has captured my heart. I care not for an 8-year-old girl. And you'd also be going to jail for this. It was completely different from romantic feelings or any of those more. You know, when you play a Japanese game, you got to be careful, okay? You don't know what turn they're gonna take, okay? I don't know which way they're gonna go with it. It was much more graceful, quiet, and warm, and calm. Satoko still needed her brother. I had initially thought Rika was being sly by not coming today, but when I thought about it like this, I could feel a kind thoughtfulness of her worrying about a good friend's feelings. Maybe Rika had understood that she couldn't play the part of a brother herself. So then, let's stop there, Keiichi. There's no point in thinking about it so hard. It means everyone feels the same way. It means everyone wants Satoko to be happy. Well, considering that, like, all of her family has been killed, yeah, I mean, Satoko is acting as though her brother running away from home didn't bother her at all, even though that wasn't actually the case. She was very sad, and always waiting for him to come home, because Satoko was a stable person when she was his sister. In order for her to really be this level-headed, having a brother was something she couldn't do without. In other words, Satoko still needed a brother. Nobody had the right to smile it away as childish immaturity. In fact, they deserve praise for being so close to each other as siblings. That role of brother should be played by her real brother, by Satoshi, but unfortunately he wasn't here. So since I'm here, I'll play the part. And not with a guilty conscience, but in a very natural way. Because was something wrong with seeing Satoko smile so happily? Yes. What is it, Keiichi? Oh yeah, so you weren't here. This location that we're at right now, this spot, is where, I noticed it from the art. This is where the dead body after the festival has turned up twice. Just so you know. What is it, Keiichi? You've been smirking for quite a while now. Is it weird for me to look happy? It isn't weird or anything, but, well, the sound of the motor on her bike light was too loud, and I couldn't hear what Satoko said. Huh? What? What did you say? Nothing. You really are just like Nini, you know? Keiichi. Is that right? Of course you're completely different from my real Nini, but, like, there's things. Things that you do the same. Now this is the one thing that get weird. We'll finish this. We'll get to the end of the chapter because this will be really close. The same. Do you feel lonely when you remember Nini? Once I said that, I thought for a moment that was absolutely the wrong thing to say, but Satoko didn't mind one bit. It's not that I'm lonely, since Keiichi is being my Nini for me right now. As I was flustered for a moment at her hitting the mark, Satoko suddenly asked me a question in a calm voice. It was a very quiet, composed, and adult question. Or it was a. Was it Rika? It was quiet, but her voice sounded lonely somehow. Didn't Rika ask you to act like my Nini for me? Is that what you think? Please don't take offense. Rika is strangely considerate of me. But it really doesn't bother me that much. I could say for sure that, at least, was a lie. Yesterday and today, Satoko had been so happy spending time like this with me as siblings. And that was proof itself that she was lying about it not getting to her. So I gave Satoko a light poke in the head. You're thinking too much, dummy. I'm me, Keiichi Maebara. I'm not your Nini, not Satoshi Hojo. I know that. Despite her saying that, her expression seemed a little lonesome. At this point, Satoko herself had realized that her question had been the wrong thing to say. We didn't need to keep talking about something that Satoko regretted. So in order to cut the conversation short, I grabbed Satoko's head and pet her. Let's not talk about silly things like that. It's getting late, so get back home. Brush your teeth and go to bed. And rinse your mouth before sleeping too. It'll keep you from getting a cold. You're the one to talk. Be sure to brush your teeth, okay? Rinse your mouth and wash your hands, then get your books ready tomorrow. And, I wonder what kind of siblings Satoko and Satoshi were. I've never seen them together, but I could say without a doubt they were really close. As for the way in which they were close, it was probably quite like this. I'm about to sneeze, I can feel it. It was so cool that the day's heat seemed like a lie, and yet the moonlight was somehow faintly warm. The quiet chorus of the insects was pleasing to the ears. It's the end of the chapter? It seems as though it is. Okay, good. Holy shit, because I gotta go to the washroom. No, not yet. The festival hasn't happened. Okay, so that chapter was about on pace as usual, about an hour. Usually the sub-chapters are about an hour long each. Probably somewhere around 10 to 12 of them. So, okay, I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick. I'll put up a little text thing here. I'll be right back. Da-da-da-da. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we'll get our fair share of crazy shit. I'm not sure how much of the crazy shit we'll get into today, but we will run into some of it. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I did save, right? Yeah, I did, okay. So let's see. What is gonna happen? My girl. Oh, really? Your parents came home, huh? Smelled like energy drinks and their eyes were all bloodshot. So they had a crazy amount of stuff to do and were up 2 whole nights in a row. Adults have it tough. Your dad is an artist, right? They really do have it rough. Come to think of it, he was, wasn't he? I would very much like to see what kind of things he draws sometimes. An artist, huh? I'd seen a number of watercolor and acrylic paintings on display, but he had to have been doing some other job, too. So what did Dad do exactly? He didn't let anyone into his workshop after all. He's just butchering people next door. Wanted to sneak a peek one day. So the house was empty for 2 days after all that? Didn't leave much time. So, okay, did you manage to go after the character who was in your heart? The absence of parents is a must-have for Higurashi protagonists. He built up a lot of relationship points and raised all the right flags. I have no idea what any of you are talking about. No, unfortunately I didn't invite me on over. Feels fucking bad, man. It means you didn't need to cook for yourself anymore, Keiichi. What did you make last night? In the end, I didn't make a single thing myself. Last night's dinner, well, it was vegetable stir-fry. Wow! Okay, you can make a little bit of real cooking now, huh? You made a vegetable stir-fry. Did it come out good? Did it? Rina, you're being unpleasant. Why are you clinging to me? A delicious meal and friendly dishwashing together. How nice, how nice. Hey, I said you're being unpleasant. What are you talking about? Mion, utterly confused, asked me for clarification, but I just briefly, albeit transparently, averted my eyes. Right. Does anyone have any plans for this afternoon? You don't, do you? Do you? Today was Saturday, the beautiful day on which we're liberated from the confines of school in the afternoon. Actually, the school in Hinamizawa had slightly different Saturdays than those in the city. There were a lot of students here who brought a bento, ate it at lunch, and then went to play in the school or around the schoolyard. You could say that the entire school turned into a children's playground. There were mountains behind the school, and if you went down that way, you'd find the mountain streams. You could avoid the strong sunlight and make conversation in the classroom if you wanted to, too. You could also play hide and seek in the construction pipes. Ooh, that doesn't seem like a safe thing to do. Of course, you were free to go home as well. There were some kids who went home and helped water the fields or tended the stores. If Mion was bringing up the afternoon like this, then it must have been for some crazy big club event. However, sadly I had something I needed to do before taking part in wherever it was. You have work? It's unlucky. I wonder what kind of work it is. Maybe helping his father with his artwork job. Or being a model for his father. Ooh. No thanks. Rina, that is a nude one. Oh. I looked into Rina's eyes and saw myself completely naked in a questionable pose with a single rose in my mouth. No. I wouldn't do that for 1,000,000 yen. To get rid of Rina's delusions, I grabbed her head and swung it from side to side. Stop. Sorry. Leaving your fanciful delusions aside, I have something to do real quick during lunch. I'm okay to meet up with you after I'm done, though. Work during lunch? I see. Sounds kind of cool, actually. What could it be? Are you having a banquet with VIP experts? Like a business lunch? This is truly sad, but you're right. What? Everyone shouts, wildly surprised. And my guy just fucking fades into the sky, I guess? It was true. Today I'd be on the job with my family. For my dad's job, he was having about 10 people from the publishing agency over for a house party. He called people from work for a party the day after having stayed up 2 nights in a row. I'm amazed at their vitality. Adults have it pretty rough. Of course, it would be incredibly uncomfortable for me. It would be really tiring to have to force myself to smile at some old dudes I didn't know. But they were my dad's important business connections. So offending them would be bad. With all that said, it's gonna get very uncomfortable for me today, starting at lunch. Well, what an intelligent child. This is my son Keiichi. Keiichi, this is Honda. He's a publisher. This person here is Inoue. who works as a printer. Say your hellos. Hello. My name's Keiichi. Appreciate all you've done for my father. Keiichi, do you draw pictures like your father does? I'd very much like to see them. My dad had such a brazen occupation, that of an artist. Although, I don't really know what kinds of things he creates. I don't really care, and don't want to see anyway. Sort of contradicts exactly what you said about 20 minutes ago. Dad's so tight-fisted about it, so he doesn't show them to me very often anyway. I'm not a kid anymore, so I wouldn't care at all if they were pictures of naked ladies or anything. Hell yeah. You study under your father as an apprentice. You'd be able to become a great artist like him too. Excuse me, this is just between you and me, but my dad, is he really that great of an artist? I readied myself and whispered my question. It might have seemed odd for his son to be asking like this, but when I did, he gave me this really strange grin and tightly clamped down onto my shoulders. Yes, he is truly, truly a fantastic artist. Is that so? Glad to hear it. There are no purchase restrictions. He does fan service, and he always answers the letters he gets. He has an inquisitive mind, always on the prowl for what the world needs. Oh. Taking off your socks? Absolutely not. And that goes for glasses and school uniforms too. Maibara understands these things perfectly. Every event sees him along the wall with a huge lineup. I'm sorry, but his pictures, they're not ones you hang on the wall? Not at all. In the beginning, everyone starts in the islands, and then to their corners, and finally climbing up the corners of the larger paths. The final destination is the famous wall. You too. Please, become a great artist who can display his work in unison with Maibara. I'll cheer you on. This totally went over my head. I have no clue what they're talking about. It's fine to have a lot of passion for the things you like, but I didn't get it. But it seems that the world of art ran pretty deep. It was probably a much deeper world than I could have imagined. I decided to leave it at that. Then I realized my mom was calling me from the other side of the room. It's weird that my parents don't have sprites. Keiichi, it's the phone. It's a friend of yours. A lucky break. Maybe I could get out of this uncomfortable business party by using a friend's phone call as an excuse. Scampered over to the front door, snatched up the receiver my mom had left there. Hello, it's me. Hello, me. That's not how you answer the phone, Keiichi. I implore you, learn to choose your words more properly. I was of the opinion that the person speaking to me had a far stranger way of talking. Oh, it's Satoko. It's unusual for you to call my house. This isn't the time for pleasantries. Keiichi, when are you going to be able to come? Sorry, it looks like this is going a bit long. I can't get them to let me go. I want to do things with the club now, but... That's not it, Keiichi. It wasn't about the club today. It's a real battle. Satoko's voice was different from normal. I could feel the urgency in it drifting through the phone. A real battle? That doesn't sound good. What's the situation? I'll explain the particulars when we meet. Anyway, this is a terrible crisis. At this rate, we're gonna lose. What on the earth was going on? Could it have been a fight? I didn't know who they were, but laying a hand on someone from Hinamizawa was an absolutely terrible idea. Right, got it. I'll come and reinforce you right away. Where are you at? We're on the Okinomiya Elementary School campus. There are signs at the station, so you should be able to figure it out. Anyway, we're in a huge hurry. School campus. The situation could have a lot of people involved. Could have turned into an all-out brawl. Who is the enemy here anyway? Oh, I'm on fire. Got it. I'll be there soon. Should I bring a weapon with me? Like a metal baseball bat or something? You have a metal bat? That'd be fantastic. We'll wait for you here. The call cut off abruptly. I needed to hurry. Oh, Keiichi, I was looking for you. Deguchi here was hoping that for his next dojinshi. Okay, now's not the time. Don't we have a bat? A metal bat. If not, then anything long will do. If anything long will do, then my golf clubs are in the storage room. It didn't have the same kind of impact, but a golf club was a splendid weapon, too. Holy fuck, we can turn to Happy Gilmore? It was lighter than a baseball bat, and maybe easier for me to use. Thanks, I'm borrowing one. I'll really need to go see my friends for something. It's urgent. Or I really need. Sorry. What, Keiichi? Wait a minute. I grabbed the golf club, jumped on my bike, and headed straight for town. Wait for me, Satoko. I'll be right there. Just hold out until then. I didn't actually know where Okinomiya Elementary was exactly, but Satoko's phone call seemed to demand urgency, so I rushed out without asking her about how to get there. Oh, holy fucking way, I'm yawning, I'm not even tired. But if I went to the station, there would be signs. At least I feel like that's what she said. Then I heard the jingling of a bicycle bell from behind me. Hello there. Hey, Rika. Huh. Keiichi, you came quickly. You put the pedal to the metal. Damn. This isn't the time to be out of breath. I need to hurry. Sorry, where's Okinomiya Elementary? I'll show you the way. Come along with me. Rika rode off on her bike. I followed her. Stoko suddenly called me out here. What on earth is going on anyway? At first, we had the advantage. However, they called in a helper. It's bad manners. A helper? What cowards. Calling for reinforcements the minute they realized they'd lose. They're taking everyone out one by one. We can't put a dent in them. Sounds like they were pretty strong. Anyway, I'll ask about it later. We don't have time, right? Please hurry. There's no way this is an actual fight. He's totally misunderstanding this. Leave it to me. With Rika leading the way, we headed straight for the elementary school grounds. I asked Rika something during that time. It seemed that all the club members besides me were part of this fight. Damn. So what Mion was trying to tell everyone was that this would happen? If I had known that, I would have just ditched my family's job. But it was too late for regrets. According to Rika, we had a one-sided advantage at the start, but our angry foes had brought in a powerful ally. The club members put up a resistance and went against them one by one, but apparently they couldn't stand up to them. The combined efforts of the whole club couldn't win. I wonder if this is like a baseball game or something, and that's why they said to bring a bat. Just what kind of monster is this guy? He's amazing. This enemy is orthodox. So they weren't using thuggish brawling tactics, but it actually studied karate or something? Is that what she meant? I mean, orthodox just means standard. Like, Keiichi's our last ray of hope now. Okinomiya Elementary came into view. I can hear many voices raising hell over there. Whoa! Mion! Rina! Satoko! I'll be there soon! I'll crush them all at once! I think it's gonna be like a fucking baseball match or something. I know baseball's big in Japan. There were a lot of bicycles left out in front of the school. I left mine there. I left mine there next to them in the same way. I could tell there was a lot of people flooding the campus. When the two armies in the midst of a huge, no-holds-barred brawl, I took my golf club in hand. Whoosh, I swung it. I felt the sensation of it sticking firmly to my palm. Great. Feedback wasn't bad. I'm gonna go all out with this thing. I dashed at a breakneck speed to the school gates, swinging it around. Yeah, it's just a baseball field. It's just a baseball field. All this is. So this guy freaked out over absolutely nothing. Literally just a baseball match. Come with me, Rika. I'll show you what the mighty manly warrior Keiichi Maebara can really do. Wow, Keiichi, you're so reliable. You're gonna rampage with a golf club. Rika applauded me. Though a little dry, lauding my valiance. The manly Keiichi Maebara put it behind him and headed for the place where he may die. The Keiichi, why did you bring a golf club today? I had no choice. At first I figured a baseball bat would have been good, but we don't have one in my house. The golf club was far better than going barehanded, so I brought one. How very excellent. I'll give you a pat on the head. I can't wait to see your golf club rampage. Despite the emergency situation, Rika reached up and stroked me on the head. Dude, because I got the inning count over here too. Dude, this guy totally misunderstood the situation. Hey, this is no time for jokes. Huh? Crack! Just then, an extremely loud metallic sound rang out, and I heard many people cheering. Left! Ah, we missed. Run! You get to second base, go! Center, calm down. Send it to third. The center fielder caught the ball. See, this is good. I know baseball. The center fielder caught the ball, and after a brief pause, sent it flying to third base. If he had pitched it wildly, it might get there. He gave up on second and threw it to third with time to spare. The instructions from the bench were solid. Wait, what? Oh, Keiichi's here. Satoko, Keiichi's here. You're late. Why am I yawning so much? Holy fuck. Loafing around is only okay when you do it at the bread shop. Who the fuck are you? You're a new character. This Maebara kid, will he really be able to save us? We're up against the elite school's ace, left arm Kameda. To be able to beat a Koshian class pitcher, he must be a god. It's okay. I'm sure the Keiichi can turn the tables. He's a really dependable person. Murmur. What? He's a pinch hitter we brought in to take out left arm Kameda with his bullet fastball. The one who had one hit, no run game after another during the regional qualifiers. The undefeated demon pitcher of Oshima. So basically this guy's a fucking ace. The super high school level pitcher that had already been marked by professional scouts. He's gonna win against him. Some greenhorn pitcher like that is no match for Keiichi. He also just throws Oh. He'll send his throws all the way to the back screen for an easy victory. Murmur, murmur. There was a slugger like that in this prefecture? I had no idea. Must have gone under the radar. Hey. Let's go, get up. Hey, take a picture. Oh, yikes. As for me, I was so dazed at what was happening that I was frozen in place with my golf club up in the air. Camera people stared at me through their viewfinders, and just like I had, they turned to stone. In the hands of their gallant pinch hitter, Keiichi Maebara, was a golf club. Nobody could seem to understand why I was holding something like this. At this point, neither did I. Cheep, 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 cheep. A cold, greasy sweat dripped from me. The first one to break the inordinately awkward silence was Rena. Keiichi. Yeah? Let me ask you a question. Please. Please don't. Psychic waves of my entreaty flowed out of my face along with my sweat. Somehow seemed to reach the two of them. The deathly quiet reporters all parted, as Moses once parted the sea. But Moses probably didn't go through the parted seas this quietly. You were playing baseball? Then tell me that from the start. What? Did I not say that? I mean, I told you to come on the campus with a baseball bat. What else could you have thought it was? What manner of thinking caused you to mistakenly bring a golf club here instead? I think Keiichi must have done it on purpose to lighten our moods and get us pumped, I think. Rena smiled bitterly and covered for me with all her might. Please believe her, everyone. I'm begging you. Keiichi loves golf. Rika started patting my head. Broad grin on her face all the while. I pushed her hand away, grabbed her from behind by her suspenders, and picked her up like a kitten. Rika, why didn't you tell me it was a baseball game when we met at the station? I wouldn't have had to suffer such a disgrace. Rika's smile was like the sun, so incredibly innocent. She's glowing. When I saw Rika's radiant smile, I couldn't help but feel like I could forgive anything she did. However, if Rika thought I actually would, then she had another thing coming. Anyway, this is your punishment. Rena? Rika still plucked up in my hand. I offered her to Rena. That's right. The kittenified Rika sent Rena's voltage into overcharge. I'll take her. Rena will take her. So cute. Ah, spinny, spinny. Rena stuck out her tongue like a chameleon and preyed upon Rika while spinning her around. Oh lord. Rika's so cute. Rena held her tight as a vice and began to get her fill of rubbing her cheek into Rika's. Their cheeks rubbed together tightly. Rika's face looked like it was being crushed by Rena's. Don't know what has happened, but it looks like Rika's gotten her just desserts. Yeah, I recently found out that Rika isn't only cute. I got Keiichi's permission. I'm gonna take you home. For the moment, I just gave her a 3-minute timeout. By the way, Satoko, the urgent call was for a baseball game? Yeah, that's correct. You said you had a house party with your family. I suppose I was wrong to ask, but in times of trouble like these, you obviously must prioritize friends over family. Felt like that's what I was supposed to be saying, not you. Well, it was just a business party for my dad, I guess. Honestly, felt glad to be called out here. So what's the crisis situation like? 6-7, which means our team is losing, huh? 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Damn, bro, you gotta walk this shit off. You got one on base? Fucking crack one, let's go. What the heck? This game's almost about to end. We would have had a little more time if you'd gotten here sooner. Do you have any idea how difficult it was for us to hold out for this long? Alright, I'm sorry. Okay, so what am I doing? Am I gonna be the pinch hitter? Just leave it to me. I may not look like it, but I went to the batting cages a lot before I moved here. My dad went there for fun, and I used to go with him pretty often. I'm pretty confident about just hitting the bat with the ball, but... Vroom! A tremendous sound rang out, the likes of which I'd never heard before. The catcher's mitt trembled, sending up a light cloud of dust. telling me the tremendous sound had come from the ball. Hey now, wait a second. What's up with that crazy fastball anyway? Surprised? Yeah. That's a bona fide Koshin level pitch. I don't know what this is or what it means. Koshin level pitcher. Don't you know about Left Arm Kameda, the high schooler ace famous in sports magazines? Sorry, can't say I do. Wait, Mion, what happened to you? Mion showed up, and to my surprise, she was wrapped up in bandages. Just what on earth happened? Probably sliding or something? Well, you came late, so I guess we need to explain from the beginning. Oh, done with Rika? Yep, I had a lot of fun, and she's so cute. She's so soft and fluffy and squishy. I could eat just her cheeks 3 meals a day. I can't get married anymore. Oh, Jesus Christ. I wonder how Rika... okay, you know what, never mind. It almost flipped my own delusional switch, but I put a stop to it using logic. I was an adult. Okay, explain away. How did things get screwed up enough that a Koshian relief pitcher ended up in a baseball game for fun? Everyone exchanged glances. Then Rina spoke for all of them. At first, well, it was just a normal baseball game. It's nothing much, just a little grudge match between the Hinamizawa fighters and the Okinomiya Titans. We're just having a grand old time, really nothing much. In simpler terms, it was an intramural match. A match to settle the grudge between Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. We say grudge, but it's all pretty peaceful and friendly. So why is our whole club a part of it? Some of you are wearing uniforms and some aren't. Last I checked, we weren't the school baseball team. That is... well, it was pretty irresponsible. They happen to have some players who couldn't make it today. They were pretty down in the dumps, so they ended up getting involved post-haste. Let's see. So if there weren't enough members, anyone could come to the rescue, whether boy or girl, no matter what grade they were in. A jumbled together feeling was the hallmark of our school. But Rika told me we were crushing them at the beginning. Mia's an amazing batter. She was hitting home runs left and right. Mion proudly stuck out her chest. Doing so seemed to hurt her somehow, and she groaned pathetically. Yeah. Every time Mion went up to bat, she hit a home run and brought everyone to the bases in. Well, fuck, if the score is only 6 points, dude, there was like nobody up to bat, so... Unlike Satoko, she can actually hit the ball. Rika. Alright, I think I got the gist of it. So you were having a pretty easy time until that Koshian pitcher showed up. That's right. It was all us at the beginning. Maybe we didn't get all that many points, but we were always getting people on bases. And Kameda just happened to show up to watch the game today. Apparently Kameda attends a fairly well-known school in our prefecture that frequently sent people to Koshian. I need to figure out how to search up this word if you're going to keep saying it. So it's the name of a fucking championship. Annual nationwide high school baseball tournament. It's the largest scale amateur sport event in Japan. Okay, so how do I...
Koshian. Koshian.
Whatever, Koshian. It's good enough. And this man, known as the ace of their baseball team, Kameda, seemed to be quite skilled. Now that I thought about it, it was certainly strange to see cameramen with journalist armbands here to watch a casual baseball game out in the sticks like this. I heard that when Kameda was little, he was on the Okinomiya Titans. You figured it out, right? His old team was losing, so that's why he jumped in as a relief pitcher and took the mound. Now it's just terrible. We can't even hit any foul balls, much less get anyone on base. Feels fucking bad, man. But still, a Koshian pitcher barging in, it's unfair. We're just playing for fun. All the boys wearing the Hinamizawa Fighters uniform were hanging their heads in disappointment. I knew almost all their faces. Isn't everyone here a classmate? Well, yeah, dickhead, remember, everyone at your school everyone in your fucking thing goes to one school, like... Yeah, like... And you only have one class. I see, we're the only school in Hinamizawa after all. Oh, it's Tomita and Okamura. You were on the baseball team too? Maybara... His uniform was brand new, and not very dirty, fresh off the presses. I could see handmade banners with their names written on them in the grandstands. I see, their families came to root for them in their debut game today. Ukamura said he just got his bat today as a present from his dad. The brand new bat sparkling. Well, that kind of present, a man just has to perform well. He practiced swinging a whole lot just for today. Tomita, well, he went too far, and he tore the skin off his hand. See, unfortunately. His torn hand looked like it hurt. From that injury, you could sense his backbone. I get it, guys. You wanted to make your big moment a good one. Room. The savior of the Oknomiya Titans. We could hear the sound of this Kameda's tremendous basketball practice. This man was no joke. He was definitely on a level far above high school kids. But at his level, he clearly shouldn't have been interrupting a grass lot game, grudge match, though it may have been. This is such a weird sentence, but at his level, he clearly shouldn't have been interrupting a grass lot game, grudge match, though it may have been. Okay. He should have understood how much better he was, too. This guy's literally smurfing. Literally. We heard another tremendous noise from the mid. Ugh. I turned around, and this left-arm Kameda guy was looking at us and grinning boldly. Anyway, that's how it is. Now that it's come to this, we have no choice. We have to engage in a real battle. Yeah, looks like we have to get serious. Yep, and then we tried getting serious. Then Miho went out with a bang. Mion embarrassed, scratching her head, then a moment later doubled over in pain. Went out with a bang. But how on earth did she end up getting injured like this? It would take a really long time to explain. The one thing I can say is that she came up empty-handed, even though she pushed herself that hard. I risked my life and I couldn't even get 1 point. Pepe Hand, my girl. Our secret plan did nothing, and now we're very sad. I couldn't even imagine what sort of secret plan it was, but it must have been crazy enough to get her that badly hurt. Still though, we're still playing baseball thanks to you failing, right? Yep. Maybe Mii's last resort wasn't very baseball-like. I think. We have no other recourse now, do we? It means that we need to settle the score front and center in a manner befitting a baseball game. That's right. We have to settle it like baseball. I think normal people would have given up and gone for a frontal attack, but as a member of our club, I wasn't about to accept that so easily. Like baseball? I don't know. If we look at it like a baseball game, then we can't be picky, can we? It is our club's creed, after all. That's correct. We can't be picky. That's the virtue of our club. Rina and Satoko laughed to each other delightfully. It wasn't really a virtue we could brag about, but the best thing about our club was that we never rolled over and gave up. But the cameras are all watching very closely, so it'll be hard to cheat. Rika spread her arms wide, indicating the array of reporters in the bleachers. She was right. With all those cameramen watching us through those cameras with giant telephoto lenses, foul play would be fairly tough. That's right. That's the bottleneck. Everyone's eyes are on us. We can't be too bold. Kids will distract the cameramen and let's cheat our asses off. Cork a bat or something. Ow. My girl, Pepe Hands. I didn't mean to skip that. I never did think Mii's ways were very ladylike, though. Satoko and Rika both nodded behind Arena. Let's get down to business. Team is down 1 run right now. It's the bottom of the 9th, and we already have 2 outs. This old man's plan had gone better. We'd have our bases loaded right about now. To be fair, though, you only really need 1 person on base, because if you crack a home run here, bottom of the 9th, it's over. There is no point lamenting a failed plan. Our club never loses heart, and always goes on to the next one. Satoko said eagerly, trying to cheer up the downcast Mion, whose secret plan had failed. It may have failed, but Satoko still seemed to have another. Satoko, you seem pretty cheerful, which means you've got something up your sleeve, eh? Keiichi? Who do you think she is? It's Satoko, you know? Satoko Hojo. That was right. We called her Trap Master Satoko, didn't we? Nothing, I'm just... It's fine, don't worry about it. She would snare her opponent at the perfect moment, the very end. Everyone in our club knew that we could never ever let our guards down against Satoko. I may have taught her, but she's grown a lot and doesn't seem to want to stop. Sometimes even I'm astonished at how she overcomes such slim margins. By the way, me bats next and Satoko. We're losing by 1 point. Do we get the next runner on base? Okay, sorry, I'm on 10 again. So did I miss anything here? By the way, me bats next on Satoko. We were losing by 1 point. So if we could get the next runner on a base, then the runner after that could hit a big one and end the match. And that final batter was Satoko. So you just pinch hit her. See? I feel like we can win now, right? Can't imagine what she's got set up, but it's gotta be some kind of trap for sure. If I were the opposing pitcher, I'd definitely walk her. You would nothing do. An 8-year-old girl comes up to bat. It's the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs. You have 1 on. And you're gonna walk? You're gonna intentionally walk an 8-year-old girl? You're not getting very far in baseball if that's your strategy. There was no way Satoko was gonna hit a home run, even in my dreams. Well, she doesn't have to necessarily hit it out of the park, though. Get it inside the Parker. Come on. But if she was going to stand in the batter's box normally, without any kind of plan, I can't think of anything else she could do. Drop a pinch, like drop a fucking pinch bunt or something? Like, I don't know what the fuck else you're going to do. And the fact that you called me here, I see. I think I know where this is going. It meant that I was a necessary piece for Satoko's trap. I'm excited. I wonder what Satoko will do. I can't wait to see Satoko's walk-off home run either. Kei is indispensable for this. Understand? It's our last chance at creating an upset. We absolutely can't fail. Right, that much I know for sure. Just watch. Satoko and I will give you all the front row seats to the greatest turnaround victory of all time. Now explain your instructions, Keiichi. Lend me your ear for a moment. Satoko and I huddled up in a hidden place and held a briefing that anyone watching could tell was suspicious. I wonder what Maebara and Hojo are talking about. I pray it's not some crazy trick like the one the president used. Our teammates Tomita and Okamura seemed very nervous. We're going to give them a wide smile, trying to dispel their anxiety. It'll be okay, everyone. Satoko and Keiichi will be able to pull this off for us. But Ryugo, we're up against a Koshian pitcher. I don't know if Satoko's traps will be much good. Now everyone, be silent and watch. You're going to get to see an interesting game. Mion, who knew everything about to transpire, looked like she was having a hard time stifling the laughter bubbling up within her. She was so terrifying as an enemy, but so reliable as an ally. Mion waved her hands at the umpire. We got a pinch hitter. Hi, Mion Sonozaki. I'm switching out with Keiichi. Oh, never mind. I have no clue what they're doing then. Are you sure he'll be alright? The umpire turned an uneasy gaze on the pinch hitter, who had jumped in with a golf club. Uh-huh. Don't underestimate Keiichi now. The members of our club were the only ones grinning with wholehearted confidence. Okay. Good to know, I guess. Satoko's plan was definitely simple, but scrupulous. Oh god. I'll mute until my dog is done barking. Okay, holy fuck. It even looked like the entire situation had gone according to her calculations. The fact we were losing by 1 point. The fact that I had come late. The fact that Satoko was the last batter. It even felt kind of like this had been set up before the game started. There had been a long time out since I got here, and during that time, the opposing pitcher, Kameda, took a bathroom break. Even that felt calculated. No, this is Satoko we're talking about, so maybe she gave him a laxative somehow, calculated to get him to use the bathroom at this exact moment. And while he was a long way off, shut up in the bathroom, our plan would begin. The opposing pitcher, Kameda, there he was. In front of the urinal, pleasantly taking care of business. He thought it was only natural he would win at a grass-lot game like this. and relaxed enough to relieve himself without a care in the world. Maybe that's how he wanted to appear. However, his relaxed state was itself our chance. Right now, you've already conceded to our club. I, too, casually walked into the bathroom. There were 3 urinals. Kameda was doing his business at the farthest one. Oh, dude, this is when you know something's the matter. When you're at a fucking urinal. And there's a spot with a gap in between that's open. And the guy goes to the one next to you. You know that something's the matter. Normally, you would leave one urinal open. I'm glad to know that this is a universal thing, a universal meme. Kameda seemed to notice me. I had stood right next to him after all. What? Look who it is, the big pinch hitter. He recalled seeing me swing the golf club around like an idiot, and he couldn't seem to resist the urge to laugh. I, however, wasn't frustrated in the slightest. The match had already been won the moment I arrived. The game had been decided as a big upset for our team. So I think if I had to guess what the plan is, Buddy's just gonna get in here and just delay. He's just gonna stall. He's gonna stall like a beast. Just stall like a monster. So that this guy stays in here. And then the game has to keep playing when he's not there. It'll go back to them winning again. So now, all I had to do was push things along exactly how Satoko planned. Haha. I'm the one who should be laughing. I wonder if Keiichi can do it. He'll be fine. When Keiichi is serious, he can do this much before breakfast. Tomita and Okamura, our underclassmen, asked another question with much trepidation. Is Maebara really going to be able to beat that pitcher? You don't feel any confidence in Kei after being in the same class with him? Someday he could be strong enough to control all of humanity. Join Kei, and you could easily rule the world. The world? Our teammates exchanged glances. Did Maebara really have such incredible strength? Just what kind of strength could that be? Just have to fuck around and find out. My question caused Kameda to stare in bewilderment, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Sorry. I didn't think I heard you right. Or I don't think I heard you right. Can you say that again? I smiled thinly, looked straight ahead, and said it once more, clearly. I'll say it one more time. Let us win. Right to the point. No threats or beating around the bush, or anything. Kameda's brain couldn't figure out the meaning of what I'd said, and I could clearly tell he was confused. What are you, some kind of moron? Let you win. Are you insane? I've relayed our demands. What's your reply? Yes or no? It goes without saying. Like hell I'll let you win. Is your brain broken? Kameda didn't hide his bewilderment. He didn't want to be around someone who would babble on like this for another second. Those thoughts spilled into his expression as he quickly moved to leave the bathroom. Kameda, what does victory mean for you? It's a dumb question. Priceless. Absolute supremacy. Nothing else can change it. He grinned lightly as he answered as if to make fun of me. Huh. How like a sportsman to say that. Victory decides all. No one can change that. Of course not. No matter what kind of threats or bribes you come to me with, there's nothing valuable enough to make me abandon victory. I was waiting for those words. I, after spinning around 3.5 times, pointed right at Kameda's face. Very specific. And don't you think you should ask? Something worth abandoning your precious victory for? Also, wait a minute. I don't want to do the math on this, but we're assuming that he was facing him already when he said it. If he did 3.5 spins, he'd be facing away from him. You'd have to do a full number of spins unless he wasn't facing him initially, right? Like, I'll bust out the MS Paint. I'll prove my point here. Okay, like, look, I'll prove you. So if I'm standing here, right? This would be 1 spin. If the guy I'm talking to is here, 2, 3, and then a half spin, I'd be here. I'd be looking this way. I won't even be looking at him anymore. You'd have to do a full number of spins, or you wouldn't be looking at him. It doesn't make sense. Don't you think you should ask? Something worth abandoning your precious victory for. What kind of compensation you could be given? What are you saying, stupid? There's nothing that could make me do that. He was denying it, but he stopped. He stopped. He was waiting. Waiting for me to present some attractive conditions. In a magazine interview, you said your favorite foods are grilled meat, and that you don't like sweets. But you lied about that, didn't you? What? For example, let's say you went to a grilled meat buffet. What exactly would be on your plate? Pork loin? Korean barbecue? A pile of beef tongue? That wouldn't be it. You wouldn't bring meat with you. It'd be all the pudding and gelatin and cake you could eat. The kinds a girl would love. Pretty, cute, and sweet. They're gonna give him something for Angel Mort. I can already feel it. You love Western treats like that, don't you? Kameda's face turned utterly pale. Our club already knew that he ate a mountain of desserts when he went to the grilled meat buffet. And we were well aware of his embarrassment and his weakness for sweets despite his age. Kameda couldn't possibly have known that the particular grilled meat buffet chain in Shishibone was owned by a member of the Sonozaki family. I'll have to be careful when I go out to eat with my parents from now on. No! I love the hearty bone-in... No. What you like is gentle, soft, cute piles of desserts topped with colorful creams. It almost makes you think of a girl, adorned in frills and ribbons, pure, ignorant of shame. Cute desserts, like those girls, so clear and clean. And with your acne-laden face, your sports cut, and your lust in full display, you sully them. Shut up! That's right. You eat desserts, but you don't love them. You just dirty them, violate them, and chew them. All you do is relish in the enjoyment of soiling them. Please, no more. My secret pleasure has been found out. I can't go on living. I have to die. You idiot, don't end your life so easily. I hit him on the side of the head as hard as I could. He fell down like a girl. His eye, what is happening? His eyes started watering and he broke down. I'm probably the only one in the world who thinks those things while eating desserts. Nothing but, a pervert pretending to be a proper sportsman. That's right. You're a pervert. This time I didn't hit him. Instead, I clapped my hands down onto his shoulders. Don't cry, Kameda. What's wrong with a man being a pervert? Huh? A man ought to be a pervert. But admitting it sets a man apart from those below him. You've been honest to yourself. You can brag about that. You can be arrogant about it. You can be proud of yourself. Instead of blaming him, I told him to have pride in himself, and Kameda couldn't hide his confusion. Yes, I've been deeply moved by what you've shown me. Desserts are nothing but sweet foods eaten after meals. That's what I thought this whole time, but I was mistaken, and you showed me that. Thanks to you, I can... Starting tomorrow, I will be able to enjoy my desserts in a completely different way. For example, strawberry shortcake. Strawberry shortcake. Gulp. Kameda's throat cried out. The simplicity of strawberry shortcake. Indeed, it's somehow old-fashioned. Like the orthodox maids from the gaudy times of the late 1800s. Not those flirty maids with short skirts we have now. An orthodox, fully dressed, authentic maid. It's just strawberries, but please, master. I could not prepare any more than this, so please give them a taste. That kind of honesty is unbelievably great. Please give them a taste. It's such a turn-on. A turn-on. Because there are only strawberries. The soft, accented cream decoration ends up looking like frills, laces, and embroidery. And she takes it and splits it with her fork for her master. An elegant aristocrat. No. It would be wilder if she took it and sucked on it vulgarly, like her bad master in his greasy sweat. No, more than that. The dent in the strawberry after plucking it, isn't that even better? And you let your tongue crawl over it. What kind of taste must that be? A dent after you pick the strawberry? I can't hold it in anymore. I'll go to Angel Mort on the way home and just gaze at the shortcake until I'm sated. The girls dressed up beautifully just for me. I draw ever closer to the trembling maidens, and then one by one, I show them. For everyone I eat, I hold my jaw tight, just like this, and appraise the goods, wondering who to go for next. Please translate girls as cake, alright? Sure. Keiichi seems to be talking about cake combination platters, emphasis mine. As if cherishing each one, I hold my jaw tight like this and gulp. Has there ever been a man such as this, who can speak so passionately about a single piece of strawberry shortcake. No, there is not. There has never been, I say, such passionate feelings, or trying to melt away the stubbornness in Kameda's mind. Kameda, I'll say it one more time. Let us win. But that would... Then fine. I won't rely on you. I rejected Kameda outright and turned on my heel. Enough. We've lost this game. It's over. I don't care about it anymore. Instead, once this game is over, why don't I head down to Angel Mort and get all you can eat of those lovely young ladies decorated like Western dolls and frozen ribbons. Tonight will be the greatest feast I've ever known. All you can eat. Despite being in the bathroom, Kameda put both his hands on the floor. I was wrong. What's wrong, Kameda? If you have something to say, then say it. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Until now, I've always thought something was wrong with me. And I had to have fun secretly. What are you waiting for, you tiny man? I already said, admitting your perversion is what separates the boys from the men. You are a man entitled to pride. Now reach out your hand and show me how great you really are. Come with me and accept that it is our world. Kameda was crying tears of gratitude, unable to speak. That was the moment we exchanged the most zealous handshake the world has ever known. The handshake of the bond of our souls. Mind you, this guy could be ruining his whole future baseball career by like going up here like an absolute knob and just like throwing a fucking absolute meatball for an 8-year-old girl to crush out of the park. The handshake of the bond of our souls. Ardent and intense. Tight and steadfast. For a long time, we remained that way. It was an enthusiastic handshake, as though we were two brothers separated at birth, embracing each other tightly, as though it would give us back the time we'd spent apart. That was the moment the man, who had passed into legend for eating so much during Angel Mort's all-you-can-eat dessert day, that he was banned from the restaurant forevermore, was born. He would eventually write in his autobiography that our meeting this day was fate, but none of that had anything to do with this. Firm handshakes, I didn't even think about that. True. Then until later, for now, just play the game the way I described it. With just that, I turned on my heel and made to leave the bathroom. But then Kameda stopped me. Wait, at least tell me your name. Who, me? My name is Keiichi Maebara. No, I kind of didn't feel like using my real name. Anyway, maybe I should lie to him and use a code name. Just call me K. This is the worst. This is so fucking stupid. K. Wait, is that actually an embarrassing name? I left the bathroom behind me at a quick pace, hiding my embarrassment. But from what I heard later, I apparently looked quite gallant coming out like that. Satoko to Keiichi, how did things go? Keiichi to Satoko. Negotiation successful. We settled on he and I getting all-you-can-eat dessert at Angel Mort. Mion, no problem, right? 2 guests for Angel Mort, all-you-can-eat dessert. Roger that. I'll set it up. See? Okay, look. I'm actually gonna mute the game here, because the sound is gonna fuck with my thinking. This makes me think more about my theory of the switcheroo, okay? There's just something odd. Okay, I think that Mion, okay, I think there's been some odd shit going on, okay? I just, also, this is totally an aside, but you saying firm handshakes reminded me of this. I've been setting up new sound effects. I don't have them set up properly yet, but I have one here that I want to play. One that might be of the two-time himself.
I have been with 4 different women in the last month. The wife's not happy, but what can I say?
I'll leave you with that, and let's continue here. I'm actually quite interested in how you negotiated with him. They had a really fun talk about how delicious dessert is, probably. Probably. After that, the game started again. I entered the batter's box as a pinch hitter, man. I can't imagine. Your doctor disrespect. After you cheat on your wife, you think you wouldn't say shit like that out loud. You think you'd think about it a little bit more before you say it. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. I entered the batter's box as a pinch hitter in place of Mion. But all the pitches were already in place. Boom. The straight pitch whipped by me like a bullet, true to its name. The camera people raised their voices in wonder and clicked their shutters. A sharp pitch as always. He's really going places this summer, isn't he? The golf club pinch hitter is standing straight up, too. Hee hee. But doesn't Kameda look a little strange? It's like he's got a cold sweat. I patted my shoulders with my bat, then sneered at him in a relaxed voice. What's wrong, Kameda? Not feeling well today? Oh my god, he finally got art! Oh my god, look at his dome! Domer! What is that? Oh man! I couldn't swing at the ball because I was too busy laughing at it. Was that all you got? You little. Boom! Next pitch, with the same incredible speed as before, it curved sharply. It should have thrown off the batter's skill, but Keiichi didn't move at all. He just watched coolly. You don't need any little tricks on a straight pitch, Kameda. Do people fall for those curves a lot? Batters around here, that is? Both the reporters and all the people watching noticed something was strange here. It was Oshima's Kameda, the pitcher who conquered Koshien, losing the mental battle? The next straight pitch had incredible speed again, but it went a little wild. It was a ball. I snorted, not even bothering to get ready for it. I'm guessing the meme here is he's gonna walk him. Is that like the meme? He's gonna shit talk him and he's gonna walk him and then Satoko will come up and... What, Kameda? You're scared of going right down the middle. Everyone calls you the best. You'd never walk the batter. Shit. The abnormal, unexpected situation spread confusion throughout the reporters. What is he? Who is this Keiichi Maebara? How can he be so relaxed when faced with that supreme fastball? He's just bluffing. He knows he can't win. Kameda would never throw a ball that an insincere guy like that could hit. No, I don't think it's a bluff. They said that at a high level, you can see right through others. Kameda is, without a doubt, one of the best, which must mean he can see through to that mysterious man's true value. A really business person looking guy took off his sunglasses and gazed upon Keiichi. Is this... Could it be... The idiot pinch hitter who came in cheering them on with a golf club was actually a genius? I'm sure baseball has long since lost its charm for him, and now he's trying to switch over to golf. A genius slugger making a transfer into the golf world. What a tremendous loss for baseball. Stop the presses. We're changing up our sports columns. Broom. The ball! Now it's a full count! This excessive production was, of course, all being dramatized by Satoko. The big shots constantly had their eyes on Kameda. If he were to lose easily, they knew the match would have to have been fixed. Perhaps she wanted this little play of ours to create a mood where it wouldn't be strange for Kameda to lose, but... Satoko. Isn't this going too far? Do your best now, Keiichi. Today, this game, tomorrow, all of baseball. I don't want any scouts actually coming after me. I'm terrified of what would happen when this jig is up. Wait, I can't be making nervous faces right now. Ball! Base on balls! Be gotten scared, Kameda. I thought you were better than this. Kameda hung his head in feigned dejection. Okay, I did all this according to plan, right? Yeah, well done, Kameda. Keep going like this for the next batter. Let's wrap this thing up, and then... Haha! We'll go get all we can eat. Grin. Kameda and I exchanged evil smiles. For some reason, there were a lot of camera flashes right then. It seemed like our dear journalist friends took it as two worthy rivals smiling to acknowledge each other's strength. As I trotted over to first base, the camera flashes continued, almost to the point where they were annoying. When I got to first base, one of the reporters came over for an interview. Maebara, do you plan on settling the sport with Kameda in Koshien? Things seem like they were about to get too big for me. Maybe I should just be honest and confess that I'm not really into baseball. Koshien? I've never been interested in Japanese baseball. Sorry. Whoa! This man, right from the start, he was always aiming for the world. He might become Japan's first ever big leaguer. Wait, what? There's no way that there was. No. I'm assuming they're memeing here. But in 1983, there must have already been a Japanese player that went to the MLB. There's no way there wasn't. Yes, 1964. I don't really know what they mean by this. The conversation was getting fantastically out of hand. I don't care anymore. I'll strike a guts pose for the cameras in desperation. Guts? Yes! Kei got on base just as planned. Next, Satoko is at bat. What will she do? What will she do? Alright then. Time to get that walk-off home run and win it all. Satoko stepped up to the plate, waving the bat around. The reporters couldn't hold back their laughter, maybe because they had just seen his battle with me. Maebara finally got on base, but now it's all over. I see. So this is why Kameda intentionally walked him. He didn't even fight it. He waited for an easier opponent for the final out. But to avoid a direct confrontation like that, we can't make light of him. That's Keiichi Maebara. All right. Come on now, Kameda. Huh. You're making fun of me? Who do you think I am, anyway? Kei, no. Maebara was one thing, but you think I'll lose to the likes of you. Whenever this girl stepped up to bat, she had swung wildly and missed, striking out every time. This might sound rude, but however much Kameda holds back, I don't think she'll be able to hit a home run. I'm gonna be real with you. Even if he threw a meatball down the pipe at like 10 years old, I don't think there's any 10-year-olds that can hit a fucking home run. Sorry, let me do the mental math here for a second. I don't know. I would find it really hard to believe. Maybe she could. Little League home runs are like still like 250, 300 feet. Like, I don't know. Wait, what? Satoko. She swung wildly and missed every single time she stepped up to bat? Vroom! She swung after the sound had ended, completely mistiming it. I could hear disappointed voices coming from those rooting for Hina Mizawa. It's only natural. Every single batter struck out. Even if worst came to worst, no one would get a hit. And that's why it didn't sound strange when Kameda said this. I can't take it seriously with someone like you. I'll give you a chance. I'll throw the next one slow and underhanded. I'll let you get a hit or two so you can go home and brag to mommy. Of course, these lines were all part of the plot, too. From out of the corner of his eye, Kameda gives me a look. Was that alright? Yeah, you did great. It looked very natural. Kameda, you're a splendid actor. No, compared to Kei, I'm nothing. Even that exchange was seen as heated and enthusiastic by the reporters. But Kei, however slowly I pitched, can this girl really hit it? Don't worry. We'll throw the ball like we planned. I think I've got a good idea how this will turn out. Our exchange over, Kameda moved from set position into a pitching stance. Come then. Throw your merciful pitch. I'll hit a huge home run off it. She had struck out every time she was at bat. Dude, she's choking up hard too. Also, whatever, it's a game. When I heard that, my vague ideas became firm beliefs. And out of Kameda's hand comes a slow, lazy pitch, as though they were playing catch. Normal people would probably be able to hit it. For Satoko, who had been striking out the whole time. Just when people started to think that way, the members of our club had already realized that Satoko's trap had begun. It was true. Striking out constantly today had all been laying the groundwork for this moment. An act. All to make it feel like Kameda letting off the gas wasn't strange at all. Which meant, in other words, that Satoko was about to fucking crack it! Crack? Whoa! She got it! Look at it go! I don't even need to run, do I? The super huge home run Satoko hit disappeared over the roof of the school. The reporters lost their words at sight, and then roars of applause. Despite this being what we'd anticipated, I can't help but stare in mute amazement at the gorgeous home run. Satoko just hit like a fucking 550-foot bomb. Satoko strutted over to first base. Well, actually, I was about to say, yeah, you go the hole, you hit a home run, right? I mean, get going. Second base is that way. Satoko, you're really good at baseball. Satoko grinned, showing her fang-like canines in reply. Come to think of it, she played baseball a lot with Tomita and the others during lunch, didn't she? The fact they always invited her to play meant she was by no means bad at it. You purposely struck out all those times, since before Kameda even got here. Geez, you've really got something for every occasion. I say this all the time, do I not? I only have one trap. When everything is about to come to a conclusion, it's enough that I don't even have to worry. Damn, that sounded kind of cool. Basically, she was just bragging about hitting the ball. Once Satoko did it, it looked so cool. We crossed home plate in order. Me, then Satoko, completed our walk-off home run. Our teammates welcomed us back with their blessings. Meibara, that was amazing. Totally cool. I never thought it would happen. Tomita and Okamura praised me. How about that, Tomita? Okamura? I turned things around just fine. Rina thinks you were cool too. Good work. It was nothing. I briskly clapped my hand against Rina's outstretched palm. Satoko did brilliantly too. She gave us a spectacular ending. Who do you think I am? Man, can't underestimate her. Satoko Hojo. Kei was great too. Winning Kameda over like that? He is a magician of words. Rika, I don't think that's a compliment. But really, only Keiji could have pulled off such a drastic move. I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself. I'd very much like you to teach me sometime. If Satoko learned such displays of power, it's terrifying to even imagine. I'd prefer it if you didn't mimic me. After declaring the match over, the umpire came to us. Yeah, this guy has a sprite too. Wow. I never. You actually won. I'm shocked. We said Satoko could hit it, didn't we? You didn't believe us at all. The umpire scratched his head apologetically and apologized to Satoko, smiling dryly. And Keiichi was amazing too, wasn't he? Keiichi is actually the most reliable person here. Well, when I saw him come in with that golf club, I certainly had my doubts, but that breathtaking battle against Kameda had me on the edge of my seat. Right, that breathtaking farce. I quirked a wry smile. Not even the Buddha would have realized that while everyone thought this was a fair match, Kameda and I were thinking about our evil dessert-violating ways. Excuse me, coach. You remember your promise, do you not? Yeah, this is... Guess I have no choice. Ahaha, we did it. Keiichi, this means we're having a barbecue meetup tomorrow. Rina clapped her hands, and we all began to dance with joy. Tomita and our other teammates were jumping up and down too. What's that about? A barbecue meetup? Hey, wait, what on earth are you guys talking about? Oh ho ho! We made a promise that if we won today's game, he'd treat us to a barbecue party with all kinds of high-class meats. It wasn't looking good for a while when Kameda appeared, but thanks to Keiichi, we won that privilege. I see, so that's what this was about. It was certainly not a game we could have lost. Harry's big wallet will be so sad. You're right about that, but I did make a promise. When we eat, we do it without any mercy. We need to feed our growing bodies after all. Alright everyone, tomorrow we dine like kings. Tomorrow! Or tonight! We dine in hell! All the members of the Hinamizawa fighters raised their fists high in the air and cheered. Rika was petting the head of the umpire, who was smiling painfully at the off-kilter remarks. He gave her his head and he looked like he was about to cry. It looked like the price of victory would be pretty big. You beat me, but I have no choice, since I promised. Guess I should go shopping for some meat. Coach, get some grade A beef like you promised. We won't forgive you if you buy nothing but vegetables to keep it cheap. Woohoo. The umpire, whom they were calling Coach, grinned dryly, crestfallen. Umpire? Coach? The uniform he was wearing had Hinamizawa's fighters written on it. Oh, so he's not just the umpire, he's actually our team's coach. Hey Bar, is that alright? Can I call you that? Huh? Yeah. This comeback wouldn't have happened were it not for you getting on base. Please come to tomorrow's barbecue. No, besides that, would you please consider joining the team? If you were with us, we could dominate the whole prefecture. Huh, coach, let's leave that aside for now. Don't want to become too much like Satoshi, feels weird, man. You should be more worried about your wallet. Despite the coach being an adult, everyone seemed to get along very well with him. Coach, huh? Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Irie, coach of the Hinamizawa Fighters. He extended his hand to me. I firmly grasped it! With my own in reply. I'm Meibara. Nice to meet you. Then the coach took his other hand and began to stroke mine softly. Okay, bro, chill. What smooth hands you have. Such a narrow grain. You truly take good care of them. Ha, silky smooth. Huh? Hey, wait. I must strictly instruct our maids to take good care of their skin as well. And punish the bad ones who don't. Maids? What are you talking about? Huh. Such velvety hands. I just want to put them to work. Oh lord. The coach's eyes were spellbound, and as his delusions floated through his very own magical universe, he made a supremely satisfied smile. How do I put this? Who the hell is this guy? He looks so flustered. Our coach is a little strange, but he's really funny, you know? Felt like you couldn't measure him by saying strange or funny. I really didn't think we'd get along. Snap. The other self in my mind made a witty retort for some reason. Come on, settle down already. You're making Keiichi uncomfortable. Huh, silky smooth. The coach didn't try to take his hand off mine until Satoko hit him with a threefold wash bucket attack, causing him to faint. Excuse me. Little bit questionable, to say the fucking least. Okay, expected this. Her advanced trap course, Pog. Do 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 do. 8:41, 7:29. Okay, and I took a break in the middle of that for a little bit, so we're still in the 1 hour pace. Okay. It was a peaceful lunch break. But clatter, splash. What was that? I just heard something really loud from the hallway. What was it? What was it? We rushed into the hallway, and to our surprise, Coach was there with a water bucket overturned on his head. Coach, are you okay? Ta-da! Man, you sure got me. Hello, everyone. Coach greets us, cool and calm. What's going on, Coach? You don't come to school very much. Well, I do come here once a week as part of my job. It's been quiet here for a while, but I totally let my guard down. Huh, Toko's little tricks always come when you least expect them. Will you be okay in these clothes? I'm fine. I was just thinking of taking a nice bath, so this is actually cooling me off. You sure are calm, Coach. In fact, you never get mad. Really makes you come off as an adult. She was right. If I were Coach, I would have started running around with the bucket still on my head looking for her. His adult way of not getting mad at every little child's prank was admirable. Listen, Maybar, with things like this, changing your perspective just a little can make it either irritating or pleasant. It's all about how you react to it. There's some secret trick to staying so calm after getting hit in the head with a bucket filled with water that I'm begging you, please tell me. For example, let's say there was this old and traditional family, dating back to the Meiji era. Okay. And let's say they had many maids under their employ. Being a large house, of course, they have all kinds of maids, from the veteran ones who turn mean and don't want to give up their jobs, to the young ones full of energy. See? Can you imagine that? Yeah. A space filled with dreamy maids in pink and peach adorned with frills and headbands, with Coach at their center, began to spread out before me. The newer maids, with all their youthful vitality, giving everything they have to please their master, but the older maids won't allow that to happen. They find fault with everything they do, bullying them and tormenting them all day long. Look, there's still so much dust here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Do it over. Splash. A bucket falls upside down on the maid. She's soaking wet, and she wants to cry, but she still puts on a brave face. Haha. Maids. This guy has a little bit of a problem. I don't get it, but it sounds fun. Maybe Rena should be a maid too. Jeez, stop. You've even infected Rena in UK. Don't go getting lost forever in Coach's world. If not for this character trait, Coach would be a good person too. One Satoko Hojo sighted. I say, Satoko, what is this? I say, look at all this dust. I say, it's time for you to be punished. What? Coach plucked Satoko up and started giving her a spanking. Okay, dude. Satoko, you're so cute. Satoko can put traps together with such brilliant predictions. It's so strange how she can't predict the very end, though. Is it? I think Satoko wanted this to happen. Okay, you know what? When she plays pranks on people like this, they always get mad and chase her around. Don't you think it's like a form of communication? Sounds like a terrible way to communicate. True. Don't people normally say hello to each other? Oh, Keiichi, haven't you heard of it before? People who play lots of pranks are actually lonely and want people to pay attention to them. Rina gave a cool smile, and laughing abruptly, explained. That's what I mean. Satoko plays a trick on someone. She wants them to get mad, or laugh, and chase her. Kinda like a kitty biting you softly. Don't you think it's cute, dude? If my cat fucking bites me, it's the end of him. He's homeless. Excuse me. You'll definitely be surprised. Right here, jump backwards. Oh, so if I put it in this spot, it'll work for certain. Satoko, regaling us with her trap philosophy, was improving the already brutal trap hell on the mountain. If Rina was right, and her traps are to get people to pay attention to her, then all of these traps on this mountain were basically a crystallized form of those feelings. Along with Rika, setting up trap after trap after trap in the mountains, always waiting for someone to fall into them. But nobody needed to come to this mountain in the first place. Without a doubt, she and Rika had spent a lot of time imagining how victims caught in their traps would react. Satoko separated for so long from her beloved brother, Satoshi. With her stubbornness, she never once said that she wanted him to come home. But all these traps sleeping on the mountain told me how Satoko really felt. Keiichi, are you listening? Oh, sorry about that. What did you say? All you have to do is pound one nail into the tree trunk like this, and it's already a great trap. If you trip up right there and smack your forehead into it, it would really hurt. A human hammer pushing a nail into your forehead. Yeah, that sounds painful. If it was someone really, really evil, this trap could put them to death. I do look forward to seeing what sort of villain gets caught by it. Why do you keep glancing at me like that? Are you saying you want me to fall for it? I could get really badly hurt, you know. Maybe you shouldn't be using this trap. That's so. Well, it is true that I can't use traps without love behind them. Then I'll just move the nail here so that the villain really reforms their behavior, they won't get caught by it. Satoko immersed herself in adjusting the nail's position. Traps of love, huh? Maybe Coach was right. Just by reacting a little differently, everything changes. Come to think of it, maybe you can feel humor and warmth even when Satoko's traps get you. All finished. Now it's absolutely perfect where it is. What do you think, Keiichi? Yeah, it's perfect. I hope a villain comes along and gets caught by this trap. Oh. No, of course, it would be better if that didn't happen. It looked a little painful, but I considered coming here sometime and getting caught in it. I mean, I wouldn't. Fuck that. For that. Okay. Gonna go refill my water? I'll be right back. It'll be like literally a minute. Okay, be right back. Okay. Let's continue. Did I save? Yes, I did. Okay. So, let's see. I'm trying to think. So it's 8:50 my time. Chapters are taking about an hour. How long do I want to go today? Sec, I'm just seeing here. Well, I kind of want to get... We'll see. I want to know when the Tatarigoroshi is, because obviously it's going to happen sometime. I'm not opposed to doing long streams. But I don't want to have to do like a fucking another 15-hour stream to complete the chapter. Which means, if this has been 4 hours so far, I'll probably go till like 1 or 2 a.m. my time. We'll see. I just need to see how fast this progresses. Alright then, I'm off. Look out for cars. Be back before dinner time. Today was the day of the barbecue party that was the Hinamizawa Fighters' victory celebration. Of course, I, having prepared myself, skipped breakfast in order to stay hungry. Though with all the club meetings coming, it was pretty possible there would be a contest based on how fast or how much you could eat. It might seem counterintuitive, but I remember hearing something saying that if you actually were to do like an eating competition, it's actually better to eat something small beforehand, because if you don't eat it, like, you can actually eat less. Like, you might eat faster at first, but you can eat less total. Rena was already at our usual meeting place. And my girl arrived a few minutes later. Great, let's get going. This old man skipped breakfast and is starving to death. I expected nothing less. I too went without breakfast and am now in top physical condition. Wow, you two, skipping breakfast is bad for your health. Well, skipping breakfast is bad for your health? I've had bad health for about 10 years. Yeah, you're great, Rena. Breakfast is an important part of the day. I'm sure you'll surpass the underdeveloped Mion, get yourself a nice, sexy body, and be all over the dirty magazines. Nice. I get a nice body, then maybe a prince on a white horse will come for Rena, too. Definitely not happening. If you won't take responsibility for them, okay? Then don't give Rena any silly ideas. She might start eating breakfast 3 times a day starting tomorrow. Yeah, I could see Rena doing that. Wait, who did this gluttonous princess think was gonna come for her? Well, anyway, we're all nice and hungry. Let's go and treat ourselves at the big barbecue party. Yeah, they have barbecue in Japan? Pog. The venue for said barbecue was to be the Furude Shrine Grounds. Dude, I get scared whenever we go to the Shrine Grounds, something bad. They held events and festivals there, and barbecues too. It was a place that held all sorts of ceremonies in Hinamizawa. Come to think of it, there was supposed to be a big village festival coming up, wasn't there? Okay. I was wondering when it was going to happen. Tatarigoroshi or something. The scenery you could see from the high up was fairly superb. I had a stroke there. And the calm atmosphere, particular to shrines, was something fairly difficult to find in the city. One second, I'm turning my game volume down a bit. We left our bicycles at the bottom of the shrine steps and broke into a mad dash up the stairs. When we arrived on the shrine grounds, the Hinamizawa fighters and their fathers had already gathered and had begun setting up for the barbecue early. Of course, Satoko and Rika were there as well. When they noticed our arrival, they waved to us. Oh, so you managed not to forget about this. Curses! If you all hadn't come, there would have been that much more meat for me. How truly disappointing it is. You underestimate us, Satoko. Now that we've arrived, you don't think you'll be able to have even one bite of that fabulously marbled beef, do you? Remember when we ate our bento here? You and I have a fatal difference. I didn't mean to skip that. You and I have a fatal difference in reach. I'll be overwhelming you once again. Excuse me. What? Can't allow that to happen by any means. Cry and shout all you want. You'll just be watching us fill our mouths with beef. Don't worry though. We'll give the peppers and onions to you. Dude, where's this shit talking of onions? Calm down. Onions are great. I'll give Satoko lots and lots of the grilled squash too. When Satoko heard the word squash, her complexion changed color. When she took my overwhelming reach into account, she knew it wasn't just a threat. It could actually happen. I'll go tell the coach. I'll tell him you really love squash. If it's for you, I bet I'll get a whole mountain of specialty squash from all over Japan. Wow, good for you, Satoko. You'll have your pick of the squash. can have squash from dawn till dusk, 3 meals a day. Rena, everyone's bullying me. Satoko tried to leap into Rena's chest. Oh no, clearly given another second, Rena's mock punches would have us piled on the ground. So just before Satoko hit Rena, I grabbed her by the nape of the neck and pulled her back. A superb reaction, with only seconds of foresight. At least it was supposed to be. But for Rena, when I caught the leaping crying Satoko, it looked like I was keeping her to myself. So I got fucking powerbombed. No, Keiichi. This is Rena's, okay? I'm taking her home. Please do, man. You can have her. I don't want her. Beat up Mion and Rika like that too. Whoa, hold on there. Don't beat up Mion, no. Oh no. Now where could Rika be? There she is. Rena, over there. Just wait, Satoko. I'll take care of her right away. Then I'm bringing you straight home. Meep. Satoko, you're mean. Oh, Rika's so cute too. I'm gonna take her home. Rika, serves you right. Satoko laughed in a shrill voice at Rika and Rena's unproductive game of tag while we watched them sprawled out on the ground. Here's Coach. I have a weird idea. I'm gonna give you a hot take. I don't like this guy. I don't know why I don't like him, but I don't like him. I don't dislike him. There's just something off about him. Are you alright, Maebara? Sonozaki? The coach came over and lent us a hand. Yeah, this is just how we communicate, that's all. Don't mind us. The way we communicate ends up leaving bruises on my face, then I don't want any more to do with it. You never learn, do you? Laughed the coach loudly. It made us start to laugh too. Stoko's laughter, Rika's yelling, and Rena's strange voice were kind of comfortable to hear. Okay. The adults here knew what they were doing, so the barbecue was ready in short order. The salad oil dripped down onto the plate with a hiss. There was a loud cheer. When the coach brought over a big plate with all the meat on it, we all cheered again. Wow, this meat looks amazing. Coach, you really did splurge on it. Don't say that, man. Yeah, you know, I did splurge on the meat. Should I say splooge? I did make a promise. Can you tell me how much all this weighs? It really did cost me a lot. Of course it did. Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. Third-rate meat wouldn't be enough of a reward for everything I did yesterday. Ahahaha, yeah, Satoko's definitely the guest of honor today. Yeah, Satoko was the one who hit that last home run after all. She might have caught the guy off guard, but the arc it flew was long and true. It rhymed. Satoko's pretty athletic. Not bad at all. She could be one of the best of our generation. She doesn't fall behind in physical ability, even compared to me. Maybe Satoko has a big future in the world of sports. Dude, I'm not horny posting, I promise, but can I see the huge fucking demon tattoo on Mion's back just for research purposes? Oh ho ho, stop singing my praises, you're making me blush. Munch munch, Satoko, for whom the excessive praise made her not notice the moderately grilled meat being stolen one after the other, was just far too cute. Maebara, this is heavy. Tomita and Okamura were carrying something over to us. It was a huge barbecue plate. Whoa, the barbecue's protagonist has arrived. The plate was chock full of skewers with vegetables and meat on them. The grilled burning hot meat juices made a shh noise as they drizzled off. Gulp. You need a lot of heat for cooking something on a metal skewer, so they had grilled the whole plate at once. Yep, can't have a barbecue without some of these. You can say that again. I'll help out, so let's get it over there. Up we go. Wow, look, it's amazing. Everyone greeted us with a cheer. Can you hear my dog? You can, it's coming through on my mic. Fucking stupid dog, man. He's still going. What is he barking? One sec, what is he barking at? Hey, I'm back. Holy fuck. Hopefully he stopped barking. He's going off, man. Holy shit. One sec. Each person received a skewer with vegetables and big pieces of meat on it. They also received paper cups filled to the brim with juice. In my right hand were pounds of piping hot barbecue. In the left was a cup of juice that I could chug down. If this didn't make you want to dance, you weren't a man. I can't hold back any longer. I'm gobbling it down. This guy's he's giving onomatopoeias as he eats. Not just yet, Kay. We got a little ceremony first. Can I have your attention, everyone? The coach, with a cup of beer in his hand, mounted the nearby beer cooler. Okay. This is supposed to be a victory celebration after all. We needed an opening statement. He's gonna fucking put his leg up like he's fucking Captain Morgan. Oh! Damn, I hope it ends soon. For every second this goes on for, a little more of the food's freshness goes away. Satoko stomped down onto the back of my foot. My word, men your age are so greedy. Can you not wait a little more elegantly? Is everything I'm thinking really showing on my face? Okay, is everyone listening? We won a huge game yesterday. Become a hard battle after that amazing pitcher came in. Thanks to some equally reliable saviors on our side, we scored a beautiful turnaround victory. Both my hands were full, so the adult and older brothers gave us a round of applause. This is to celebrate that victory. As promised, I got a ton of delicious meat for everyone. Eat as much as you want, and use that energy on our next game. Then after a few words of thanks to the fathers and brothers who helped with the barbecue, he led us in the toast. Cheers. They say that when toasting, you would normally down the contents of your cup. Yeah, if you're a fucking Viking, skull, baby. But we were young. At the toast, all of us immediately began to dig into our skewers. I guess my dude fucking coomed because he just whited out. The fuck? After that, it got really lively, with everyone congratulating one another for things they did during the game. Like someone made a great catch, or how awesome someone looked when stealing a base. Of course, they congratulated me too, the savior who appeared to fight against the Koshin pitcher. Well, even what I did was all thanks to Satoko. Satoko did have a plan, but you're the only one who could have won over Kameda like you did, Kay. Thank you, Mion. You did more than enough to deserve praise. By the way, Keiichi, you went to eat cake with Kameda after that, didn't you? You look like you were best friends. The seeds of friendship spreading between male rivals, something like that. That's sort of, well, it's... I violently brushed through Rena's hair as she turned red in the face for some reason as the mention of friendship between males dispersing her pleasant-seeming ideas. That's a gotcha-gasm right there. Now then, where's the hero, or rather the heroine, Satoko? She's behind a building, doing heroin. Oh, there she is. Satoko was with Rika, in the middle of bragging her heart out about the home run yesterday. And her teammates spared no compliment for her, since even though he was going easy on her, the fact that she hit a throw from a Koshin pitcher was something else. Satoko was more loquacious than usual. It seemed she was in a great mood. Why are they just using these big-ass fucking words randomly? They're like, oh, very loquacious, oh yes. She was flying so high that I thought for a moment about getting a word in to tease her. She was the leading actress today, so I decided not to bully her at all. As I watched Satoko, going at things as lively as usual under the sun, it struck me that it didn't quite line up with the pleasant time I'd spent with her. But both of those were the real Satoko. I didn't care which was which, her smiling happily or making a big lively fuss like this. As long as she would keep smiling like this. And here comes the fucking predator. Looks like she's having fun. Quite a lot of it. The coach had approached me from behind. Okay, yeah, this guy is definitely getting the question mark. What the fuck is up with this guy? Oh. As he gazed at Satoko from afar, like I had been doing, he addressed me. So I could tell he was talking about her. Doesn't it just cleanse your soul to see Satoko smiling? He smiled, refreshed, searching for confirmation. I felt a little embarrassed to admit it, so against my better judgment, I played it off. Really? I don't think her smile could cleanse so much as a plate. Ah, that one was a good one. Hoo. I'm sure Satoko would be mad if she heard that. But fuck me. But that part of her is very cute too. Leaving her cuteness aside, I could understand him thinking Satoko getting angry for being teased would be funny. Mr. Iria, was it? It's Irie. You fucking dumbass. Everyone calls me Coach, though. Be very happy if you called me Coach as well, my bar. As he said that, Coach Irie smiled, blushing a little. Coach, you seem to like Satoko a lot. I didn't have any real basis for saying that. It's just what I felt to be true. Yeah, I do like her. I love her, in fact. Okay, guys. What did we walk into? What the fuck am I reading? What the fuck? This guy is actually a creeper. Like full on no meme. What the fuck? What? This guy really says some insane stuff, doesn't he? After being astonished by this, I hurried to put my mind back in order. I heard that this coach guy was the kind of person who said crazy things out of nowhere. Yeah, clearly. According to Mion, if I took everything he said seriously, I physically wouldn't be able to take it. If I was able to ignore that part of him, he seemed like he'd be a really funny guy. Meibara, did that surprise you? Could it be you're going after Satoko yourself? No. I'm not. I've been going after her for decades now, you know? Coach, Satoko hasn't been alive for much more than a decade. Oh wait, so this is confirming that she's older than 10. Ha ha ha. Coach gave a dry grin and laughed. Was this how I should be doing it? I mean, the grind continues. I gotta finish this. I'm pretty sure I've made it quite clear. My heart's for Mion. I don't care about any of the other three. You can have them. Coach being a bit of a weirdo, though. After that, I received many words of praise for my actions. Almost too many. As that conversation was happening, leaving aside the controversial statements this coach person would spout suddenly, I learned he was very composed, and not a bad guy by any stretch. Whatever you say. I think Satoko deserves more praise for that crazy home run she got. I honestly didn't think she had it in her. Satoko's older brother was more the quiet bookworm type. She probably inherited the exact opposite skill set. Her brother? Right, he meant Satoshi. The one who left Satoko and ran away from home. Satoko's brother. Satoshi Hojo. Did you not know about him? Satoko's older brother, I mean. His name is Satoshi Hojo. Excuse me. And he played with the Hinamizawa Fighters, too. I wanted him to play a lot more. Then he transferred. Huh, I see. So he transferred. Yeah, see, this is the one thing that worries me, though, is like, what does this guy know about the transfers? You dig? Yeah, maybe that was a little more considerate than saying he ran away. Now that he mentioned it, I think it was Rina. I think she said Satoshi transferred too. I didn't know the details of him having run away from home at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to it, but only her brother transferred? Sort of unusual. Everyone having fun was far away, and their cheerful voices distant. The chorus of the cicadas separated us from them, giving me a sense of distance. At first, I thought my own voice was too soft for even me to hear. For a really long time, Coach didn't respond to my words, so at this point I began to wonder if I had said something I shouldn't have. Just when I began to feel impatient, Coach finally spoke. Something unfortunate happened. A few things, actually. After informing me that was what he was about to say was a secret. So, well, I just read that. After informing me that what he was about to say was a secret, Coach began to talk, a little at a time. It's been 3 years already. Right around this time of year, I think. Satoko's parents were in an accident. Yeah, we knew this already. Her parents were the second murders of the curse. An accident. Yes. At a public park they visited while on vacation, they fell from a viewing platform. It was supposed to just be a little time away from the house with the family. They went for a walk on a path through a nature park after it had rained. There was a little viewing platform that looked like it had a good view. That was the stage on which the tragedy was set. The metal fixtures in the viewing platform fence had deteriorated from time. And with all the rain they had just gotten, they might have loosened somewhat. Right before Satoko's eyes, both the fence and her parents fell. There was a river, some tens of meters below. The water level was high due to the rain, and apparently very muddy. And her parents? Coach gave a thin but melancholic smile and touched his paper cup to his lips. Without saying anything, I knew how unfortunate that accident was and how Satoko's parents had left on an eternal vacation. Then Satoko is, well, I was so focused on being careful with my words that I lost what I was going to say. A single word. Orphan. I knew how little consideration it showed, and how much it would hurt Satoko without having to say it aloud. Come to think of it, Satoko lived with Rika. At least, that's what I thought I heard from the others. Wait, Rika? Her father died from illness too, and her mother soon after. Felt like I had heard she was living by herself. Yeah, she's living with Furude right now. They've probably lived many discouraging days, without any parents, but they've gotten along by helping each other. Going on living without the protection of parents. It's very difficult for kids that age, I think. Maebara, you can probably understand that as well. I've only survived because I rely on my parents, so the only reply I could give was to nod. Furude is particularly beloved by the older people in the village. As long as she's here, she won't want for much. Come to think of it, you're right. Rika kind of seems like the village's mascot sometimes. I don't think she'd have a hard time living here. Rika could go meep just once and get 2 or 3 croquets from a vendor after all. I felt like if she asked for help, everyone in the village would. But that only applies to Furude in particular. Satoko doesn't have it the same way. Rika being so spoiled was just an exception. Upon thinking about it normally, living on your own as a child should be fraught with difficulty. It wasn't, then, very difficult to imagine how much suffering Satoko had to go through just to live. It wasn't very difficult to imagine. Was I really thinking that? No, I was only thinking the words. I couldn't imagine it in the slightest. How was I supposed to imagine it when I saw that annoying smile of hers? There's no way I could. I found out she was living apart from her brother, and I just kind of vaguely thought that it was rather unfortunate. I mean, Satoko was smiling so energetically every single day. Was I thinking that her smile meant she wasn't hurt, that she didn't feel lonely? When she found out my parents were coming home the other night, Satoko said, "A family sitting around the dinner table is the most fun way to enjoy a meal of all." Those words held a lot more weight now. I've seriously considered adopting her. Huh? Adoption? It's a secret. After warning me, Coach put his index finger to his lips. I've lived a really steady life all these years. I have money and a good reputation. But marriage is the one thing I never got around to. By law, obviously a single individual can't adopt a child, so I can't make Satoko my adopted daughter. Huh, what a shame. Didn't take long for my plan to get her to call me Papa to hit a setback. This guy is a weirdo, man. They're trying to like shroud this in like a nice like this is kind of like a sweet moment, but this guy's being like a fucking weirdo. This guy spouts some crazy stuff. At first I was only half listening, but midway through I realized how rude that was. This coach person seriously only wished for this one girl, Satoko, to be happy. That was neither crazy, nor was it nonsense. I mean, I'm not crazy to hope that someone's happy, but your method of doing it is a little bit... He just wanted her to be happy. Those were his true feelings. Satoko's current lifestyle is probably not a very happy one. But, you know, I want to make it easier for her, even if it's only a little. Of course. I can't do much for her but share my leftover food and do errands that she's not strong enough to do. You're wrong, Satoko's happy. Huh? Coach showed surprise at my having declared that. There's so many people all around her that really want her to be happy. She can't possibly feel otherwise. I spoke with a serious expression, quietly, but firmly all the same. It was my approval of his feelings and my gratitude as Satoko's brother. I'm not saying that. Thank you. Still, keep this a secret from Satoko, okay? If she knew I wanted to adopt her, she'd probably get mad and call me a pervert for wanting me to call her Papa. That's what I would say. I wonder. Satoko may have been somewhat childish, but she was still able to empathize with people. She'd call him that, I knew it. As if my feelings had gotten across, Coach grinned, satisfied, and returned his gaze to the hustle and bustle before us. Man, they really tried to smooth that over, but he's been a bit odd. Her parents and her older brother. She lost her family, had no relatives, and was huddled up with Rika, who was in the same situation. Satoko Hojo. It wouldn't be odd for her to look at her life with despair, but she didn't seem to feel that way. She lived energetically with a smile. I wanted to keep smiling forever. It was a naive wish, and yet it was one that he couldn't help hoping for. The words that I spoke were the same. What a coincidence. I think the same way. Oh, you too, Maybara. And that makes us friends. Let's make a promise. A promise? It's a very simple one. The coach said this, giving me a grin. We will never, ever, make her cry. It was short and to the point. Yeah, I promise too. Coach nodded happily. We exchanged no more words after that. We just sat there comfortably, gazing at Satoko and everyone else having a good time. She'd certainly lost family, but there were people watching over her. How reassuring must that have been? Just hypothetically, if you did adopt Satoko, what would you do? Huh, it's a tough one. Coach gave a wry, happy smile, then exaggeratedly tilted his head in contemplation. Well, first, I would get her to call me master and make her into a lovely, kind-hearted maid. Look at Shion. She's gonna show up now. She's gonna be a bitch, just like she was in the last chapter. And she's gonna fucking drive a wedge between people. Welcome back. God, dude. I'm gonna say my spiel again one more time. I said at the start of this stream. I'm gonna say it again, probably multiple times throughout this, okay? Shion was mean to Mion. That makes her an enemy of mine, okay? For that beach. Huh? What? How does this guy always pick the craziest time to say the craziest things? Maybara. Well, I haven't said anything yet. What are you talking about? I heard it loud and clear. Oh, that's right. I clearly said I would make Satoko into my own personal pretty maid. Ah, that sounds nice. Satoko, all pretty. Oh, pretty and purity are really hard to differentiate, right? Be careful with mixing refined Japanese words and English together. I get it. Honestly, the intricacies of the language know no bounds. That's right. Okay, you do understand. Then with that, it's time for... My hand shot out and grabbed Shion, smiling, waving, and about to leave by the nape of her neck. Hey, wait right there. Don't just show up out of nowhere and start saying crazy stuff. Speaking of saying crazy stuff, I thought the Satoko talk you were having with the coach was pretty crazy too. I can perform a reenactment of the adoption bit. Wanna see? No, you've been hiding ever since then? Okay. So, it seems as though this is taking place in like almost the exact same timeline as the second chapter. So, this means that Mion should be already on the path to going evil. Because my guys shouldn't know Shion otherwise. Unless they just... I don't know. You can't even beat my sister. You're 100 years too early to challenge me. This was Shion, the younger of the Sonozaki twins. Though she hadn't a scrap of the reserved quality you'd expect from a little sister. She was a villain, no better than her older sister, Mion. No, she's actually worse. We met the other day in town after I dug myself into a hole when I mistook her for Mion. Unlike Mion, Shion said she was living in Okinomiya. So I thought we'd never see each other again, but to think we actually would. My frankly displeased expression didn't change a bit either. This must be what people mean when they say something is like water off a duck's back. Shion, you came. I was disappointed because I thought you wouldn't make it. Well, I couldn't think of anything else to do, really. I figured I'd come and tease you all a little. Coach, why did you need to call Shion to our victory celebration? How did she contribute to our team's win? Well, you see, I'm actually the manager of the Hinamizawa Fighters. The manager. No way, then why weren't you at the game yesterday? It's because I'm like a ghost manager. She seemed to think I'd forgive her if she stuck her tongue out and smiled. She wasn't sorry at all. The match wasn't nearly as pretty without you there. I won't tell you to come to practices, but couldn't you at least come to games to root for us like you used to? I'll think about it. Maybe I will if Kei joins the Hinamizawa Fighters. I can't get into a cheering mood when there's no good-looking guy on the team. Let's not do this again, man. Shion! You little, where'd you come from? Suddenly Mion came running over, latched onto my shoulders, and pulled me towards her. Thank you. This is much better. Aha, it's me's little sister. Hello, Shi. Hello, Rena. I'm honored you remember my name. We only met once. Oh, not at all. Thanks for remembering Rena's name, too. Cut the stupid greetings. You're not allowed to solicit Kei. He's the hope of our club. Don't pull him out and put him in baseball like he's some kind of plant. Mion gave a low growl as she grappled my arm. She looked like a little girl desperately clinging to her toy. Yep, Keiichi is the star rookie of our club. We could never trade him away. Rena's smile hid a nonchalant bloodthirst. She was blocking Shion's way, ready to unleash an ultimate attack if she got within 2 meters of me. I felt like this was going to turn into a bloody battle. It's too bad. We'll leave the negotiations for another time. You don't have the right to negotiate. Coach, why did you call Shion here too? She's a ghost member. She's been slacking off for the last year. I just thought it would be even more fun if Shion was here. Yep, it definitely worked. That was what he planned for all along. Mission accomplished. Hey! Okay, come over here. We're all playing a game. With strings attached, of course. Shi, how about you? The rules are simple and it'll be fun. Should I? I'll just win if I join in, after all. I don't want to ruin my sister's presidential image. Mion, now irritated, turned around with a glare. What is it, my sister? Should I join in to make this a battle of the siblings? For your sake, I don't think we should, but if you want to... Ugh, I won't let you play, Shion. We're leaving you out. Whoa, Mion just avoided a direct confrontation. It seemed like the twins were completely incompatible with each other. You won't let her play? I was looking forward to seeing you two face off. I hate Shion. I'm bad against her. She's salty, man. An angry Mion dragged me away. Slide. Do your best. I'll be rooting for you. Go for it, Kei. Shion waved her hand at us, reveling in the bliss of teasing Mion. Dude, poor Mion. Alright, club activities had begun, which meant I needed to clear my mind. What was today's battle? Today's punishment game. I'd take anything on. Okay, Keiichi, you should prepare yourself. We're going all out today. Great, bring it on. Stoke or not, I'll crush you all mercilessly. Rena will profit from your battle and fish herself up a win. Then I'll get all the manta rays first and ride them to victory. Rika... Okay. Okay, everyone. We have a lot of people today, so let's play something easy and simple. Today's game is... none of your business. I actually thought that was going to be the end of the chapter. Everyone who lost the game dropped out and had to help clean up after the barbecue. Haha. Shion laughed more uproariously than anyone I'd ever heard when she saw my loser face. Okay. Was my getting bombed out of the game really that funny? Man, oh man, Kei's face. He was like, how can you still call yourselves human? Damn it, I had it all worked out when I bought up the scissors. If only Satoko and Rika hadn't betrayed me. It was going great while we had maintained a unified front, but Satoko had been quicker to betray me than I heard. She was just a tiny bit better than me. I warned you about trusting Hojo. Tomita and Okamura were unanimously wearing I told you so faces. Incidentally, those two were victims of Satoko's traps pretty early on as well. Damn, I was trying to do well enough to make up for you two. And once again, for the showdown, it didn't matter. Maybe this meant I still couldn't match up to the other members yet. You're gonna have the lowest ranked member of the club play a punishment game, weren't you? Shion remarked, as though forcing me to recall something I tried to forget even for a moment. Is that right? Come to think of it, Maybara, when you came up with the punishment game with the president, you looked really heated up. What on earth did you decide on? Earlier, Mion told me to get an Angel Mort uniform ready. Didn't have anything to do with it. She told me to get the biggest size I could find. Tomita and Okamura were giving me these complex, indescribable looks, mixing empathy, pity, and the desire to see something scary all at once. All I could do now was laugh. Strangely enough, the more I laughed, the more I felt like it was actually funny. I lost. Oh my. Maybara, what's the matter? You're smiling, crying, and howling. It's okay. He's just pretending not to like it. He can't hide his excitement at the opportunity to gain valuable experience using the punishment game as an excuse. Right? Whoa, what do you mean valuable experience? I held my head in my hands in agony. My state of mind could be summed up with a 3-letter word. It was... Coach gently put his hands on my shoulders. Was he comforting me? Maybara, in times where you must accept your gay side... Wait. What the fuck? What is this conversation, man? Maybara, in times where you must accept your gay side, just imagine you're a maid on the receiving end of some strict disciplining. See, doesn't your hopeless situation seem kind of fun now? What the fuck? Dude, he just came out of nowhere. What the fuck? We're just chilling here. This guy comes up, he's like, well, time to accept your gay side, get going. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Red in the face and indulging in his imagination, still holding my shoulders, Coach said, "Oh, master," and started twirling around like a ballerina. I had to wonder what kind of word associations he had going on in his head. At the very least, it was much different than what was in mine. The first thing that comes into mind when I think of disciplining certainly isn't maids. Tomita, Okamura, your coach is pretty funny. I'm surprised he can even be a coach. Yeah, I don't know if you should have him around kids. Tomita and Okamura exchanged glances and answered with dry smiles. When they added that he was a really nice person most of the time, which is something you'd normally say about a person like that. Which is something you'd normally say. The coach's questionable revolution slowed to a stop, and then his expression returned to a clear, calm one, almost making what just happened seem like an illusion. He can switch gears way too fast. Let's start cleaning up. Maybara, you seem quite strong. Could you bring the plates over to the wash basins and clean them? Right on it. I hoisted the dirty barbecue plates, each with slimy oil clinging to it, and looked for the wash basins. These are heavy. Where's the wash basins? Or where are the wash basins? Yeah, over there. Figuring I should make it there before my arms gave out, I headed towards it at a trot. I tripped, fell, and broke all the plates. A lot of the adults who had been helping out were using the wash basins, so I gave up and looked for a different set. I asked them, and they told me there were more right by the assembly hall too, so I decided to head that way. Rather than multiple basins, there was just one faucet. I initially thought it would be too small to wash plates as big as these, but it would probably still be faster than waiting for a faucet to open up back there. I turned the faucet, and water much nicer looking than it gushed forth. I put a plate under the faucet and scrubbed it with my hand to try and rub it clean. It didn't go very well. There you go. A sponge and dish soap. You can't wash them with just water. It was Shion. She threw a brand new sponge and a container filled with cleaner to me. Oh, thanks. You should have just put them by the basins and left it for the grown-ups. You're always doing the right thing. I got the feeling that wasn't quite a compliment. I answered her with a forced smile. I was surprised to learn you're the manager for the Hinami's Ala Fighters. I thought you didn't do stuff like that because it's too much of a bother. Yeah, it is quite a bother. That's why I've stopped showing up entirely. Didn't Coach say he wanted you to come back? You should pay a visit once in a while. If I feel like it, I guess. Shion made it sound like the end of the world could happen before she felt like it. Whoops. I couldn't keep washing the dishes while preoccupied with conversation, so I decided to take my task seriously. Shion neither offered to help nor got in my way. She just quietly watched the water flowing from the faucet. Oh right, I heard something. You were the star player in yesterday's game, weren't you? Satoko hit the home run, so I think she was the real star player. I didn't know she had those kind of reflexes. Surprised me. She's totally different from Satoshi. There's not much doubt that all the athletic ability in the family went to her. Shion smiled as she spoke, her eyes looking at something far away, betraying her reminiscence. Satoshi. Satoko Hojo's older brother. You know, Satoshi Hojo. Oh, right. You just moved here this year, didn't you, Kay? You wouldn't have ever met him. I was a little surprised that Shion knew about Satoshi. Never met him, but I know a little. After their parents passed away, he transferred to a different school, right? I avoided saying that he ran away from home and used the slightly more vague words that everyone else did. Transferred? Who said anything like that? I hadn't yet realized that Shion's tone had changed slightly. Well, I mean, who was it then? Yeah, I heard it from someone, that he transferred. Who? You said that because you asked someone, right? Who did I ask? I don't really remember. Even so, he transferred, so that's it, right? Not like there's a problem with it. There is one. Does that mean there's a record of his transfer to another school, and that someone saw it or heard about it? Around that time, I not only noticed how awfully caught up on this Shion was, but also how startlingly dangerous her eyes had begun to look. Shion, what's up? You look really serious. With that, Shion seemed to realize the expression she was making. She took a deep breath, pretended to fix her hair, and went back to her composed expression from before. I'm sorry, but Kay, you don't know much about Satoshi, so please don't say that he transferred or anything like that. I'm serious. Please. Okay, I don't trust Shion even more now. Like, even more I don't trust her. I didn't trust her before, and I don't trust her now. I realized I must have said something I shouldn't have, but I wasn't immediately sure of what I should apologize for, so I just said one safe word for now. Sorry. Just sort of heard he'd transferred and believed it. Was it actually something else? It was, of course. Preceded by his parents, he had left his sister and run away. But I wanted to try and avoid using the words run away, so I pretended not to know. Upon seeing my flustered reply, Shion realized she was intimidating me and lowered her voice. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you for anything, Kay. I was being a little harsh. I apologize. I didn't really mind. That was a fib. I was actually a little scared even. Was there something wrong with saying he ran away? Was there some kind of misunderstanding in saying that he transferred? But before I could ask her, she turned on her heel to leave. Hey, Shion. Right, good luck with those. Looks like your plate is last. It's the last one you need to wash. Her final remark reminded me of the dishes I had so easily forgotten about. So immersed in conversation were we that it got pretty late. I turned the faucet again to get the water flowing faster. Whoosh! I violently scrubbed the plate. When I turned back around, Shion was no longer there. By the time I'd finished washing the plates, most of the other things had been cleaned up. The air had cooled off before I'd realized it, and as the heat that had stuck with us all day disappeared, a nice breeze started to blow. Okay, we're writing this in the notes, man. Shion acting kinda fucking weird when we were talking about Satoshi. Okay. Just keep a note of that. Okay, everyone, can I have your attention? Coach got everyone together to make his closing remark. And with that, another fun day drew to its close. In the end, Mion ended the game with a magnificent victory, as she always does. My girl. Satoko and Rika, who had labored so hard to betray me, had fallen into a huge trap afterwards, leaving them frustrated about more than a few things. People who betray others will one day be betrayed themselves. Never been more true, huh? You're not the one I want to hear that from, Keiichi. Rina didn't fall for anyone's tricks. That's how I got second. Second! Rina doesn't buy into lies very easily. She has a sharp wit. I'm surprised. She seems like she would fall for the first lie to come her way. Funny you should say that, Kay. You desired to prey upon others, and right away you became the prey instead. Make sure you don't fall into those dumb schemes that promise higher returns the more friends you rope in. Yeah, don't sign up to a pyramid scheme. Yeah, I'll try harder. Even good friends will lay traps mercilessly and betray everyone in sight once they get into a serious enough game. But despite that, once it's all over, they can feel refreshed and laugh together. It reminded me of how we were all such great friends. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Keiichi's punishment game. However, can you really implement such a thing? I would think the store manager would have a thing or two to say about it now. I wonder. Maybe Keiichi will be really cute. Kind of want to see. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'll trip him up and make him wipe the floor. That would be great. Why couldn't I win now of all times? Whenever I think I'll win today's, and that I'll make someone else play the punishment game, I lose. Is it not enough? Do I not believe hard enough in victory? Oh, the wailing of the loser tastes like sweet honey. How sad. How sad. This is how you get stronger, Keiichi. It's like I'm looking at me from last year. Me last year? What? Did she always lose and moan about it in the past? How very interesting. I didn't know our undefeated president Mion was once like that. No need to talk about that. Mion hastily covered Rina's mouth. Everyone watching burst out laughing. Finally, Rika pulled on Satoko's sleeve. Okay, we should be going soon. Oh yeah, we must go shopping for dinner, mustn't we? I wanted to keep talking like this forever, but it was getting late. We split up with Satoko and Rika and decided to get on our way home. Alright, bye. See you tomorrow at school. Everyone waved to each other and split up for the short time between now and tomorrow. Okay, let's go. We began walking down the tall staircase leading from the shrine grounds. As the sun started to set, the afternoon heat began to disappear, as though it were never there. Just listening to the chorus of the Higurashi was enough to make me forget about how hot it had been today. Come to think of it, it's still June, huh? We didn't have a rainy season at all this year. Like all of a sudden it's just summer, you know? Now that I thought about it, she was right. It was June, the season of long rain. Of hydrangeas and snails. What the fuck is a hydrangea? It's a flower. Okay, I was about to say, what the fuck you're talking about? I haven't seen a real rainy season since transferring here. According to the weather forecast, it's supposed to get more rainy during the first part of the week. They were warning people about heavy showers. I hope it doesn't run into Tatarigoroshi. That's right, the rainy season's supposed to be rainy. Wow, you don't fucking say, and the hot season's supposed to be hot. Rina likes all the rain in the rainy season. What? So much rain just makes me depressed. Hey, Kay. Huh? I was a little spaced out, so I was late in answering Mion. I was thinking back to my conversation with her sister. When I said that Satoshi transferred, Shion clearly got angry. She was mad at me for saying something so careless. I mean, it may have been a vague way of skirting around the fact that he ran away from home, but I don't think it was so bad that Shion would feel the need to be mad about it. I wasn't really satisfied with it. I felt like a child, completely ignorant of what he was being scolded for. So my thoughts spilled out of my mouth in a very direct fashion. Satoko had a brother, right? Named Satoshi, I think? What? As soon as I said the name Satoshi, Reina and Mion both lost their relaxed, comfortable mood and made strange expressions. Should I have avoided talking about this? That's what they made me think. But I've already said that. So that's that. Hey, what's up, Sachin? How's your day going? We're about to potentially just get to a good part, so how's it going? And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. What happened to Satoshi again? Did he move away? There was such a transparent way of putting it. Okay, I got my water here. I don't know if I turned off my sound effects. I didn't. Also, they're still active. But in my desire to know everything, I feigned ignorance. Mion turned around and looked to Rena for assistance. Rena looked between us, then quietly and softly spoke. Wait, did we not tell you? He transferred out. When I said those words to Shion, she got upset, so I answered her with the same words Shion had given me. Transferred? Who told you something like that? Huh? I had only intended to borrow Shion's words, but I said it in exactly the same way she had, right down to the thorns in my voice. When I realized what I had done, I immediately tried to soften my remark. If he really transferred, there'd be records of it at school and stuff, right? But is there actually anything like that? Mion and Rena, their eyes grew wide. They were at a loss for words. I started to feel like I was doing something really bad. I thought they were only hiding the fact that Satoko's older brother ran away out of consideration for her. I'm not trying to blame you for anything, okay? I just wanted to ask what happened to Satoshi, that's all. I wasn't trying to blame them. The fact I had to remind them even looked like I was tormenting them with an impossible question. No, maybe I was actually bullying them. Maybe I had lashed out at them in retaliation for Shion getting mad at me. This whole day had been so much fun, but now? Why did I go and say something that made all of that meaningless? I couldn't help but regret my own careless curiosity. That's enough. Let's drop it now. As I was about to say that, Mion spoke up. Well, it's not like we were hiding it or lying. I hope you understand that's not what we were trying to do. Mion's tone conveyed her genuine awkwardness. They sounded like the excuse of a child who'd been presented with evidence of her own mischief. Satoshi, well, he didn't transfer schools. Oh, you don't say. Mion said, resigning herself, but I felt bad for pushing her to say that. So, it's okay, Mion. Stop talking about Satoshi. Sorry for teasing you. I wanted to apologize, but right before that. He won't come back. What? Unlike Mion's stammered reply, Rena was extremely clear and resolute. He won't come back. What? He won't come back home ever since that day. He won't come back. It's a very strange way of putting it. Normally you would say that he hadn't come back home yet. At least, I thought you'd only say it like Rena did, if he wasn't capable of coming back. Well, I mean, considering the other timelines that we've played, we know he's probably dead. So, not really You wouldn't say it like that when talking about someone who ran away from home. What do you mean he won't come back? Where did he go? Don't know. Rena's word choice felt very cold to me. It was so cold that I couldn't muster a response right away. Well, she's right. After that day, Satoshi hasn't returned home. Mion noticed the deadlock between us and hurriedly followed up on what Rena had said. Well, that is, everyone in the village searched for him, and we even got the police to help us look. And well, they started thinking that maybe he ran away. When running away from home, I thought you were supposed to leave a note or something. I mean, that's only if you had the intentions to come back, but so when Satoshi ran away, he would probably have left some kind of letter apologizing to Satoko. That's kind of what I figured. But from the way Mion was talking, it seemed a little different than just running away from home. Police did an investigation. Satoshi had been earning money at a part-time job and had some put aside. And they learned that on the day he vanished, he withdrew it all. And then at Nagoya Station or something, they spotted someone who looked a lot like him. Okay, I gotta write this down, because this could be very important. Okay, one sec. Just gonna write this down here. I'll mute because my dog is barking while I finish writing this. Okay. Fuck, I can't find my cursor. Here it is, okay. And then at Nagoya Station or something, they spotted someone who looked a lot like Satoshi. He withdrew all his savings to fund his escape from home. Was that it? Seemed consistent enough to me, but before I could say anything, I think that's a lie. Satoshi didn't run away, declared Rina shortly. Hey, wait, so if he didn't transfer schools or move away, and he didn't run away from home, then what on earth? Stop it, Rina. Mion whispered to her. Rina, however, continued without interruption, and then she said this. Because it was Oyashiro's curse. Huh? I mean, we kind of already knew this from the previous chapters. He's dead. Like, I mean, the guy's fucking dead. We already know that all the curse victims, whether they go missing or whether they get spirited away, all of them end up dead. So, he's dead. Huh? A curse? It took some time before I understood what Rina meant by that. Mian clicked her tongue and shook her head a little. Satoshi talked to me before he disappeared. He said someone was watching him, stalking him. They even followed him home. Oh, I didn't even notice her eyes flipped. This is the first time her eyes have flipped in like 2 chapters. He told me that when he went to bed, they were standing there at his bedside looking down at him. Stop it, Rina. It's important of Oyashiro's curse. There's no doubt. I think somewhere deep down, Satoshi was probably thinking about abandoning Hinamizawa and running away. And Oyashiro wouldn't allow that. I said, stop it. Oyashiro is the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. He would never allow anyone to abandon Hinamizawa and run away. I apologized for it, but Satoshi probably didn't. It must have been. Fuck, she's going hard here. It must have been Oyashiro's curse. Oyashiro's curse? I hadn't intended to repeat it, but the words came out of my mouth anyway. Oyashiro's curse. The police may have said he ran away, but I don't believe it. I won't believe it, not ever. It was just a lie told by the self-important people in the village who don't want to admit it was the curse. And whether or not you believe in Oyashiro's curse, it's wham! Mion struck Rina in the head, and not in a joking way either. I told you to give it a rest, didn't I? I tried to be nice, but you're pushing me to my limits. Pushing her to her limits. Actually, there was plenty of displeasure and anger in Mion's face at the moment. For a few moments after being hit, Rina looked astonished. Perhaps the voices of the Higurashi calmed her frantic mind, because after a little while she regained her original calm expression. That is assault, Sachin. It's abuse. She's abusing her, but it's fine. We're a shrimp. So we look the other way. We arrived at the place we always split up with Mion. No one said a word until we got there. The voices of the Higurashi just tortured our ears with their buzzing. We'd always split up with Mion here, leaving just Rina and me. Hey Kay, didn't I promise to lend you some manga? Just gonna walk me home? Is this a date? Finally? Is this all it took? Wanna come over real quick? Huh? She promised that? However, I quickly realized it was a convenient way of saying she wanted to talk to me alone. Oh, I see. Okay, then Rina will go home. Maybe she realized it. Maybe she didn't. Thankfully, Rina quickly said she'd go home before us. She definitely knew. She's very perceptive. So just want to make sure I understood this here. Okay, so let me write this down. Rina showed her weird eye form again. One second. This is very important stuff. Okay. Okay. Now the date. Bye, Rina. See you tomorrow. Yep. See you tomorrow. Keiichi, don't be too much of a bother now. It's already evening. Just going to borrow a few books. See ya. Considering the fun day we had, it was a very insipid, lonely parting. Hey, don't worry too much about before. After a little while, Mion finally spoke. Quite some time had passed since splitting up with Rena. No, I'm not really. I think it was my fault anyway. We weren't trying to hide anything about Satoshi. It's just one of those things we shouldn't mention, you know? At this point, I understood exactly what she meant by that. Judging by our odd interactions with Rena, I understood so well it hurt that I should never talk about it again. Actually, if that's the case, then with Shion too. No, this is a bigger problem. Talking about it in the first place had been indiscreet. I shouldn't have been interested at all. That's why I really had to think about it. About why everyone got so irritated. By the time I tried to warn myself, I'd accidentally spoken already. I won't ever ask again. So can you tell me honestly, what on earth happened to Satoshi? He ran away, right? For a long time, Mion remained silent, but finally, unable to endure it any longer, she began to speak timidly. Have you ever heard about Oyashiro's curse? Just a little bit. I got the gist of it. I only overheard someone in class talking about it, though. Oyashiro was the name of the deity protecting Hinamizawa, that they worship at the shrine that we had a barbecue at today. And a few years ago, when they started talking about flooding Hinamizawa as part of the dam project, one of the people working on the site died or something, and people blamed it on Oyashiro's curse. That's how it was. Satoshi's dead parents, they were proponents of the dam project. Huh? Wasn't everyone in the village against it? Why would they support the project if they lived here? The dam project that would flood the entirety of Hinamizawa. I'd heard the village all got together to fight the terrible project, but it was a little hard to believe there were villagers who were supporting it. Well, there was a lot of stuff going on, but not everyone agreed to stand up to the dam proposal. Satoshi's parents were basically the leaders of those who were all for it. Leaders of the ones for it? Satoko and Satoshi's parents? Yeah. The government had gathered a lot of compensation money to exchange for the construction of the dam. Fuck me, I got the hiccups. There were plenty of people who agreed with the proposal because they wanted the money. Aside from a few households, Hinamizawa was, in general, not very affluent. And not because they were proud to inherit the land of their ancestors. It wouldn't be strange if some people wanted enough money to start a new life. But even in that case, they would have had to hesitate to say so, given the situation. It just happened to be Satoko and Satoshi's parents who understood that and stood up to be their representative. By that standard, you might say Satoko and Satoshi's parents were very heroic. They volunteered to be hated, all to help those without much money, who didn't have a voice. And then, their parents had bad luck. They died in an accident on the day of the festival honoring Oyashiro. So people started to think that maybe it had been Oyashiro's curse. I thought back to what Coach had told me today. They went to a nature park on a family outing and fell from a cliff. So people thought even Satoshi running away from home was because of Oyashiro's curse. Well, yeah, basically. It was a bit of an evasive reply, but I felt it was wrong to ask any further, so I didn't press her for details. I don't think I need to explain this, but for Satoko, her parents' accident and Satoshi running away, and all the business about Oyashiro's curse, none of it's a very happy story, you know? Yeah, of course I knew. I could only nod silently. That's why we're not mentioning anything about Satoko's family. Even if someone asks about Satoshi, we just lie and say he transferred schools. Okay, so let me write this down, because I was wondering why in the previous timelines they wouldn't say anything. Okay. Fuck, man. There's so much that's interconnected. It's hard to remember everything. You can understand why, right? They wanted to protect Satoko's happiness. As someone who thought that way once, even for a short time, I really did regret having been imprudent enough to broach the topic to begin with. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry I asked something so careless. When she heard that, Mion smiled, seeming a little relieved. With that understanding, thinking that I should get going, I began to make my way home. I could really have stopped by Mion's house, but it was already late. I'd stop by again the next time I had the chance. Bye then, Mion. Sorry about today. See you tomorrow. Yeah, goodbye. We waved to each other. Then suddenly remembering something, Mion called out to me. Okay, one more thing. Not only around Satoko, could you keep quiet about Satoshi with Rina too? Huh? I think you realized earlier, but for some reason, when it comes to Oyashiro's curse, she gets extremely serious. Ever since she transferred here. Yeah, judging by how Rina was acting earlier, it was clearly no laughing matter to her. Mian had interrupted the conversation for us. But if Mian hadn't been there, what might have happened? Why would Rina be so serious about it? Not only Rina either, but Shion too. I don't know. Rina is... Oh, this is a secret, okay? If you tell anyone, we're not friends anymore. Mian emphasized this as her expression clouded even further. I won't tell. What's this about Rina? She says she's been a victim of Oyashiro's curse before. Huh? Well, it may sound mean, but I think it might be a bad case of persecution complex or some kind of wrong assumption. But she says so herself, so I believe her. If I poke fun at it, she gets pretty upset. Rina jokes around all the time, but she's really scary when she's mad. I get it. Then talk about it in front of Rina, right? About Satoshi. Yeah. If possible, I think we shouldn't talk about this ever again, for her sake, and for Satoko's, for everyone else's too. I must say, for your own sake too, okay? With her silence, Mian made sure I knew that. Yeah, okay, I got it. Thanks. Saying only that, she waved her hand and began walking away. I watched her go. I hate to see her go, but I love to watch her walk away. A little dazed, and then started walking myself. Okay, so we already knew about... Rina's potential run-in with the curse before, so this isn't really from the previous chapters. Write this down. Okay. Oh, fuck, excuse me. I keep getting the hiccups. I don't know why. Okay. Satoko's older brother, Satoshi. Did he run away from home? Or had he been a victim of the curse and disappeared forever? Whatever the case, none of this was anything I should have asked about. The cooling air forced me into self-reflection. I wanted Satoko to smile, yet my curiosity easily defeated me, and I frivolously tried to step into the dark side of things in a joking way. I'm shameful. I wanted today to be exactly like yesterday. I wanted tomorrow to be just as fun as today, too. So why did I go and do something like that? We were having a blast at the baseball game yesterday. And today we had a blast at the big barbecue party, too. It was a lot of fun. But then I went and almost nullified all those fun times. He bought nullifier. I would have to be more careful starting tomorrow. I would put all this unpleasant stuff behind me forever. Like hell I'm gonna let my enjoyable life end because of how careless I was today. But the more I thought that I'd be more careful starting tomorrow, the more I couldn't get rid of the ominous thought that I had already put an end to those enjoyable days with what I'd just done. No. It's not. Hey, wait. Calm down, Keiichi. The gears of destiny are freaking gigantic, aren't they? What happened now, or what happened just now was trivial. It doesn't make any sense to think my life will be totally different starting tomorrow, but even though I understood it logically, the mist in my heart wasn't going to fade until tomorrow turned out to be as fun as today. I'm acting weird, thinking a little too much about that conversation. I wish tomorrow would come already. I wanted it to make me understand how absurd my insignificant doubts really were. The night was long. Okay, it's probably the end of this chapter. Okay. Preliminary autopsy. So these two are probably in regards to either the first dam death or maybe Satoshi's death. Shion, why don't you help out a little? Are you asking a girl to carry something heavy? This is why you still haven't found a nice lady at your age, coach. Well, you see, at times like these, here's what people say. It's none of your business. Damn, Squad W. Ahaha. He was loading the station wagon with heaps of equipment we'd use for today's barbecue meeting. All the fathers and sons who had helped were starting to get on their way. Alright, so Shion, why did you come all the way here? If you rode here on your bike, I can give you a lift. I did, but I'll be fine riding back. I appreciate your consideration. I was glad you came today. Things don't quite fit together without the manager here. Am I still the manager? I've been shirking my duty for an entire year, so maybe you should just fire such an incompetent manager already. Alright, if you say you want to quit, then I'll fire you whenever you want. That's not fair. Let me go soon, please. Every time I don't show up at a game, I get an annoying phone call, and I can't stand those. You were more honest with yourself, Shion. You'd be far cuter. Weird champ. Your father is so sad. Where did he go so wrong as to deserve such a rebellious daughter? Oh, perhaps if your father catches you in a big loving embrace, you'll open your eyes. Well, then don't mind if I do. Okay, this guy's a weirdo. Nothing's changed. You're still a weirdo. Thank you. She said the same thing I said. You're still a weirdo, coach. And everyone's still lively as ever. Even though Satoshi isn't here, is that what you wanted to say? He'll come home. I'm sure of it. He has someone waiting for him. Say whatever you want. He sure is cruel, isn't he? Going off to who knows where. Leaving such a cute girlfriend behind. Huh? Girlfriend? Who? Who? Huh? Quit laughing already, Coach. Coach bent over and laughed heartily for a little while. We'll see each other again. Please come and root for us once in a while, okay? If I feel like it. I have no desire to be the manager anymore, after all. That's fine. If you don't like it, I'll fire you. I'm not the kind of person who likes forcing people to do things against their will. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. You guys win this round. If I feel like it, I'll come root for you guys. Or I'll come root for you. So for today, just be patient. Whoops, that time already? It's past time to return all this. I'm already making them wait for me. I'll be leaving for today then. Let's meet again at the next game. Yes, if I feel like it. Goodbye, coach. Okay. Seems that Shion may have had some relationship with Satoshi. Okay. I want to know what the autopsy is for, though. I wonder if this is talking about the death at the start of the game they were talking about, or if this is Satoshi or what. The autopsy suggests the victim was killed in the following manner. 1. Entire body bound in restraints. Traces left behind from the body seem to have been bound, indicating usage of a specific restraining table rather than rope or another common method. Finger joints on either hand appear to have been bound especially tightly. Highly likely that the table was either specially made or homemade given this info. 2. Both ears and nose severed with a sharp blade. Traces of the restraint and other things seem to suggest there was at least one more other than the one who severed these body parts holding down the victim's head, so it was a multi-person thing. Let's see. Okay, let me get this all down here. Hmm. Traces of the restraint and other things seem to suggest there was at least one more other than the one who severed these body parts holding down the victim's head. Possible that multiple blades were used, with one of them most likely being scissors or shears. Okay. 5 nails penetrated fingers on each hand, 1 long nail stuck in each joint of each finger on each hand, for a total of 30. Each joint, yeah, because you have the upper joint and the lower joint. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Your thumb, okay, I guess your thumb would have the one down here instead. I mean, actually, there would be more. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, that makes sense because you have 12 here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 12. And then you have 1, 2. Actually, it doesn't make sense. It wouldn't be 30. It'd be like 28 or 29, but it's fine. The deceased's fingers were nailed to wooden planks, 20 square centimeters large. Extremely likely these planks were part of the restraining table. In addition, it is likely that the table was originally designed for just such a purpose. 4. Abdomen incised, intestines removed. The incision in the abdomen is likely to have been a technique grounded in medical methodology using a sharp blade. Estimated there was still no threat to the victim's life at this stage. After this, the organs inside the incision were dismantled and removed. The victim likely died as a result of this process. Number 5, body disposed. After fastening a dumbbell to the victim's neck using a commercial pet collar, the victim was likely abandoned in the Ouija River's third drain. Judging by the dumbbell's weight, it is highly possible they would have needed at least 3 grown men to have disposed of the body. Okay. Okay. To Oishi. Here's a copy of the preliminary autopsy of the slaughtered corpse in the Ouija River. Chief Shigeharu sees this as having a possible relation to the S group, Sonozaki group. What are your thoughts, Oishi? Okay. There it is, Ron. 3 Chun, 3 Dora, Mangan, with 1500 extra. What's up with that? How do you have 3 Dora? You idiot. You're the one who flipped over another Kandora when you knew Oishi was in Tenpai. That's what you get. Getting more Dora was the only thing I could do after revealing that Chun. You can't discard a Dora tile after a Yakuhai is out. I don't know, that was all gibberish to me. Oishi grinned meaningfully as his buddies, swearing, began breaking down the walls and reforming them. By the way, Oishi, identified her yet? What? Oh, the mutilated body in the drainage channel. Any new leads come up? Yeah, well, you'll have to find the proof yourself, though. You're really something. Who is the deceased? Rina Mamiya. Actual name Ritsuko. Oh, okay, wait. Okay. I don't know if we've... Phew, it's a nasty place. A young leader of the Sonozaki owns it, yeah. Sonozaki, whoops, so it's related to the S group. That mountain will be tough to scale. Rumors say the deceased had been dipping into the Sonozaki's protection money, and on a pretty significant scale too, from what I've heard. A woman getting her hands on the protection money. Sounds like a man's behind it. Not a lot of women do that sort of things themselves. Well, he's dead anyways. The body just hasn't been found yet. About that, Oishi, her cohabitant's apparently alive. Alive? Then maybe he'll die soon. Vermin usually exterminate other vermin. I think we have a very nice self-cleansing system going on. Anyway, her man... It's... well, Tepe Hojo. Huh. I get it. He was staying at his lover's place, huh? And so the Sonozakis grow ever more suspicious. Where is he now? He was living in a woman's apartment. He must have thought she abandoned him, so he's been searching around shops and other gathering places. Okay, so... we know now that Satoko's dad isn't dead. Okay. I gotta go to the washroom real quick. I will be right back. Uno momento. Okay, I'm back. So, we got some pretty important info from that. We learned, first of all, that there is some weird shit going on. Some really weird shit going on, actually. So we know now that... what you call it? That Satoko's dad isn't dead. So Satoko's dad has faked his death this whole time, basically. Weird. Okay. It's hard to think about what the implication for that would be. Because, like, the thinking in my head is like, well, if the dad is gone, and, and the wife is dead, it seems like a pretty big plan, like, maybe he just, like, maybe he just, you know, wanted his wife gone. Sounds bad, but, you know, maybe he got her clapped. If that's the case, you have to think about the motive, though, because why would he then go into hiding? Could he just, like, not show his face to his daughter again after he did something like that? Like, it's sort of hard to say exactly why he would do something like that. Excuse me. Because I'm just trying to think about, like, the logic behind why you would do that. Because it doesn't really make sense, like, if you wanted your wife whacked, and if you wanted her killed, it didn't really make much sense for him to then just, like, disappear and not come back, you know? It's sort of, like, kind of questionable. So, I don't know. Let's continue. Morning, Keiichi. My, what time did you go to sleep? I did not sleep well last night at all. My mother could tell from a single glance. I had the worst dreams. Nightmares. Very ominous dreams, one after the other, again and again. I woke up after each one, but could never even remember a fraction of what they had been about. But it was like those dreams were predicting something unpleasant. You could say those were premonitions. And I woke up in a terrible mood. Hey now. Every day's been calm and fine before today, right? These days should continue on, unchanging. And yet, anxiety was the only emotion growing within me. Why was that? Nightmares reflect your own anxiety. They show an uneasy mind, that which you wouldn't admit to normally. Yesterday, I remember the ominous conversation about Satoshi I had with Shion, Mion, and Rina. Right. My mind felt like it was in a black fog, because we had talked about that. If I'd lived every day without causing a fuss, my reward would be ever more peaceful days. I understood that. So why did I cause such a discord? Wow, you really just name-dropped Discord? But now that I thought about it calmly, a simple verbal slip on my part couldn't possibly change the world. Yeah, as long as I'm sorry for doing it and never talk about it again, there's nothing anyone can blame me for, right? Besides, how would my fate possibly change just because I talked about that? Nothing was gonna change. Yeah, nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. It's a creepy smile. If you're still half asleep, then go wash your face. I finally cheered up enough to smile, and Mom slapped me right back down. Now I was irritated again. There wasn't much time left before I had to meet up with Rina. I frantically started to get ready to go to school. Have a good day. Watch out for cars. There's barely any cars to watch out for, in Hinamizawa anyway. I dashed out the front door. The morning air was far more refreshing than the water on my face. That's right, Keiichi. If you're sorry enough about it and reflect upon your mistakes, that's enough. Let's pull yourself together and get to school. And return to fun, enjoyable days, where everyone laughs, plays, and just has a good time. It'll be nice to Satoko as an apology, too. Yeah, wasn't I supposed to be her brother until Satoshi got back? Good morning, Keiichi. Rina, too, looked nothing like she had yesterday when she said that weird stuff. If I could only forget, then I could still act like nothing happened. So I called out to her with all the energy I could muster. Hey, morning, Rina. Early as usual today. Morning. Good morning. There was a little time before the same old morning homeroom began, but Satoko and Rika were unusually absent. Maybe they went to play somewhere. Overlooking over and seeing none of their things. So it looked like they really hadn't come to school. They're almost never late. Rina seemed to be enjoying herself, thinking about what their excuse for being late would be. Mion said something nonsensical as well, imagining how funny the reason they were late must have been. I had only come to school to see their energetic faces, since I figured it would get rid of these feelings I have. But the load on my chest remained where it was. It wasn't very pleasant at all. Good morning, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. Teacher finally arrived. Then finally, I heard the pitter-patter of footsteps running down the hall. Clatter. Rika was the first to run through the open door, and then Satoko didn't come. You're late, Furude. Where's Hojo? It was unusual for Rika to be late, but equally unusual for Satoko, a ball of energy, to be absent at all. Everyone's eyes were wide at the series of strange events. Satoko might be a little bit late. Has she come down with something? The teacher walked over to Rika, and they started talking in hushed tones. Rika's late and Satoko's absent. I guess crazy things can happen. You're right. But I wonder what happened to Satoko. Is she sick? Why now when I most wanted to see Satoko's energetic face? The unease that had been building since last night tightened within my chest. Okay, you worry too much. Sometimes girls of her age can't help but stay home sick. Coo. Me, you're not supposed to say that around boys. Mion laughed indecently. Normally I would laugh along with her, but right now I just didn't feel like it. Homeroom ended. We went to talk to Rika in the short time we had before first period started. Hey Rika, you look so sad. So very sad when getting yelled at for being late. I'll make sure to pet you today. I was very aware of my gloom this morning, so I strove to keep my tone cheerful. I petted Rika's head the same way she always did, but she didn't cheer up at all. What happened to Satoko? Did she get sick? For instance, she got a fever from playing around too much yesterday. If that had been a response, I would have accepted it in a flash. But the atmosphere around Rika felt somehow heavy. It was a little weird, and actually made my unease worse. Hey, come on. There's certain things you can't talk to boys about. Okay, back to your seat. Mion acting just like a club president pulled me back to my chair. Rika's gaze immediately fell back to her desk, and she hung her head gloomily. Rika had said something odd, that Satoko might be a little bit late. They were living together, weren't they? Then she would have known for sure. She wouldn't have said might. I didn't understand why she was absent, and that made me all the more anxious. Damn it, what's going on today? It's like we started off on the wrong foot, and it wasn't going to get any better. What's the matter, Keiichi? You seem pretty down this morning. Rina noticed how I looked and whispered to me while the teacher wasn't looking. Do I really seem that way? Yeah, even Rina's starting to feel down just looking at you. I thought of jokingly saying, then don't look at me, but didn't even feel like doing that. Is something you can tell Rina? I don't know what you're worried about, but if I can help, then you can tell me, okay? I won't tease you. Rina said this, looking me straight in the eye. Until yesterday, nothing strange had happened, and it was a lot of fun. Rina's eyes widened for a moment, not understanding what I meant, but she remained silent and listened. It was peaceful and fun. Every day was lively. I never had any doubt things would stay that way forever. Yeah, you're right. Every day is fun. I'm sure today will be too. You're sure? How do you know? Well, Rina, feeling perplexed, couldn't think of something to say. I didn't blame her. What I was trying to say seemed a little confusing, even to me. When I think about it, I've been anxious lately. Like maybe since every day is fun, one day all of a sudden, it would get really dark, like a light bulb turned off. Yeah, Rina kind of understands how you feel. Rina nodded gently. We've always been taught that it wouldn't only be good things happening to us. Sometimes I'm scared of what's going on behind the fun. It's a little bit sad, but because of that, we learned how to do our best to make sure that the fun never stops. I see. So it's not a bad thing. You think our fun lives might not go on forever, Keiichi. Kind of like, like if suddenly there was a volcanic eruption tomorrow and everyone died. Hey, wait, that's terrible. If you were the only one who survived the catastrophe, Keiichi, how would you feel? How would I imagine myself being the sole survivor in the ruins of Hinamizawa. Rubble and the bodies of friends lying in heaps at my feet. It was such an abhorrent sight. Was it sadder that all my friends had died, or was it sadder that I couldn't have died with them? True, that you weren't the one that you happened to be the one that was left alone. I didn't know which, but I'd probably cry a lot. It'd probably break my heart. First, I think I'd cry. And then maybe you would think this. If this was my destiny, then I should have made sure every day before this was as fun as possible so I had no regrets. I didn't want to consider such a horrible event to be my destiny, but I probably would think that. The fun times will end one day. Nobody knows when they will. It makes sense to live each day to the fullest so that if it does happen tomorrow, you don't regret anything. Yeah. It's really hard to think like that. A lot of people take their everyday happiness for granted. They think tomorrow will be the same as today, so they leave things they could do today for tomorrow. They leave the kindness they could have shown today until tomorrow. Rina was usually cheerful and silly, but right now she wasn't like that at all. She was taking my troubles seriously. It was a little reassuring. But Keiichi, you realized it. I think that's a wonderful thing. So that unease you have, I think you should keep it close to your heart. Keep my unease close? Yes. Everyone might die tomorrow in a big catastrophe. So you should be really nice to everyone today. So when the end really does come, you don't regret it. Do you do that, Rina? Live like you would have no regrets if everyone died tomorrow? Yep. It was such a hyperbolic conversation. But Rina just gave me a nonchalant nod of her head. Rina knows what it's like for the fun times to end overnight. She knows there's no proof tomorrow will be fun even if today is. I'm living. Life to the fullest. It seemed like Rina perfectly understood all the anxiety I couldn't put into words. And on top of that, like a reliable teacher, she showed me what to do. Oh. Hey Keiichi, there's no need to cry now. Last night, I feel like I had a dream about Satoko. I don't remember what kind of dream it was, but ever since this morning I've felt anxious. Because you thought seeing Satoko's energetic face would cheer you up, right? She was right on the money. If everyone had been here with smiles on their faces this morning, then the mark in my heart would have definitely been blown to smithereens. And if Satoko arrives, you'll have to be nice to her. Actually, it's totally fine if you play your usual pranks on each other, as long as you're having fun. Yeah, you're right. So that even if these fun days come to an end, I'd have no regrets. I couldn't tell if what Rina told me had been comforting me or just made me more anxious. But it was enough to make me think that if I saw Satoko again, I'd be honest with her. Okay, chill. Getting a little bit heavy. Lunchtime arrived, with everyone pushing their desks together like always. Satoko wasn't here. Despite that, we had bento boxes for 5 lined up on our desks. Rika had made a bento for Satoko. Was Satoko supposed to be here before lunch? Rika was clearly acting strangely. We were talking to her, but it felt like she was too far away to hear us. I'd never seen Rika so downcast. So the rest of us started feeling down too. Hey Rina, I understood what she had said before pretty well. When we were together, we were supposed to have lots of fun, so we wouldn't have any regrets if the world ended tomorrow. And yet, while I just resolved myself to do it... Okay, I'm gonna mute. I can't take this dog. Okay, he's done. Well, I just resolved myself to do it. Now we can't all be together. What the hell? Because it was just so sudden, wasn't it? I mean, yesterday was fun, so we could believe. It would all end today? Or so who could believe? No volcanoes had erupted, and no earthquakes or fires had happened either. The cicadas were making the same noise as they did yesterday, and the sun remained bright in the sky. It was the same normal day as always, so then why... As I pondered, Rina's chopsticks reached in front of my face and stole the fried chicken out of my bento. If no one else wants it, Rina will take it. Delicious. Rina tossed the entire piece into her mouth and began munching on it, her expression one of bliss. I'm such an old man. Rina got a leg up on me. Alright, this old man's taking this bit of steak here. All my food is gone except my rice. Rika, also behind the curve, smiled again and went for someone else's bento. As I sat there, dazed at how quickly everyone had changed, Rina sent a wink over to me. Come on, Keiichi, live life to the fullest. That way if a volcano erupts tomorrow, it'll be okay. This is serious. I'll be damned if dried plums and rice are the only things I have left for lunch. I'm taking that meatball. I stuffed the meat into my mouth and constructed a clumsy smile. I played along as if trying to fool myself, but as I did, it rapidly became less and less of an act. Satoko still wasn't here, but at some point, we had regained our lively lunchtime. We had fun, we smiled, and we fooled around. Thanks everyone, this was definitely the best thing to do. This way, when Satoko suddenly dropped by, we could welcome her with our best smiles. The more I smiled, the more I felt the anxiety from this morning clearing away. Wasn't there a proverb that went something like, fortune comes in by a merry gate? Probably? I only know fortune favors the bold, but... I think so. If it's true, then this old man will roll around the floor laughing 24/7. Rina thinks it's true. If you laugh every day, it'll be fun every day. Rina has a way with words. Then should we try it out? Everyone took a deep breath, then brought their faces together, locking shoulders. And then... everyone laughed uproariously from their stomachs, trying to laugh out all the bad stuff accumulating in them. By the time our bento boxes were empty, everyone was right as rain. Cool. Having heard our friendly banter, Tomita and Okamura walked up and timidly spoke to us. Excuse me, Maebara. Sorry to interrupt your fun, but we need your help with something. They grinned dryly and scratched their heads. What could it be? Want to know how to remove the censor bars in porn mags? By the way, don't believe what you hear about butter doing the trick. Total superstition. You can't use an eraser either. Also, who the fuck said this? It's printed on the fucking paper. What do you... Wait, what? Seriously? It's not what we're here for, said Tomita, elbowing Okamura. Actually, our ball got caught in the gutter on the second floor. We were thinking you might be able to reach it since you're tall. Ah, I see. Asking an upperclassman for help when it Asking an upperclassman for help comes with its own price, you know. I'm not cheap. You can't buy me out so easily. Tomita and Okamura conversed for a short time, then gave their reply. We'll give you the right to take a nap during class, Maybara. How does that sound? What do you mean? I can sleep during class whenever I want. Why do I need your permission for it? Oh no, you can't. The next time you take a nap, we'll tell Sensei about it. I see, how sly. You little. Where did you learn to bargain like that? Sorry, it was just a little joke. Come on, Kay. Why not just cave into your underclassman's threats? Now Mion was getting on my nerves. Suddenly it came to me, and I took Tomita and Okamura's hands. Alright, I surrender. I'll get your ball for you, so give me all the rights to nap time. Huh? Okay. Look, Mion, I now have the privilege. You don't, do you? Tomita, Okamura, tell on Mion as soon as she falls asleep, got it? Yeah, Rina and Rika began to cackle at Keiichi's victory. I wasn't sure how the ball managed to get stuck up there, but it was planted firmly in the school building's second floor gutter. Like here? Don't really understand how they managed that one. Hand me that stick. I should be able to reach it. Here we go. I took a bamboo pole and poked the ball with it. Damn, it's hard. Come on. Oh, he got it. You got it, Maybara. Thank you so much. The ball rolled down the gutter and fell down behind the school building. My underclassmen ran over in that direction, leaving me by myself. Mission complete, I guess. Sheesh. There's still a lot of time left until lunch break was over. Guess I should go back to the classroom. I'd absorb myself in a silly conversation with everyone and wait for afternoon classes. Just when I thought that, and turned towards the entrance, someone called out to me. Hello there. Good day. Oishi, otherwise known as Broishi, has made his entrance. Monka fucking ass. When Broishi makes his entrance, we get worried. Okay. Hello there. Good day. Sorry for bothering you during your lunch break. It was a middle-aged man I didn't know. Or maybe I'd passed by him a few times and I'd seen his face, but I didn't know him. When his half-smile deepened, something within me, shuddered with fear. There was no basis for that, no reason, but I shuddered. I was somewhat confused about those emotions, not quite understanding them myself. There was one thing I could say, though. Nobody but teachers and students should be at school. This person shouldn't have been here. I felt less of a tremble and more of a sense of dread, like a caterpillar, brilliantly colored in garish, bilious greens, were crawling across my forehead. A feeling of disgust that neither itchy nor gross could describe as the frizzly, dreadful hair rubbed against my brow. I didn't even want to see his face. I wanted to jump backwards and run away. An unpleasant feeling for which I didn't even know the cause. The other side of myself has nothing but questions. Hey, what are you doing? What are you disgusted by? This is the first time you've met him. It's rude to hate someone for no reason. But no answers were coming. I held my silence, waiting, a damp sweat running down my forehead. When he saw that, Oishi thought maybe he was being intimidating and gave me a relaxed smile. Oh, please excuse me. I'm no one suspicious, I assure you. I'm Oishi, from the Okinomiya Police Department. Wait, where'd I put my card? Huh? What? What? He fished through various pockets, then finally found his police ID and showed it to me, grinning dryly. He may have been trying to use those clumsy-seeming actions to ease my anxiety, but I could definitely say it didn't work. Why was I this nervous? There was a reason, of course. If I wanted today to be the same as before, then today didn't need someone who hadn't been here back then. The fact that a man who wasn't here yesterday showed up today meant that today would be a different day than those before it. That would mark the end of the fun and happy days. I gulped and erased that ominous conclusion from my mind. Calm down, Keiichi. Just an old guy who looks kinda perverted and came from the police department. Don't go deciding that the fun times are over. He just came over here because of his job. Yeah, just for his job. If he's working, then he would normally go to the teacher's lounge, right? The fact that he spoke to me. Yeah, it must have been to ask where it was. Are you looking for the teacher's lounge? You just have to go through the entrance, and I didn't want to look at this man for another second, so I started pushing things along. Oishi, however, didn't seem to have any interest in the teacher's lounge. Oh no. I don't have anything to do there. They get you to call a friend of yours, if I may be so bold. Friend? Who? A girl. Could you call Satoko Hojo for me? My consciousness grew faint, like I was about to pass out. Yes, my anxiety was realized. The dreadful, disgusting caterpillar was looking at me, about to crawl into my ear. Its frizzly, dreadful hair was touching my ear cavity. That's how bad it felt. What did the police need with Satoko? No. It's nothing important. I just had 2 or 3 things to ask. I'd like if you could cooperate with me. Why? Why of all people was it Satoko? Why would a police officer come here in the middle of the day for something that wasn't important? This man was strange. I could smell it, and it smelled bad. Just a whiff of it made me want to grimace. I knew that this man couldn't possibly be here to deliver her lost wallet or anything. I couldn't imagine what he needed from Satoko, but it had to be something unpleasant. Ah, my throat stung with burning pain. Burned like a parched, creviced wasteland. The wasteland broke apart deep in my throat and brought out the words from deep in my mind. You may need something from her, but I don't think Satoko needs anything from you. Could you please leave? You dumb fuck, just tell me you don't know where she is. Oishi probably hadn't expected that reply. He stood there surprised for a few moments. I did as well. I hadn't thought words like that could ever come out of my mouth. Things might still work out. This guy may have shown up out of the blue, but if I drove him off, maybe I could make it so that it never happened. If I could do that, then I could get back the peace we had until yesterday. I could get it back. Well, you sure are strict. Are you Satoko's manager, perhaps? Can I not see her without an appointment? If you just want to talk to her, shouldn't you just call her? Barging into school in the middle of the day isn't normal. Breaking through a dam would have been a perfect analogy to use. True. Why didn't I like this man? This man shouldn't have been here. I needed to make it so that this man wasn't here. Childish, selfish emotions bubbled up from the depths of my mind, and they each came out of my mouth just as it had been formed. Not liking the guy was my own problem, but to say things so bluntly to him, even I thought I was crazy. Oh, you're the logical sort, aren't you? I'm not too good with people who talk like that. Oishi grinned and scratched at his sweaty throat. Even as he feigned stupidity, I could tell he was irritated. Hey, Keiichi. Why am I looking for a fight with this old policeman here? It's not like he brought the gift of misfortune with him, all wrapped up in paper, right? Right. It wasn't like he had brought a package of misfortune with him and was asking me to sign here, please. Rationally speaking, I understood all that. So then why was I so... Finally, I outlasted Oishi in our game of silence, and he gave a big sigh. Then he addressed a few of my female underclassmen running around nearby. Oh, excuse me, all of you. Do you have a moment? I'd like you to call Satoko Hojo if you could. My underclassmen tried to smile and reply, but they noticed the oddly stiff air atmosphere around me, and seemed hesitant to give a quick answer. She not here, Satoko Hojo. Hojo, she stayed home today. Stayed home? His face remained smiling, but his tone was clearly one of ill humor. Such conspicuous spite caused my underclassmen, who had answered honestly, to cringe in fear. Or conspicuous. I think I said conspicuous. Conspicuous. The fuck? I see. Dear me. I'm quite unlucky. He was smiling broadly, but the way he laughed didn't make me feel better at all. When he noticed that his laughter wasn't getting anyone else to laugh with him, he immediately stopped. So, you girls, can you tell me the name of this boy here? He grabbed the girls by the shoulders so they wouldn't run away, and crouched down to address them at eye level. The girls flinched away from the sharp, piercing light in his eyes. In exchange for their release, they didn't resist and told him my name. I see. Keiji Maebara, is that it? He said my full name. That was all he said, and yet I couldn't help but shudder. It was like he had grabbed me by the collar with just those words. Oh, could you be the son of the Maebara family I've heard so much about? Huh. I hear your father is a renowned artist. His work go on display twice a year in the Great Exhibition in Tokyo, don't they? Or his works. I don't know what sort of fantastic pictures he creates, though. Then there's your mother. She seems intelligent, too. I heard she was a high academic achiever. She went to some girls' university, didn't she? It's amazing for someone that age to have graduated from a girls' university. Could your mother actually be the daughter of a respectable family? At least those are rumors, and they say she's a cold person because of it. Did you know that? She only went to the very first neighborhood association meeting, right? That's certainly no good. You can't disrespect your neighbors in a place like this. A sense of eeriness slithered up my spine. This was my first experience of true terror. I couldn't believe it felt this terrible, for someone you've just met to know everything about you already. Oishi clamped onto my shoulders and brought his eyes close to peer into mine. In a place like this, it'd be far better not to make enemies, wouldn't it? If not... Ow! Oishi dug into my shoulder with inhuman strength. And if something unexpected were to happen, you might see some drawbacks. Have you ever heard of karma? It's fucking bullshit. It's like how a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a tornado. Grudges born in strange places could come back to you in ways you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't like that, would you? Nobody wants to have a grudge held against them. There's nothing positive about making enemies. What's the matter? Your shoulders are very stiff. Should I give you a massage? See? Feels good, right? This man wasn't just strong. It was like he knew exactly where to press to make me feel pain. Only 4 or 5 fingers were on my shoulders, and yet the pain made me want to bend over backwards. A few of the girls from my class were pretty shaken up, but didn't seem to want to help me. They weren't sure if they should go call the teacher. As for me, I couldn't take the time to wait until the teacher got here. It hurts. Would you mind leaving things at that? You're hurting him. Behind Oishi, someone, to my disbelief, it was Coach. Oh my, if it isn't Dr. Irie, it certainly has been a while since we were last in touch. Discomforted by Coach's sudden appearance, Oishi laughed scornfully. The vice on my shoulders, however, remained as strong as ever. Never mind the greetings. Please just let go of Maebara. Oishi smiled daringly and glared straight at Coach. He didn't release me in the meantime, of course. I was just thinking of stopping by your place later, Doctor. You always seem so busy and we can never have a good chat. Yeah, if you want, I'll chat with you all you like. But please, be sure to have a warrant first. After all, otherwise, I can refuse to go voluntarily into questioning. Coach didn't display a shred of the weird behavior he'd shown at the baseball game and barbecue. He stared steadily at Oishi, and fought so that he would release me. His chances were terribly bad, of course. Compared to the relaxed Oishi, Coach seemed like he was being defeated mentally. It made sense. Coach had a somewhat narrow stature, but Oishi's body was packed with muscles. He doesn't look like he's packed with muscles to me. It wasn't even a contest. The Coach was fighting for me without taking a step back. Beads of sweat formed on his face, and though he paled, he was fighting for my sake. Suddenly Oishi laughed and let go of my shoulders. My body exhausted, I fell right onto my backside. Maebara, are you alright? Ugh, damn it. I rubbed my shoulder where Oishi had latched onto them. The pain from falling over went away quickly, but the pain was lingering. This pain was lingering. Are you alright, Maybara? This is terrible. Shit! Ow. Just giving him a little massage. Maybara, aren't you over-exaggerating a bit? Boys have got to learn to man up. I wanted to retort, but I couldn't think of anything witty. Can you lift your shoulders? Are they in pain? If you're really hurt, then you should have a proper checkup. Let's just go to the nurse's office. Coach lent me his shoulder and walked beside me. What an exaggeration. I'd be the last person to do any sort of permanent damage, right? I am still an active police officer, you know. Come on. I don't know what you need to be here for, but if you're finished, then please leave. I'm going to complain about this directly to the chief, so please keep that in mind. Oh, that's a problem, ain't it? Oishi waved his hand sarcastically, pivoted around, and headed to the car, parked by the school gates. And without turning back around, he got in and started the engine. Damn it. Who the hell was he, damn it? He's a detective named Kurado Oishi, and a hooligan. Everyone in the village hates him. Maybara, you should be careful too. Kurado Oishi. Just like I thought. My gut instinct wasn't wrong. He would be the one. The one to bring unhappiness, misfortune. Something that would ruin our peace. Shit, I won't accept it. All these fun days can't possibly end just because some guy like him showed up. I won't accept it. Coach seemed to be familiar with the school, so he brought me to the nurse's office without much trouble. The girls from my class came along as well, looking worried. Our teacher and the principal, having noticed the disturbance, came to see what was the matter. Maybara, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Well, there was a weird man in the schoolyard just now, and Maybara... Coach gently interrupted the girls, trying to explain. No, it looks like he just fell and twisted something. I think he's alright, but I wanted to make sure. If it's fine with you, I'll borrow the nurse's office for a bit. Please do, Dr. Irie. The principal gave him a deep bow. It looked like Coach was acquainted with the adults at school. Dude, Coach looks like he has fucking jaundice, man. He's like yellow. He slid open the doors to the nurse's office, but there wasn't a nurse in there or anything. I'd figured. I'd never seen anyone but Chie and the principal working here. Coach didn't seem to mind the fact there was no nurse and quickly made his way to the nurse's office. He instructed me to sit down and started washing his hands in the sink. Oh, I get it. He's a coach for the boys' baseball team. He must be pretty used to treating wounds with first aid. Could you show me where it was? Are you still in pain? No, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. I'm fine, really. I rolled up my shirt and showed him my shoulder. No bruises, not even nail marks. And yet it had hurt so much I thought my shoulders would be crushed. Even the pain had disappeared without a trace. Oh great, I'm dropping frames again too. Man, Twitch is so shit. Okay, I'm gonna wait till the frames stop dropping. I gotta open this up here. I need to see if this is Twitch or my network. It's funny, because this here says that I'm not even dropping. Like, it's still dropping. The frames are still dropping. I have to switch servers on Twitch sometime soon because I don't know what it is, but like I don't know what server I'm gonna have to go on to not drop frames. Because like my connection's fine, like nothing's lagging. Okay, holy fuck, is it gonna settle anytime soon? Okay. Looks like it's finally fucking settled. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. It's not my connection. Like, my bitrate's not spiking. Nothing's changing. It's my connection to whatever server I'm on Twitch. So I just have to switch. Okay, whatever. Looks like it's fine now. Let's continue. It hurts so much, but not so much as a bruise remained. Just means he's used to doing that. Used to it, huh? The next time you meet, don't provoke him. Nothing good will come of making him angry. If you go home with a uniformed policeman by your side, your family won't like that, will they? Well, you're right. Still, what happened? Why did you end up in a fight with him? He came up and said he needed something from Satoko. Huh? Satoko? Coach's gaze lowered and his expression clouded a bit. Somehow that gesture seemed to be saying Oishi was bound to come to Satoko and did, and that it was no laughing matter. Coach fell silent in thought. Quietly, he took a compress out of the first aid kit and put it on me. Does he still plan on clinging to Satoko? He's a persistent man, I'll give him that. Like a snake. Coach mumbled to himself. Cling? Let Oishi guy go to Satoko's place a lot? Coach didn't answer, but the lack of a denial served well enough. What on earth did the policeman, probably a detective or something, need from Satoko? What mistake had led a detective to cling to the sweetly smiling Satoko? May borrow. Oh, right. You just moved here, didn't you? Yeah, I did, but... Have you heard anything about Oyashiro's curse and about Satoko? Well, I knew a few things about it, certainly. Satoko's parents were damn proponents, and their accidental deaths were because of the curse. You mean that? Coach smiled, thinly and dryly. So you know, he said, dropping his gaze. If I recalled correctly, there was an accident on a viewing platform at the public park she'd gone to with her family, and her parents died. And then, it was just big brother and little sister, and then she was with Rika, and, When they lost their parents, Satoko and her brother Satoshi were given to their uncle and his wife to care for them. Oh, is that so? Their parents died in the accident, and Satoshi ran away, leaving only Satoko to start living with Rika. I'd known that much, but this was the first time I'd heard they'd been brought to their uncle and aunt. We did know about this, and part of me wants to say they said that, like, the uncle was an abuser or something. Their uncle was Satoko's father's youngest brother. Unfortunately, neither of the couple were people deserving of respect. Coach normally picked his words politely, so when he came out and said they didn't deserve respect, it really made me wonder what kind of people they were. As soon as Satoko's parents came out and supported the dam, their uncle and aunt took on a lot of the shame in the village as well. They would never have welcomed Satoko and Satoshi. Then why did they? I've heard that for the siblings it was a very rough life. Bit by bit, Coach told me about the numerous agonies the Hojo siblings had suffered at their uncle's house. As their guardians, their aunt and uncle sucked up everything belonging to their immediate family. Satoko and Satoshi were crammed into a small room, and their lives were laden with things that were miserable both for their bodies and minds. In the first place, since apparently their aunt and uncle weren't on good terms, there was no end to their fighting. And, as if in revenge for that, whenever they saw Satoko or Satoshi's face, they would always find fault with them, scold them, yell at them, strike them, and take away meals as punishment. I still shudder to think about it. You've never known any Satoko, but the energetic and healthy one now, so you probably couldn't imagine her face being so deathly pale. A girl always standing dazed in the shade of trees. I couldn't imagine it, and didn't want to. That was how I honestly felt. But at the very least, Satoko wasn't like that anymore. She may have had a miserable life in the past, but it was different now. Something happened to change that. Last year, on the night of the Tatarigoroshi festival, their aunt died. She was beaten to death by a deviant with a baseball bat. Rumors spread of the curse having killed an enemy of the village on the night of the festival. The death wasn't a simple homicide either. They whispered that it was actually Oyashiro's curse. A few days later, the deviant arrested for drug use confessed to further offenses, and the incident was resolved. However, though it was resolved, no one knew whether the part about it being Oyashiro's curse was true or not. Their uncle is part of Hinamizawa after all. He apparently grew incredibly frightened of Oyashiro's curse and went into hiding. From what I've heard, he's staying with an intimate lady friend somewhere in Okinomiya. Okay, never mind. So I had it wrong, so it's not Satoko's dad. I have to go re-listen to that tip that they were talking about, because I could have sworn they were saying it was her dad. And Satoko and Satoshi, were they released? Their aunt died and their uncle fled. There was nobody left to torment the siblings then, but... as if picking up their torch, that man started showing up with alarming tenacity. That man? Then Coach lowered his voice just a bit, as if being aware of his surroundings. I mean Oishi. Oishi? The guy from before? The events that just occurred came back to me. The hard-to-describe ominous sensation I'd felt from him came back. He's a little strange. The chain of incidents surrounding Oyashiro's curse have all been solved, and yet he alone doesn't want to accept that. Accept it? The incidents were all solved, and a detective supposedly with the police department didn't accept that. People say that something bad will surely happen to those he gets close to. In Hinamizawa, they think Oishi is Oyashiro's messenger. We know that. Okay! The door flew open with a rattle and Mion came rushing in. Rina and Rika came running in a few steps behind her. And then Tomita, Okamura, and a few more of our classmates. Okay, did Oishi do something to you? Are you hurt? Calm down, Mion. He's not injured. I only gave him a compress just in case. Okay, so... maybe we need to take more stock in what Mion said in one of the previous chapters, that Oishi is the messenger of Oyashiro. Okay, sorry, I just had to write that down. Keiichi, are you really okay? Okay, everyone was saying stuff about how you were being strangled. Calm down, Reina. He squeezed my shoulders really hard. See, there's not even a bruise. Jeez, What the heck were you all doing? We're friends, right? Why were you just standing around? Why didn't you help Kay? We're sorry, President. Mion yelled at our classmates, baring her fangs. Tomita and the others hung their heads in silence. Quit it, Mion. Tomita and the others weren't even there. Stop blaming them. Damn it, Oishi. Mion kicked the floor with her heel a few times, her temper running hot. Our teacher, overhearing the commotion, arrived as well. Hey, come on, everyone. Don't make so much noise in the nurse's office. President, take everyone and leave, please. Come on, everyone, let's get going. Keiichi's fine. You too, Mi. Mion was letting her emotions get the better of her, so Rina stepped in instead and let everyone out of the nurse's office. The detective from Okinomiya Station, Kurado Oishi. It looked like the first impression I'd gotten from him hadn't been mistaken. Satoko's absence had amplified the vague apprehensions I'd felt since yesterday, and Oishi's appearance basically sealed the deal. Alright. I'll get going. I originally came here for Chie. Hey, man. My man. Ah, so you had something to do here. Sorry for causing you trouble. Don't be so humble, he said, smiling easily. There was a side benefit to all this. I was lucky enough to experience so much of your soft, silky skin, Maebara. Oh, yikes. With the usual, for Coach anyway, parting word, he instead continued. Please excuse me. You weren't wounded badly, but please avoid putting pressure on your shoulder or anything along those lines. If you get a high fever or it starts to swell, contact me right away, okay? I don't think it'll happen, though. Oh, that's right, Coach. Before everyone came in, you were going to say something about what people think Oishi is to Oyashiro. As he was about to leave the nurse's office, Coach placed a hand on the door and stopped. Right. They think he's Oyashiro's servant. They're just bad-mouthing him, though. Oyashiro's servant. Do you know about the serial freak death incidents that occur in Hinamizawa every year on the night of the Watanagashi Festival, otherwise known as Oyashiro's Curse? What freak deaths? What? Now that I thought about it, I did seem to remember overhearing Mion or someone in class talking about it like a ghost story. On the festival day in June, one person would always die, and another person would be spirited away, but they seemed to call it demoning away here. What a fine story that was. I figured they'd made it up to scare me, but it was true? I don't have any idea who first suggested this, but at some point everyone started calling Oishi Oyashiro's servant. Why? Because the rumors go that he decides the sacrifices for the curse every year. Whenever June came around, Oishi would start paying frequent visits to Hinamizawa. Because Oishi had been persistently questioning most of the dead or disappeared people. 4 years ago, it was known that the victim of the dismemberment, rumored to be the sacrifice, had been seeing Oishi numerous times leading up to the incident. The sacrifices 3 years ago were Satoko's parents. Right before their accidental deaths, Oishi had apparently visited their home. The one who disappeared 2 years ago was Rika's mother. And again, people know that before she vanished, Oishi had been talking to her extremely frequently. Let's think about this as well, right? In the timeline in the first chapter when the main character dies, Oishi was obviously the one that was talking to him. I'm trying to think what else. I don't know about like in the second chapter. Because in the second chapter, he talked to so many people. The question would be, I guess, does Oishi have any connection to Tomitake and Takano? Because they're the only ones that have, like, died consistently in every chapter so far. Okay, I'm gonna write this down. This seems somewhat important. Okay. Because at first, like, I could maybe think that it was maybe just, like, some odd coincidence that Oishi was talking to these people. That, like, maybe Oishi... I mean, like, he's a detective, right? So he'd be a be a little bit, like he would know what's going on, stuff like that, and people are likely to go to him if there's a problem. So maybe it's not necessarily surprising, but it does seem a little bit odd. So we'll keep a tab on that one. The one who disappeared last year, Satoko's older brother Satoshi. Satoshi too had apparently been approached by Oishi many times before he vanished. And then this year. This time Oishi was trying to contact Satoko. This isn't a freaking joke. There are rumors, Maebara. They're just some rumors to that effect. I hadn't said that because of the rumors of Oishi being Oyashiro's servant, or his contacting someone foreshadowing who would be the sacrifice that year. It was because the ominous hatred I felt towards Oishi was becoming more substantiated, more real. Today, Satoko, she was absent today. Wait, really? That looked like news to Coach. I thought he might have known why Satoko was absent today, but then I'll get going. You should go back to the others and put their minds at ease. You're right, I will. Clatter. Coach left the nurse's office and headed towards the teacher's lounge. Okay. Research notes. The research notes. We'll save the chapter. So once again, we're still in the realm of about 1 hour per chapter. The Hojo family. Every year, Oyashiro's curse claims 2 victims. This means that with 4 years in a row, there have been 8 now, but it's worthwhile to note half of them have been members of this family. Note the curse on the 2nd year, a certain falling incident, involving the death of Hojo, a dam proponent, and the disappearance of his wife. She was pronounced dead the following year after being considered to have vanished under perilous circumstances. The curse on the 4th year involved the death of the Hojo siblings' aunt, who was then their foster mother, and the disappearance of the elder brother. The Hojo family is a poor one, and it's hard to say Mr. Hojo's job went very well. Apparently, upon reemployment via family connections, there was a plan for them to return to the home of the mother's side of the family. For Mr. Hojo, the eviction due to the Hinamizawa Dam project and the payment of a large amount of compensation money was essentially a windfall. Mr. Hojo actively embraced the Ministry Construction's negotiations from an early stage and was selected as representative of the dam proponents. It was rumored he had been brought out by the Ministry of Construction for doing so, but the truth is unknown. However, the dam proponents were in the vastly outnumbered minority. In addition, as the Sonozaki family strengthened its own foundation and promised support against the dam, all the proponents, save for Mr. Hojo, switched over to the anti-dam side. At this point, Hinamizawa was completely united against the dam, and Mr. Hojo was held up to ridicule as a stooge of the dam project's proponents. He was essentially used as a scapegoat for the anti-dam coalition. In the end, the dam project collapsed with Oyashiro's curse and the dismemberment incident. However, punishment towards the bitter enemies supporting the dam project continues to this day. There are not many left today who supported the dam project, nor who had a negative reputation at the time. If there were any candidates left for the curse, it's the husband of the housewife who was beaten to death last year, Teppei Hojo, and Mr. Hojo's daughter, Satoko Hojo. Strangely, these two are the only candidates left. Will this year's curse come down on the 2 of them? There is more than enough value in observing them both. Okay. So that wasn't her dad, so let me... Okay, so it is her uncle. Let me clear that portion up. Okay. To Oishi. There was a call for you from Section 4's chief, Shigeharu. Apparently the slaughtered corpse in the Ojikawa River is related to the S group as we thought. We're still verifying what happened behind the scenes, but apparently the deceased filled up dozens of self-created fictional bank accounts to their limits with money from the S group, reaching around 100 million yen. It appears there were 3 or 4 men with former S group connections involved in this. They've already disappeared along with millions of yen. The deceased was tortured on that point for information, and she was clearly slaughtered as an example to others. There are apparently some real wizards chasing down the people who disappeared. They're also spreading letters to related Yakuza groups not to harbor them. There's still no evidence that Teppei Hojo is one of these people. As far as Chief Shigeharu can tell, he hasn't been told anything. He was her pimp, but she didn't trust him at all, did she? Teppei Hojo has left the apartment in Okinomiya and has returned to his former residence in Hinamizawa. That's pretty big news. Okay. Okay, so the guy's like a pimp. He's Skippy. Johnny Skip. Skippin'. Okay. I wholeheartedly wanted to protect her. I wanted more than anybody else what was best for her. These emotions born from kindness eventually became murderous intent, my pure white intentions stained in red and black. Okay. And even as I understood that it meant the destruction of the day-to-day life I so wanted to protect, where did I go wrong? Looking for the answer, the tragedy spreads even wider. Is Hojo staying home today too? Furude, do you know anything? The teacher's voice wasn't critical. Oh wait, this is a new song. But Rika hung her head, unable to answer, and I felt really bad for her. The teacher called Rika up, and they had an exchange in hushed tones at the dais. Dais. I don't know how they say it. I think it was dais. At first, Rika said that Satoko's fever had grown worse, but everyone in class knew it was a lie, because every day, Rika brought Satoko's bento with her. Satoko, I wonder what happened. Don't ask me. I'm the one who wants to know the most of all. It was already the 3rd day since Satoko's first absence. Ever since then, I haven't felt good. Until just last Saturday, everything had been so much fun. I had reached out to Satoko like a real older brother, and we spent that time quietly, but warm and comfortable. Okay, bro, whoever's playing on the piano, they gotta stop like running their fingers over it. You gotta like learn to play it properly, because you're playing really out of key here. So why had it suddenly been flipped over? The more I thought about it, the more I thought that the world had taken a turn for the worse ever since Oishi arrived. Thinking on it now, maybe the strange apprehensions plaguing me the night before Oishi arrived had been a sign. Kurado Oishi, Oyashiro's servant. Shit, that's impossible. They can't decide Satoko will be the curse victim this year just cause he showed up. Just what sort of slip-ups had I committed to cause those fun times to end so suddenly? Yeah, it was the day before Oishi appeared. Shion, Mion, and Rina had spoken of the curse surrounding Satoshi and his disappearance, and it was so sinister it gave me a bad premonition. Such a small thing was a slip-up that invited Oyashiro's servant. It was absurd. I'm going to give you my theory, which I think is just much more likely, because I think it just makes more sense overall. The more likely reason that Buddy has been showing up is because her relative returned to town. And so if her relative returned to town, it's much more likely that he's just following a lead because he doesn't trust her relative. Like, I understand Oishi is like comes off as an enemy of the village, but he seems to be a pretty level-headed guy, you know? so it's hard to, like, turn on him. It was absurd. I kept on groaning to myself that I would never accept it, ever. I obviously wasn't the only one suppressing my feelings. Mion and Rina were too. Everyone in the class was doing it. Rika knew something about Satoko's situation, but she wouldn't tell us. Rika still had a calm attitude, like a cat basking in the sun. She was being unbelievably stubborn about the whole thing. She didn't want to tell us, and that wouldn't change no matter how many times we asked her. Everyone understood that, so nobody questioned her. If Rika won't talk, then we just have to wait. And she might not be talking because it's something not worth saying. There was no persuasive power in reassurance given with an anxious face like that. Mion was being taciturn, and just looked up at the sky with a somehow annoyed expression. I couldn't tell if she was unhappy that Rika wouldn't talk about it with her own friends, or if she was concerned over Satoko's well-being. What about me? My anxiety was suffocating me, day after day. If someone else were looking at me, then maybe I'd look annoyed, like Mion did. Tap tap. Someone tapped my shoulder. It was Tomita and Okamura. May borrow. Do you have a minute? Did your ball get stuck again? You guys have to get it yourselves this time. Don't rely on the older kids for everything. I didn't feel like going along with them, so I was a little unsympathetic with my response. We heard a little interesting rumor. A rumor? Yeah, I just thought it might have something to do with that. A rumor. About Satoko. They hadn't said that, but it didn't seem unrelated. They didn't want to talk in the classroom, so they pulled me behind the school building, lending further credence to that thought. The back of the school was damp and humid like always. Students didn't really come back here because they wanted to. It might, however, have been the ideal location for trading rumors away from prying eyes. Tomita, Okamura, these rumors, they're about why Satoko is absent, right? We don't know if it has something to do with that, or to do with it though, or maybe, what on earth happened to Satoko? Is she sick, or could she be, like, really sick or injured or something? No, actually, it's the opposite. I heard my grandma saying that she came to buy tofu at our shop yesterday. Oh, Tomita's family runs a tofu shop out at Okamura. She went shopping to buy some tofu. My voice sounds so stupefied, even I can tell. It was understandable. I was worried about what grave illness or injury she had when the person herself had been out and about shopping for tofu. So how was she? Did she look okay? Was she wearing a mask like she was getting better? Or was she using crutches? Or did she have bandages on her? No, there wasn't really any signs of sickness or injuries on her, but I should have felt relieved that it wasn't an illness or an injury. But my anxiety wasn't going away, because Tomita and Okamura's expressions weren't looking any better. She apparently came to buy one piece of soft tofu, but my grandma said it was strange. Strange? Why? What's wrong with buying soft tofu? Irritated by how roundabout they were being, I had to desperately fight that irritation from creeping into my voice. True. Well, Hojo and Furude live by themselves, and they don't have that much money, right? So they only ever buy the cheaper, firmer kind of tofu. They've never bought the soft stuff. It's the most expensive thing there. Soft or hard, they're both tofu, right? Maybe she just wanted to eat some great tofu or something. Well, maybe, but I knew how transparent I sounded right then. This wasn't anything trivial. It was some kind of important clue. Not the cheap firm tofu, but the expensive soft kind. Shopping not in the evening after school, but in the middle of the day. I couldn't figure out what those meant. I mean, it's obvious. We know because of the tips. The tips kind of gave it off. But her uncle definitely came back. It literally said in the tip he came back to live with them. As I thought hard about it, Okamura took his turn to speak. Me next. This was just a rumor, but apparently he's back. He? Who? Who's back? Hojo's uncle. Satoko's uncle. Right, I think Coach told me about him. Their aunt and uncle had taken them in after Satoko and Satoshi lost their parents in the accident. Hojo's uncle, they say he skipped town last year, scared of Oyashiro's curse. He's really scary and violent, like a gang member. Everything Coach told me came back in bits and pieces. Right. The mean aunt and uncle who had tormented them all the time. I think he said that after their aunt was beaten to death by the deviant, he ran away to his lover's house in Okinomiya in fear of the curse. Why would she be staying home from school and shopping for soft tofu in the middle of the day just because her uncle came back? My underclassmen clammed up and looked downwards. There must have been some big hint buried in there. Even if I didn't understand, if I told Mion or Rena about it, maybe they'd know something. My bad, you two. You were nice enough to talk about it, and I started hammering you with questions. No, it's okay. Now we know that she hasn't been in bed this whole time gravely ill. That's worth something, right? That might be true, but it still won't make the clouds over my mind fade away. Now what a fucking... Ah, Meibara over there. Okamura cried wildly, pointing over my shoulders behind me. Startled, I turned around, and way on the other side of the schoolyard, near the school gate, I saw a figure trudging forth. I just imagined, oh my lord. I thought it was gonna be Oishi. I was gonna be the, wake up, it's time for school. Gotta wake up for school. Ah, it's Hojo. I burst into a run faster than I could speak. Oh shit, yo! Robert Whitaker versus Paulo Costa is official. My boy Robbie's gonna win that. So that as quickly as possible, I could see with my own eyes that she was okay. Satoko! She seemed taken aback by me shouting and running over to her. Oh, my, what is it, Keiichi? You surprised me with all the yelling and running. Stupid, enough about me already. 3 days, what happened, Satoko? I was so worried. Oh, what a worrywart. It was only 3 days. You're such a worrywart, Keiichi. From listening to her, she seemed like the normal Satoko, but I could tell she was clearly acting strangely. Her smile was somehow forlorn, and her complexion was bad for some reason. Hojo, were you alright? Were you sick or something? Tomita and Okamura both expressed their concerns. Just what happened anyways? 3 days, do you know how worried I was? Oh, I do so apologize. I was just giving the house a good cleaning. We haven't used it for a rather long time, so everything was covered in dust. Huh? Satoko, what are you talking about? Why do you have to stay home from school to clean the house? Satoko didn't answer me, and said she passed by me and headed for the entrance. Gosh, it is nearly about lunchtime, is it not? I'm just starving. It was certainly lunch break. I couldn't force her to stop after she told me she wanted her lunch, since she was so hungry. Well, whatever. Rika's been bringing your lunch for 3 days now. You look like you can eat it today. Let's just go to the classroom, and put everyone's minds at ease. You're right. I suppose I may have caused everyone to worry. It sure is tough being popular. I put a hand on Satoko's shoulder, and we ran to the classroom together. Up close, I was able to verify that Satoko looked somehow weak. All this anxiety was supposed to go away when I saw her again. That's what I had thought. But now I actually started to have quite different fears. What the heck happened, Satoko? Everyone in the class, of course, reacted in the exact same way I had. I didn't mean to skip that. We worried about you. I'm glad to see you well. What were you doing for 3 days? Our classmates showered her in questions. I truly do apologize for causing a fuss. As she cackled, she chowed down on the bento Rika had made for her. Those in the teacher's lounge must have been informed of Satoko's arrival because our teacher sprinted into the classroom, her breathing ragged. Hojo! Oh, Sensei, I'm sorry for worrying you these 3 days. As you can see, I am fit as a fiddle. My, I was very worried about you. When you're done eating, come right to the teacher's lounge. I have a lot to talk to you about. I must be in for a good scolding for those 3 days. I cut class, ha ha ha. Satoko laughed sheepishly while she scratched her head, and the rest of the class burst out into laughter. The teacher was acting angry, but she breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Satoko healthy and smiling as she ate her lunch with the class surrounding her. What a relief, right, Rena? Huh? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm glad she's okay. I looked at Rena and knew. She had a sense that something about Satoko was off, too. I looked to see Mion detached from the clamor as well, with a somewhat grim expression. But Rika, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. She spread out the bento boxes one by one as Satoko finished them. Well, I mean, they said before that her uncle was, like, starving her, right? So, that's probably... Finally, Satoko was satisfied, and after enjoying a thorough conversation with her classmates, remembered that she'd been called to the teacher's lounge. It's such a pain, but I think she'll be angrier if I don't go. I'll go with you. Satoko rises from her seat and Rika runs over to her. I do apologize, Keiichi. I'll be right back after getting scolded. Right. I mean, I could go with you too. We're all comrades at getting scolded in the teacher's lounge ever since the curry incident, right? That won't be necessary. Keiichi should mind the place while we're away. Rika's words were gentle, but the firm rejection was clear in her eyes. The two of them exited into the hallway, walking shoulder to shoulder. After seeing them off, the class breathed a collective sigh of relief, broke apart, and went back to their usual lunch break banter. We, however, couldn't go back to how we usually were. Not I, not Mion, and of course not Rina. They stared at the classroom exit Satoko and Rika had left through, their expressions a little distant and grim. We're all friends, isn't that right? I blurted out something strange, so Mion and Rina turned around with dubious expressions. I won't keep anything from my friends, so I'll tell you what I heard just a little while ago. I told them the stories I heard from Tomita and Okamura earlier about the tofu shop and how Satoko's uncle had apparently come back, all at once without letting them speak. And that's all I know, so if either of you knows anything, please say so. I've said everything I can. I ended my sentence firmly, and looked into Mion and Rina's eyes in turn. Rina stared right back at me. Her eyes didn't falter. Without even opening her mouth, I could tell she wasn't hiding anything. Then our gaze turned to Mion. It's not like I was trying to keep it a secret or anything. Mion couldn't seem to endure our silent stares, and began to talk timidly, as if she was guilty of something. It's just, now that you said something, Kay, I guess I have to talk about it. Me, you know something? Well, I mean, I knew from the first day that Satoko's uncle had come home. That he just randomly showed up in Hinamizawa last Sunday. Why don't you tell us that? I'm sorry. My angry shout caused Mion to flinch away, look down, and hang her head uncomfortably. Keiichi, it's nothing to get angry about. You're scaring me. Huh? Oh, sorry I shouted at you. I lowered my head in apology. Mion accepted it, collected herself, and continued. According to her, her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he had been with in Okinomiya, had collapsed. Without anywhere to go, he went back home to Hinamizawa, and on that Sunday, the day of the barbecue, her uncle ran into Satoko and brought her back to the house. Why? Did he bring her with him? Because he's a good-for-nothing slob. He can't even cook by himself, much less do any cleaning. But that's... He brought Satoko back to have her cook and clean? I remember that she said that she'd been cleaning the house when I met her back at the school gate. A moment later, the pieces fell into place, into the jigsaw puzzle of unease. And as for what the puzzle depicted, when I saw it from afar, I could see the answer clearly. Satoko was locked up at home, and tormented into doing the housework. Those are the rumors. If you knew that, why didn't you speak up? I nearly yelled that at Mion, but hastily stopped myself. But me, is that true? I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know if it's true or not. Mion looked down again, and staring at the floor, grew quiet. Just like last year? Like when they lived with their mean uncle and his wife? But this uncle is completely helpless when it comes to housework, right? If Satoko's that important, then there wouldn't be any reason to torment her, would there? Keiichi, I don't know what grounds you have for saying that, but you shouldn't be so irresponsible. Rina clearly and directly got mad at me. You don't know much about this, so don't talk as though you do. Yes, that's clearly what she meant. Fine. Then do you know something, Rina? I don't know anything either. Cool. Then shut your fucking mouth, bitch. Watch the tone. I didn't know her uncle had taken her to the house until hearing it just now, but the situation is different from a year ago. Situation's different. What does that mean? Satoshi isn't here. Satoshi really cared about his little sister. He always stuck up for her. He was her shield, so that she would be affected just a little less by their mean aunt and uncle's fighting. The mean uncle and Satoko are the only ones living there now. Can't you imagine how stifling that must be, Keiichi? He only ever came back because the lady he was depending on vanished and he couldn't even look after himself. Do you think a person who came back for such an unpleasant reason would be able to treat Satoko kindly? She was right. It wasn't easy for me to imagine Satoko not being tormented. Sorry. No, I'm sorry too. I sounded like I was interrogating you, didn't I? Yeah, you did. An awkward atmosphere floated among us. Wait. Someone say Among Us? Huge fan. The three of us remained silent and just stared at the floor. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. The teacher came back with Satoko and Rika at her side. All right, we're starting afternoon class. Class president, please. Everyone stand up. I'm sorry. How rude of me. Alright. For the time in a while, everyone's been here. Let's have a roaring good time with the whole club. Yeah, perfect. Indeed, in times like these, the best thing to do is obviously get rowdy and scheme against one another in a club activity. Satoko's gonna want to leave or go home or something, I bet. Ehehe, just what I was waiting for. Hey Satoko, let's play. There was that game you liked, wasn't there? What was it again? Doesn't matter which. Tell me. Mion laughed happily, took a bunch of games out of the club locker and lined them up on the desks. I think that was the first time Mion's ever let someone else decide a game for her. I could tell she was being especially considerate to Satoko. Thinking that whatever her circumstances, if we could just enjoy our time together as a group, that might be some comfort, some diversion. Satoko seemed to understand her feelings too, and smiled vaguely, though pleased. But her head slowly motioned from side to side. I'm very grateful, but your feelings are enough. There are many things I need to do, so... Even Rika hung her head in remorse. Hey, whoa, seriously? All the club members are here for once and we're not playing anything? Desertion in the face of the enemy. What was the punishment game for it? What part of the club constitution was that in? Stop it, me. We can't force her to play with us. Hey, this old man isn't trying to force her or anything. I just thought it would be more fun for sure if we did something exciting. Really, I'm happy you feel that way. Don't worry, next time we meet, you'll see. I'll get you all caught in a gigantic trap. Satoko, while insulting us, still said she couldn't participate in the club today and apologized. She quickly put her things into her bag and pattered out into the hallway, disappearing. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Satoko. Rika stared lonesomely as her friend hurried home, unable to be part of club activities. Silence filled the classroom. Both the cheerful voices of our classmates in the schoolyard and the voices of the cicadas sounded like they were coming from some faraway world. This is boring. Silence was broken by Mion's bitterness as she began putting the games on the desk back into the locker. Everyone just stared absently at Satoko's seat, now empty. Rika, maybe you could tell us about it now? Rika made a gentle smile as she possibly could and spoke softly to Rika. Or Rina. I said Rika twice. Rina spoke to Rika. Even without hearing it from her, we pretty much knew the situation at this point. Satoko's uncle had broken up with his lover, well, she's dead actually, and come back to Hinamizawa. He had taken Satoko back home and forced her to do all the household work, and that had been pretty rough on her. Thinking this was common knowledge to everyone, I skipped to the important part. How's the situation? Maybe Mion and Rina wanted to ask the same question. Nobody spoke. We all just stared, waiting for Rika's reply. Rika still didn't answer us. We were hoping for her to say no, but her silence was a bad enough sign. Last year, was it? It was like this when both her uncle and his wife were here, right? Yeah. At the time, they were mostly just being caught between their aunt and uncle fighting. One of the ways we helped out was with the club, by reducing her time at home as much as we could, but he's making her do the chores now, so she can't stay at school either. Shit. Satoko's not a slave. Who do you think you are? Ignoring your own inability to live properly, and basically putting Satoko under house arrest. When you think about it, isn't this really strange? We'd need a lot of circumstantial evidence, but it's a problem, right? Can we notify the police or something? You're right. If we had evidence she was being abused, I think we could tell the police. And can't we talk to Okinomiya's welfare people about this? Rina and I kept saying police, police, as though it were nothing, but Mion's response sounded like she thought we were a little naive. It's easy for you to say that. Have you thought about the risks of actually getting proof? What do you mean risks? I think it was 2 winters ago. I almost said 2 minutes ago. We reported it to Okinomiya's welfare center. We told them there was abuse happening and to do something right away. Huh? You did? What happened? The person came as soon as we called. She interviewed Satoko and Satoshi about what was going on. And their uncle and his wife, too. I can understand asking Satoko and Satoshi, but wouldn't it be not so good to talk to the aunt and the uncle? Well, the problem is you would have to, even if you wouldn't want to, because they could be like, yeah, unfortunately, like, it's a dog shit system, but if let's say this was like the meme, like when you get mad at your parents as a kid, and it's like, fuck you, I'm gonna call child services, you're abusing me. And if you ever went through on that, it's like, well, it doesn't really make sense, right? Like, I don't know. I just, I don't know. I mean, it's a dog shit way, but I mean, like, kind of fucked. You can't really... Great of them, wasn't it? So what did they decide to do? Wait and see. What do you mean, wait and see? The uncle really studied up on this stuff. By law, you can't call it abuse unless assault or child neglect has been established. They poked and prodded Satoko and Satoshi a lot, but it never left any real marks on them. They were pretty much eating 3 meals a day and had beds. There weren't any recordings or something like that to prove they'd said or done anything to cause them psychological trauma. None of the villagers had ever actually seen them being violent either. No matter how mean you are, you wouldn't act so violent in front of other people. Nobody would. And what happened? The welfare officer apparently went to visit on the same day each week for a while. The aunt and uncle knew that they were being watched, though, and didn't torment them in any way that would stand out. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. You mean they ramped up how malicious they were being? Mion sighed and nodded. Their aunt was really damn stubborn. She's one of the most spiteful people I've ever known. Apparently she was doing some pretty disgusting things. Satoko was like a doll that did nothing but breathe by the end of it. So what? From that conclusion, does that mean they never should have contacted child welfare in the first place? Because it makes it worse on the kids. Understand? Without proof of abuse so clear anyone could see it, there's nothing we can do. In fact, it might even make the situation worse. God, I fucking love Mion. She's so smart. We messed up pretty bad. After hearing that even public organizations, the one thing they thought was dependable, couldn't do anything, everyone hung their heads. In other words, until we have clear evidence of abuse, we shouldn't notify anyone? Well, I mean, basically, yeah. I considered Satoko's current situation. She was brought back to her house. It was a little difficult to call that abuse. She was being tormented and forced to do the chores. How she was being tormented would be the key, but without concrete evidence, it could be difficult to prove. If she had had some kind of external injury, that would work, but as far as we could tell from today, she had nothing like that. And being forced to do the chores, that was a bit weak too. There had to be better evidence that she was without a doubt being abused. I know. Her uncle had ignored Satoko's existence for a whole year and went to live with his lover in town. Didn't that fall under one of the definitions of abuse that Mion had mentioned? Child neglect? Yeah, it's a perfect case of child neglect. What about that, Mi? If her uncle weren't here now, it could be recognized as child neglect. But he's living with her at the moment, isn't he? They were apart before, but if he said something like he had a change of heart and decided to live with her, then they might just wait and see again. Once we reported it, we would need to be absolutely sure they'd interpret it as abuse. Maybe we needed far more concrete evidence, lest we repeat last year's mistake. It's sad. This means we have to just sit quietly and wait, don't we? The only plan I could think of, in the end, was just watching and waiting. It left me in shock when I realized that it would be the same policy as that of the officials who had made the situation worse. As Mion said, reporting it to a public agency would be a gamble. If we're going to pick a fight, it would have to be one we couldn't afford to lose. If we were gambling, without enough money, without enough evidence, our defeat would be assured. If we took the time to amass enough money that we could be sure of victory, then that would mean pretending we didn't see Satoko's plight for a considerable amount of time. Sorry for bringing this up now, but how was Rika able to live by herself? Rika had lost her parents, if I recalled correctly. From what I'd heard, she had no relatives either. She was forced to live on her own as a result, but her life was unfettered, free of restriction. If she could somehow grant that freedom to Satoko, too, I mean, Rika, you're living without any parents, right? Don't kids with no guardians have to go to some sort of institution? Keiichi, that's cruel. I'm not saying it to be mean. I only asked because I thought maybe there would be a hint to saving Satoko. Rika, sorry if I offended you. Rika shook her head, not particularly disturbed. Well, you see, it's because I'm considered the mayor's daughter. Let me explain. The mayor, Old Man Kimiyoshi, is Rika's guardian. He got official permission from the governor of the prefecture. Huh, so you're adopted. No, not adopted. You can be someone's guardian without being in the same family. It's like a godparent. Same thing. I get it. Rika lives by herself, but by law she's considered to live with the mayor, right? Yeah, basically. That's why Rika's allowed to live separately from her guardian. I'll write this down. I don't think this will be very important, but... Okay. Yeah, basically. That's why Rika's allowed to live separately from her guardian. Or Satoko is actually living there as a freeloader. Meep. I don't understand the hard things, but anyway, she's right. Interesting you should say that, Mion. You can be someone's guardian even if they're in another family. Then shouldn't we have the mayor or someone else become Satoko's guardian, if only on paper? Then she'd be in the same position as Rika. Well, the problem is, now that the uncle's back, you can't do that. You can't just pull guardianship away from someone unless they've proved that they've done something wrong. Too bad it won't work. I mean, her uncle is supposedly her guardian. Wait a minute, you lost me there. What's a guardian exactly anyways? In legal terms, a guardian and a parent weren't necessarily synonyms. No, they're not, because, again, a guardian doesn't have to be a parent. But a parent usually necessarily is a guardian, but might not be. Neither of them necessarily have to be the other one. So whoever was actually looking after her at home would be considered her guardian. And her uncle isn't her guardian. He left Satoko by herself for so long. But if he insists he's her guardian, then that's it. It's been a few days since Satoko was taken back to her house. Her uncle's been paying for her meals since then, right? He was sort of looking after her, so he'd probably insist. And even though he abandoned her for a year, he'd already looked after her for the whole year before that. But the mayor doesn't have that kind of history. So then if both the mean uncle and the mayor requested guardianship at the same time, the uncle would make more sense. No, but he'd have a better chance. The term guardian refers to the person actually caring for her, right? The uncle actually has a bed and food for her, but the mayor would just have his name. It wouldn't even be a contest. And shouldn't the mayor just start caring for her for real? He'd be her guardian in name and reality if he did. We just need to shelter Satoko. That might lead to her uncle being desperate to take her back, but will stubbornly refuse him. It won't be that easy. Satoko's a growing girl, you know? It's not like giving someone a cat. You're asking him to take care for a real person. Then Coach. What about Coach? Coach, he is... I don't know, he's got a lot of money, right? He even said it himself. Even if he's not her real father, Coach could become her guardian. Coach would. He'd be great at taking care of her. Stop that. Stop thinking of Satoko like a pet. All you're doing is talking about pushing her onto someone else. You need to think more seriously about how much responsibility it is to care for another human being. Did you ask him? Did you get an actual promise from him that he'd take Satoko under his care? No, I didn't, but Coach would definitely say yes. Huh, well fine. Even considering the 0% probability of Coach saying it was okay, then what? It still wouldn't work. He couldn't become a guardian all by himself. That's right. Coach, didn't he say it himself? He was alone, so he couldn't do it. Shit, what the hell? Why is being single such a disadvantage in this society? Yo, screenshot. Then all you could do is marry into a wealthy family, couldn't you? Is there anyone that wealthy in Hinamizawa? I'm not sure. See? It's not simple. It's hard to adopt someone, and you can't go into it thinking you'll push Satoko onto someone else for just a little while. You're being naive, Kay. Shit, damn it, what the hell? I'm desperately thinking of how to save Satoko, and all you're saying is no, no. Don't you care about Satoko at all? Are you even worried about our friend one bit? What do you have to say for yourself? I didn't mean that. But it just won't be that easy, and it's not that difficult a problem. We just need to have some rich people... Okay. Oh my fucking god. It's not that difficult! We just need rich people to take her in, that's all! Wow, dude. Great solution. And all I need is for a huge sum of money to fall in my lap, and for my university degree to finish it itself. Wow! How easy when you put it like that. Right, what about your family, Mion? You always brag about how great it is being one of the 3 families or whatever, don't you? From what you've said, you must live in a gigantic house. My house? That won't happen. My grandma would never allow it. Then what about your relatives in Okinomiya? From what I heard, they're living in luxury themselves. There's plenty of shops your relatives manage in town, too. Your family are basically millionaires, aren't they? No, that won't work. Going to Okinomiya is even more out of the question. My father, he'd never let it happen, ever. Hey. Normally... Oh, no. This is bad. Normally you act all high and mighty. You act like some high and mighty bigwig, and now you're being all spineless. What the hell? Are you just gonna sit by and watch Satoko suffer? No, I don't. But, I mean, I want to help her as much as you. That's a different story. How is it a different story? How can you be so cold-hearted? Your friend is in trouble. What are you if you don't rescue her? You're our president! Our club president! Save her! Save her from this crisis! If you don't save her right now, you're not her friend. You're not even human. I don't know if you have any humanity left in you. Are you listening to me, Mion? Oh, yikes. Well, now she is gonna kill everyone again. My emotions exploded out of me, and I didn't even give her a chance to say anything in response. I just wanted to make Mion agree with me, even if I had to force her. If she did, Satoko's problems would be solved. If pushing her would solve the issue, then I'd push her as much as I needed to. Why aren't you saying anything anymore? I'm asking you, asshole. Well, say something, Mion. Me? Mion, looking down with a grim face, began sobbing. Her hands were clenched into trembling fists, and she rubbed her eyes to wipe away the tears. Was what I said actually that mean? I mean, yeah, you're calling her like a fucking useless fuck. I mean, this isn't the time to cry. We're in the gambling room now, and we have to do something to save Satoko. And I thought that. Rina spoke, her voice cold and incredibly calm. Keiichi, if Mii's family won't work, then what if we look for another wealthy family? I know someone in Hinamizawa who lives in a nice big house. Who's that? Oh, come on. You've got a splendid family, and you're leaving it out of things? My family? My family is... Your friends, right? Save her, Keiichi. Mii is cold-hearted after all. Since you're so considerate towards friends, you should lead by example. Just the 3 of you are living in that huge house, right? Then you've probably got plenty of spare rooms. You should just give a few for the empty ones to Satoko, and then her worries would be all over with. What's this? We're done already? That was pretty quick. Okay, great. Congratulations on solving the problem. Then are we done for today? I'm going home. Hooray, hooray. Maybe I'll go treasure hunting. I haven't done that in a while. I was so worried about Satoko until now that I didn't feel like now that I didn't feel like going to play at all. I wonder what I'll find today. Say something, will you? Why am I the only one talking? Say something, you bastard. Are you listening, Keiichi? Even the cicadas seemed to cower in fear. Rina, her shoulders bobbing up and down at me. And me, who had forgotten to breathe. Mion, whose face had gone completely pale. And Rika, who was keeping silent as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tight and stiff, and it petrified us where we stood. Rattle. The sound of the chair as Rina sat back down after having stood up finally allowed everyone present to take a breath. Rina had shown me just how much I'd hurt Mion, so apologize now, you fucking dickhead. Rina's scary. After a few moments, Rika cut into the frozen air. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rika. Mii, I'm sorry to you too. I don't have to apologize to you, do I, Keiichi? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being so unreasonable. Were you saying all that to me before? You said it while glaring at me, so I totally thought you were talking to her. Rina had such strength that you wouldn't have imagined it normally. All I did was spout terrible things as a wave of violent fury passed over me. I couldn't contend with her. Mion, I'm sorry. I lost my cool. Come to think of it, I didn't understand what had gotten me that riled up. I thought of myself as Satoko's brother, so I only had good intentions. That I'd think about it a little harder than everyone else, and yet, it's okay. You were worrying with everything you had, but all I was saying was that nothing would work, so I'm sorry. I did something wrong too. Mion rubbed away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fists and apologized as well. We bowed our heads to each other and looked down without glancing at the other. Well, that's not really much of an apology. I mean, like, make it better. Someone I don't know who heaved a sigh. Someone I don't know who heaved a sigh. Satoko being tormented had been known about since last year. How had the tragedy back then saved Satoko? How had they brought it to an end? Right. In the end, nobody could do anything. All they could do was bear it patiently and wait for those agonizing days to end. That's right. The one who brought an end to those terrible days was some crazy drug addict nobody knew. On the night of the Watanagashi last year, their mean aunt had been beaten to death. But it hadn't been done to save Satoko or Satoshi. Right. It really was just a coincidence. Satoko's friends who needed to do something for her most of all could do nothing. The incident may have been a tragic one, but from Satoko's viewpoint, it was nothing less than a miracle. Yeah, a miracle. A miracle one could only wait for. Is waiting all we can do? Not for evidence of abuse, not for something that minor. Huh? Wait, for what? A miracle. No one made fun of me for using such a crazy word. We couldn't come up with any solutions, so it was the only thing we could do. We're powerless. That one word Mion dropped was the finishing blow. Mion is also a fellow condemned spammer. It was hot. My body was sticky with sweat. The worst month, June. It's definitely no April, that's for sure. Okay, holy shit. Unlucky. I don't know if the chapter ended because I'm typing. Clearly it didn't. One sec, I'm just trying to think here. What was I just about to write down? I was just about to type something in here. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. One sec here. Fuck, pretty wild. So basically, my understanding. Satoko is kind of just fucked. So I wrote this down. Because this is what I'm thinking. Because we brought up earlier how a lot of the what do you call it? A lot of the murders and stuff that had been happening had been related to Satoko's family. And so I said, bar a literal miracle happening, Satoko is pretty much fucked. She's forced to stay with her abusive uncle. Part of this makes me think, since so many of the incidents in the past have been related to Satoko, perhaps Mion, or whoever in the Sonozakis, potentially at Mion's request, did whatever was necessary, i.e., potentially killing Satoko's aunt/parents as the only way to keep her safe from abuse. Because we've been looking at this situation from a pretty... I mean, I guess we've been looking at this in a way that's been pretty narrow-minded, but it's kind of expected, right? So before, we were looking at this and we were saying, like, okay, well, this has been happening so far. And the reason why people have been dying, this has happened randomly, and the people who it happened to people who were undeserving of it. Like, it happened to innocents, basically. However, there's a potential here that the people who have been killed, at least some of them that we know, were terrible people. And that perhaps what happened was actually not as evil-willed as maybe viewed before. Perhaps all this was done out of care for, like, at least maybe the one with her aunt was done out of care for Satoko. Now, the only question is about the people who have gone missing. It's been pretty heavily assumed that they died. Because everybody else who has gone missing in Chapter 2 and in the previous things has later been found out to be dead, like Takano, like a bunch of the people post-Watanagashi. But it's hard to So, I don't know. But that's all I'm going to throw out there for the time being. I'm not going to make a sweeping claim one way or the other, but... I walked forward quite a ways, then turned right where the rice fields ended. I'd never come here before, so I had no idea where to go. I got lost several times, so I may have taken quite a long way around. Maybe I should have gone back home and gotten my bike first. It would have made everyone else worry if I'd asked them, so I asked one of our other classmates where Satoko's actual house was. That house was originally her family's, apparently. Not their uncle and his wife's. Their house had been bigger, so they had taken it for themselves. Right here. Several houses all in a line. Over there. I was visiting Satoko's house, but didn't particularly intend to meet her there. I didn't mean to spy on the enemy, her mean uncle, either. Maybe I just wanted to be a little closer to her, as her brother. Pretty words, but I didn't know if they were true. If what Tomita and the others told me was right, it'd be this house. When I recognized it, my feet grew heavy. What did I come here for? My motive for coming here was absurd. When Mion had said at the end that we were powerless, it made me sort of frustrated. I wanted to do something, anything other than waste the days away, praying for a miracle. That's what made me come here. But that was all. I think that's what it, okay, no, it ended in a period. I thought it was what do you call it? I thought it ended in a, ellipses, and I was like, sort of a weird. Even if I were to witness her uncle actually tormenting Satoko, what could I do? Would I act like a comic book hero, punch the guy in the face and take Satoko away with me? And then live together somewhere far away? That was ridiculous. I am powerless. The cicada's voices raised in chorus, sounding like they were scoffing at me. As though they were saying that if I couldn't do anything and wouldn't do anything, then I should go back home. I heard a car approaching, so I got out of its way, but the car stopped right behind me, its horn honking shortly once. Annoyed, hadn't I gotten out of the way, I looked behind me, and a familiar face was looking at me out of the driver's seat window. Coach. Hello, Maybaro. How unexpected to meet you all the way out here. Do you live nearby? Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered somehow giving him the slip, I noticed Satoko sitting in the passenger seat. Satoko? Satoko got out of the car and began unloading a lot of groceries from the trunk. Oh my god, I thought they were gonna drop it on me that Coach was her fucking uncle the whole time. That's what I thought they were about to drop on me. I happened to run into Coach on my way back from shopping. He said he'd bring me home, so I accepted his offer. She wouldn't have been able to carry all those groceries on her bike. As Coach spoke, he pulled Satoko's bike up from the back seat where they'd put it. The grocery bags were big, and there were 4 of them. They all seemed to be packed full and very heavy. Those bags. 7, Mart. Hey, isn't that a little far to go by bicycle? I looked at the bags and saw they were all filled to the brim with sake bottles, snacks that you'd eat with sake, and boxes of cigarettes. Their weight was one thing, but their contents were nothing less than luxury items. I made it thanks to Coach. He helped me out. It was a little difficult going up those hills. Satoko gave Coach a smile, filled with gratitude, but it was incredibly awkward and even heartrending. Satoko, those groceries aren't for dinner tonight, are they? Of course not. I do not drink sake and I hate snacks. Of course I don't smoke either. He made Satoko go to a distant store, by herself, on her bike, so he could buy dumb shit like this? What was the uncle doing right now anyway? He must have been working up a good sweat at the very moment if he needed to send Satoko out by herself, right? If not, then how much had Satoko suffered for no reason? I hadn't intended to voice my feelings, but they may have made it into my face. Coach might have noticed because he clapped me on the shoulder. Just then, one of the house windows clattered open, and the face of a vulgar man, the very sight of which made me immediately avert my eyes, emerged from within it. There were no self-introductions necessary. My gut told me that this was the uncle in question. The first thing out of his mouth should have been words of gratitude for Satoko. Satoko, you left the heat for the sake on when you left, you half-wit. Left the heat for the sake on when you left, you half-wit. I'm sorry. But you told me to go right away. Shut up. You've gone and ruined it. And it was all the good stuff, too. What'll you do about it? I'm sorry. Satoko miserably apologized over and over, bowing again and again. She could be perfectly described as a small animal. I had no idea what was happening. Satoko finished shopping for all this heavy stuff that wasn't even for dinner. She only managed to come back because she ran into Coach, and he drove her home. If she hadn't been found by him, she'd surely still be by herself, panting and moaning, pedaling her bicycle up that steep hill. What was with those words, those horrible sleazy words, that he'd said to Satoko? In what country's dictionary did it tell him to say such things, to a young girl who'd just finished shopping? My anger, of course, wouldn't reach him. The uncle displayed no interest in me, instead shouting at Coach. Oh, if it isn't Dr. Irie. Hello. Why don't you come on inside too? We're in the last round, so you can get in right away. 100 yen per 1,000 points, and anything goes. No, I'll pass, thank you. I just ran into Satoko and gave her a lift is all. I'll be leaving now. Ah, nah, come play around. You got a lot of money, yeah? I didn't even understand what her uncle and Coach were talking about, probably like poker or something. But I knew one thing for sure. None of what he'd just said had been to thank Satoko in any way. Satoko, can you bring us the damn snacks? And start getting these beers chilled, too. Go get us some cold ones from the fridge. Tachan, you're so harsh on her. She looks so sad. You should take better care of her. This is how I gotta treat her. She's been like this since she was with my bro. Spoil her and she ain't gonna listen to a damn thing you say. Shit. Whatever, it's your draw. Tsubaki declared Richi too. Sorry. What? You and Richi again, Tsubaki? It looked like it wasn't just her uncle. Some of his friends were over. Well, no shit. You could have picked that up from... Hey, wait. What was he... No, what were they doing? Flinging rude words left and right, making Satoko go shopping for your beer. What were they doing? My uncle's friends came from town, and they're playing Mahjong. He told me to prepare dinner for them as well. What the hell? Mahjong? He called his friends over for Mahjong. They were too busy playing, so they sent Satoko to buy them a crapload of booze from a faraway store. And the first thing he said to her was how she left the gas on. What does that guy think he's doing? Who could get lost in some dumb game of Mahjong and send Satoko to buy all this stuff? Even though Coach was listening, he pretended he wasn't. There was a line of heavy-looking shopping bags lined up on the ground next to the trunk. Hey, Bara, you help too, please. You're a boy. You get to carry this heavy one. Coach, you're gonna let this slide. This is completely... Coach pretended he hadn't heard the violent outburst either. When I thought about it later, his reaction might have been the best thing he could do in that situation. I'll carry 2 of them myself. Come on, help us carry them, please. The bags were packed to the brim with bottles of sake and bar snacks. They were so heavy, and so filthy, so unfair. They weren't just heavy in terms of weight, they made me feel mortified. Nothing could have been heavier than that. Keija, there's no need to push yourself, I'll carry it. Satoko mistook my biting back the humiliation as grimacing under the weight. And offered to help. Stupid. Don't underestimate me. Satoko had never looked down on my physical strength in the slightest. Coach, I'm sorry for you too. It must be heavy. No, not at all, answered Coach, smiling vaguely. Coolly. But I, and I alone knew, Coach was an adult, so he knew how to keep his feelings from showing. There was even more anger than I was feeling, burning deep in his eyes. Well, haha, it is heavy. Shit. It wasn't very far to the doorstep of Satoko's house, but the bag squeezed my palms and started leaving red marks. Fury welled up in me. This guy's a fury warrior. Big-ass player. And the back of my throat stung. But even if it all came gushing out, it wouldn't solve anything. So, just tightly gritting my teeth was as much as I could do. Really, thank you so much, both of you. You really helped me here. After we carried them to the back door, Satoko said that was enough. Occasionally, we'd hear the repulsive laughing of her uncle and her friends from within, and my insides would seethe. I knew they weren't ridiculing us. And that was why it made me so mad. They'd made Satoko shop for all this heavy, selfish stuff, and ignored her and laughed amongst themselves as they pleased. It was deeply aggravating. Of course, Coach had to have felt the same way. But if he accidentally let his feelings slip onto his face, he'd only cause Satoko more worry. He knew all that and spoke coolly, as if to say he didn't care. Not at all. I'm happy I could be a bit of help to you. If there's anything else I can help with, please tell me. Yeah. I really am happy you feel that way. But he feels that way. Those words were sad. Satoko herself was sad and resigned. That we could only help her so much. She was right. No matter how Coach or I want to help Satoko, this was as much as we could do. I felt absolutely ashamed at not having the power to help her any more than this. Burning, boiling emotions were bubbling up within me and rising into my throat, trembling all over. I almost started to cry from my fury. Me too. If there's anything I can do, I'll help you whenever you need. So, hang in there. I wanted to at least give her those trite words, saying that I'd help her whenever she needed. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm happy just that you came all the way here when you didn't need to. Satoko seemed to have guessed what I was doing in a place like this, when my house was in the opposite direction from school. Alright, you should get going. They're drunk right now, so there's no telling what they'll get mad at you for. She felt guilty getting us involved after we'd helped her, because she wanted to be the only one to suffer the misfortune. That's how it looked, and it hurt. I handed my supermarket bag over to Satoko, and then I noticed the back of Satoko's hand. There was something that looked like a bruise. Hey Satoko, what the heck is that bruise? I knew as much as anyone else how transparent that sounded. I didn't need to hear it from Satoko to know how this bruise came to be. I just slipped on the stairs and hit it a little. Please pay it no mind. You're lying. Coach nudged me in the back, and he put his index finger to his mouth to chide me for being so loud. Really, thank you so much. Until tomorrow. I hope we can see each other at school. It's not what I'm talking about. I asked you how you got this bruise on your hand. Coach probably threw my ass into the thing. The evening glow finally got to a point where I could see the other concealed oval-shaped bruises and traces of swelling on her neck, her legs, and other places too. I fell down the stairs. The very moment my violent rampaging emotions were about to burst their way out of my throat, I found my mouth being tightly clamped down on. Coach was pressing down on my mouth from behind, wrapping around me tightly with his hands. Damn, Coach, chill. Because of that, I couldn't say anything. I could only groan, which I did. That was all I could do. I needed to expel all the magma sitting deep within me, because otherwise I'd surely explode into a million pieces that very moment. So I groaned from my mouth, from my whole body, while heat fell in drops from my eyes. I wrung absolutely everything out of myself. Even having lost my voice, I was still wringing it all out. I understand how you feel. I really do, Maybara. Please, just please endure it for now. I'm asking you. Endure it for now? And then what, huh? What would happen to her, to Satoko? Her body and mind were wounded, and she was being made to suffer like this. Can you not even let me howl in vain at it? Is that it, Coach? Are we this powerless? So powerless that we can't even fucking scream from the bottoms of our heart? Finally, dude, this guy finally said the fuck word. The voices of the Higurashi made me calm down. I didn't know how long it had been. Satoko abruptly gave a slight bow. Thank you very much, Keiichi. Satoko. He looked a lot like my real brother just now. My real brother may not be here anymore, but I have another brother named Keiichi. Yeah, you got it. I'm your brother, and when you're in pain, I'll help you no matter what. Your brother will rescue you for sure. Satoshi Hojo, you fucking idiot. If not now, then when? Satoko, she's never been in more pain in her life. If her brother doesn't save her now, then when will he? Why did you run away? Why did you abandon her? Why did you leave Satoko behind? You don't have any right to call yourself Satoko's brother. I won't run away. Huh? I definitely won't run away. I won't run away and abandon you like Satoshi did. No way. I will not abandon you. Tears trickled down from Satoko's eyes, and then she narrowed her eyes into a smile. Goodbye. Satoko took her right hand and awkwardly waved to me. That was probably a pretty offensive thing to say to her, man. Like, I mean, like, you need to chill, champ. I'll be alright. My brother now helped me so much, so I'll be okay. I'll do my best until tomorrow. I'll be okay. So, for today, this is goodbye. There was no way that I could say bye, see you tomorrow. And then from inside the house came a throaty, disgusting voice. Satoko! Could you bring us the snacks already? Okay, brother. Get going already. I'll be fine now. Hurry. Let's go, Maybara. Staying any longer than this would be a bother to Satoko. Coach, brother's house is a little far away. I'm sorry to ask you this, but can you take him home? Yeah, I'll do that. Coach grabbed me by my collar, and with strength I couldn't have imagined him having, started dragging me away. and I, unable to oppose him, started getting farther away from Satoko. She waved her hand to us, expression still dark, and disappeared. Through the back door. Coach got into the car first, then turned around on the narrow path and brought the passenger side door around for me. I know how you feel, so well it hurts. No, I think I understand it even more than you. But right now, just for now, please endure it. She understood exactly how you feel, so please endure it. If you don't, I know already. I'm sorry. Thank you for before. I meekly got into the passenger seat. The car accelerated quietly, and Satoko's house grew farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. We made a wide turn, and then I couldn't see her house anymore. Is your house that far away? It's in the other direction from the school, isn't it? I didn't bother to reply. I would have been hard-pressed to give him an answer as to why I was at Satoko's house. Coach didn't say anything more, either. For a while, the two of us were silent. The only sounds from the gravel spraying over the roads as we drove. I remembered how Rina said things were different than last year. At the time, she had Satoshi with her. Satoshi protected Satoko, so that less of the sparks fell onto her. But now Satoshi isn't here. Yeah, that's the unfortunate truth. Coach seemed to understand what I really meant when I said that. It's a terribly sad, cruel story, but there's a limit to our resolve, our efforts, and our assistance. It sounded like an excuse, but he was right. Even if Coach and I wanted to be people Satoko could depend on, that was all. It ended at the front door. No matter how much I shouted that I would be her brother, no matter how much I shouted that I wouldn't abandon her, and no matter how much Satoko called me brother, I couldn't do any more than that. Where on earth could Satoshi have gone? Right, Satoshi was another story. Her actual brother, Satoshi, he was in a position to protect her far, far better than we ever could. That was the cold, sad truth of the massive gulf between Satoshi and us. I wonder what he's been doing lately. Satoshi left home. I didn't know why. Maybe it was because of Oyashiro's curse? Or he disappeared or something. In any case, he wasn't beside Satoko now. At the time Satoko needed him to protect her the most, he wasn't here. Why isn't he here? Satoko needs him now more than ever. A lot of people talk about Oyashiro's curse, but the only thing I can say is that he ran away. One of my friends said that one day he just never came back. He ran away without leaving so much as a note for his sister. Satoshi had been doing part-time jobs a lot. At the time, Satoko really wanted this huge stuffed animal. It ended up costing a lot, so he was doing all sorts of part-time jobs in order to afford it. He felt so strongly about it. Everyone was whispering about how he at least wanted to get his sister a nice birthday present, since while she was being made to live such a pitiful life with their uncle and his wife. In the end, he didn't use his savings for a birthday present for Satoko. Satoshi disappeared, and the police looked long and hard. They found out that Satoshi had withdrawn all his savings himself on the day he left. After checking all over, they began to think that maybe he'd used his savings to go to Tokyo. Tokyo? For what? Again, all I can say is that he ran away. He saved up all that money so he could run away. He was that selfish. But how could he just leave Satoko behind? If he was gonna run away, he should have brought Satoko with him. Even now, Coach was still calm. He wasn't trying to pour any oil on the fire of my anger at all. He just waited until my anger naturally subsided. After listening to gravel being crushed under the wheels for a little while, Coach spoke abruptly. Please understand. Satoko, left behind, arrived at the same conclusion. I'm a burden on my brother, and that's why he abandoned me. He didn't take her with him when he left. How terrible must Satoko have felt, being betrayed by the brother she loved so much. But Satoko's a very strong person. Of course she had the support of close friends, too, but that was how she regained her smile. I recalled how Satoko had spoken of Satoshi so brightly when I was eating dinner with her and Rika a few days ago. At the time, I didn't think any more of it than how pleasant their sibling love had been, but now that I did think about it, I realized it was like she was peering into the distance from atop a pile of tragic perseverance. She said Satoshi will come back for sure, and that when he did, she wanted him to see how she was no longer a burden. Satoko isn't a burden. She's She's way better at day-to-day living than me, and she can do pretty much anything. I mean, she might fall behind Rina or Rika in certain aspects, but she's way more of an adult than most people. That's the result of her having worked so hard, since she didn't know when Satoshi would come home. Her efforts are so painful. When she lived with Rika, well, Rika taught her how to handle everything flawlessly, also that she could welcome back Satoshi at any time, so that she could show him she wasn't ashamed. So when is Satoshi going to come back? I asked Coach, but I knew he wouldn't be able to answer. In any case, Satoshi ran away. He left Satoko and ran away from Hinamizawa. Someone said that when you leave Hinamizawa and run away, Oyashiro's curse gets you, right? And that made sense. Satoshi running away and his disappearance, that would obviously mean that people thought it was the curse, right? And they could smile, as though it were his own fault, as though he got what he deserved. Hey Oyashiro, whoever you are, Satoshi didn't vanish because he ran away. You demoned him away with your curse, didn't you? If that's not what happened, then I won't forgive you. When did Satoshi run away? The night of the Watanagashi festival last year, when their aunt was killed by that deviant. It was a few days after that, on Satoko's birthday. On Satoko's birthday, bang! I slammed my hands on the dashboard in front of me with all my might. Satoshi, of all the days he could have chosen to run away. Their aunt just died a few days before, didn't she? All your days of suffering were about to end, weren't they? You were just about to start thinking about a new life, weren't you? It's wrong to be happy about someone dying, but for Satoko and her brother, her birthday had come at a critical turning point. Their mean uncle had fled town, and the siblings would be left alone. They should have been able to be happy about that. On Satoko's birthday. Satoko was probably waiting for her brother to return the whole time. Waiting for her brother to return when he never did. Waiting with bated breath for her brother to return, her hopes and dreams of a new life to come growing ever larger. And no matter how long she waited, he didn't come back. He didn't even contact her. Satoko, trembling in anticipation of a great present. Just when would she have to face the cold, terrible truth? Satoshi, you fucking idiot. I could feel my blood rising to my head in my anger at Satoshi. I was frustrated. I was aggravated. I couldn't forgive him. Satoko still respected and adored her brother, and yet he so heartlessly betrayed her. Such a person wouldn't just come back now when he was most needed. Yeah, no one would protect her. Not even her real brother. So when she started to see you as her brother, I was happy. Huh? I pray for Satoko's happiness as well, but I have a position in society and a job to do every day. I have a little time that I can devote to Satoko, but you're different. You go to school with her, and you're close to her and Satoshi in age. I know you think you can only do so much, but you're in a position where you can give Satoko a hand much better than I can. So I want you to help her enough for the both of us. That's what I wish for. But that's... Coach, you could... Of course, with my job skills, there are plenty of things only I can help her with, but in the same way, there are things only you can do for her. What I want to say is, we should both perform in every way we can. Is it a little too complicated? Coach added that, but I shook my head in response. When I heard him say he had job skills, it reminded me that he was an adult, in a different position from all of us. Maybe I should ask him about it. Oh, Coach, do you know a lot about laws? No, I know even less than the average person. Why? I thought back to when I argued with Mion and the others about Satoko. Our children's argument had only left us with the conclusion that we had to wait and see. But what would an adult think? What was it? The child's welfare law? As an emergency measure to secure the safety of a juvenile, they can force him or her to separate from the parents. They can do that. So then we could rescue Satoko from her uncle right away. Satoko might not want that. Satoko doesn't want it. Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Satoko's uncle was being violent and treating her like a slave. So then why? I clamped down on my frenzied emotions and waited intently for Coach to answer, but he never did. Probably because he doesn't have an answer. It was like he was pretending he hadn't heard me. If I had to say, it was more like he wanted to explain but couldn't put it into the right words. Satoko probably thinks of this poor treatment as a trial. A trial? This isn't some weird religion we're talking about. You might know this, but Satoshi always looked out for Satoko. She always relied on him. Almost as though she was utterly dependent on him. I'd known for a while that Satoshi had always protected Satoko from their aunt and uncle. But that was his duty as an older brother, not something to worry about. I think that may have traumatized her. Maybe she figured that depending so heavily on her brother made him hate her. And for Satoko, the current situation was a retelling of the story of a little over a year ago. But this time Satoshi wasn't here. She wants to overcome this trial by herself without relying on anyone else, and that if she doesn't grow strong, then Satoshi will never return. She thinks something like that now, or so I believe. Now that he mentions it, Satoko had never said a word about how hard it had been before. I figured she was being threatened not to talk about it, but I talked with everyone, and we were wondering if we should report it to the Child Consultation Center. I have heard that a social worker was visiting Satoko last year. Yeah, in the end they decided to wait and see. We thought that maybe that made her get tormented even more. Apparently Satoko reported it herself. And as a result, the abuse worsened, but was kept just out of sight. She was under even more torment, and the burden of Satoshi for protecting her rose considerably. Could Satoko... She wouldn't be thinking it's her own fault for reporting it, would she? Coach nodded quietly. Satoko would probably either hate it if you suggested reporting the abuse, or feign courage and say you didn't need to. Even if you reported it in secret, she'd probably insist to the social worker that she wasn't being abused. Satoko always acts tough and doesn't readily admit defeat, so I can imagine that easily. And the Child Consultation Center has enormous authority in these matters. They can take emergency measures without needing any permission from a court or the concerned child. If the abuse was known to the public, they could forcibly shelter her, even if she denied it. For Satoko, that would probably mean losing. This isn't about winning or losing. It's real life. Satoko, she's... Back on topic. After they placed her under their protection, she would be sent to a childcare institution or the like. She would basically be living there, so it would mean moving away. And with a change in residence would come a change in schools, too. It has to be done, yet that's what it'll take for her to be safe. Satoko understands all those things, and all the more reason for her not to want it. Because Satoko's reason for living is to wait at the house for Satoshi to return, the young girl abandoned by her brother. How did she find her reason to live? Try looking at it from Satoko's point of view, rather than your own. I felt like he was trying to confuse me with the hard-to-understand roundabout way of talking so unique to adults. The point was that I couldn't do anything about Satoko wanting to stay in that house, that I should watch until she gives in. In the end, no matter what I said, Coach himself was saying to wait and see. I don't understand. What? If I feel that Satoko is really in danger, I'll take action without asking anyone's opinion. She might not be happy with the result, and she might hate me for it. But I believe that will ultimately be what brings Satoko happiness. Coach turned to me and gazed fixedly into my eyes. It was said written all over his face. He was shocked at what such a young kid had said. Why would you go that far? Coach, no, rather, normal adults might not have understood, so I taught him the creed and values that I believed in. Satoko is my friend, and I'm Satoko's brother. Isn't that enough of a reason? I stared at him with a will strong and unbreakable as steel as his eyes betrayed a tiny bit of unrest. No, of course it's enough. We were silent for a little while, until finally Coach said only that. Didn't we make a promise? I'm sorry, what? That we weren't ever going to let Satoko cry. We made a vow on the day of the barbecue party. I didn't think about it hard at all, but Coach and I still made a promise that we wouldn't ever let Satoko cry. Coach gave a dry grin of regret, immediately apologizing for not remembering. One way or another, when he grinned like that, it made me think that his enthusiasm for saving Satoko was a tiny bit smaller than mine. He lightly hit the brakes, making a skidding noise, and my whole body suddenly fell forward. Could that be your house there? All right, Maybara. Would live at the Maybara residence, wouldn't he? Before I knew it, we were almost to my house. Higurashi. It's a weird one. Okay, well, we'll read this. I'm going to stop here, and then we're going to bang out the rest of the chapter tomorrow. That was something else. I'm guessing this is like the December 1st, 1981. Blank Prefecture Juvenile Welfare Division Report. Do not view, do not duplicate. Case 31st, November 20th. Satoko Hojo, blank years old. Residence. Blank, Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. 1. Consultation circumstances. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. 2. Abuse situation. Anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents, her guardians. 3. Family structure. Thing marks abusers. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, older brother, child in question. Note in June 1980, the child's parents died in an accident. She was given to her uncle on her father's side, her father's younger brother. 4. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, the center called the child's school and asked of her situation. The next day, the welfare officer on duty visited the child's home and heard what they had to say. Both adoptive parents agreed to the center's coaching, contacted anti-abuse network in the city. As part of the suggested coaching, a district welfare officer in the area began visiting for coaching at fixed intervals. The scrawled note below is stapled to the report. Related information from former official Mr. W. For the 1977 document D2-3 number 44. Ask Chief Investigator F from the city's education consultation offices. He is well informed about it. Huh. Well, that leaves us something to think with. That's going to be all for now. That early chapter was quite slow, but we finally got the game to a point where the ball is rolling. We might not even finish it tomorrow, but we'll at least take a decent chunk out of it. So, that'll be the stopping point for today. I'll be on tomorrow. Probably, maybe a bit earlier. I'll see if I can start earlier. It depends on when I wake up to hopefully, get the ball rolling. But until then, I'll see you then.